I can't see. The girl, covered in sweat, kept hypnotizing herself to ignore the ghost in front of her. Rorschach, now a demon, is determined to start in this world and become the demon king who rules hell. Let's start by replacing the toilet paper in the bathroom with sandpaper. That's what that despicable devil with a serious mental illness said. It involves multiple worlds, but mainly focuses on light-hearted daily life. Chapter 1, The Devil Came to My Side. In the dimly lit room, a boy whose face was obscured stood in front of the sink, gazing silently at his reflection in the mirror. The running faucet kept gushing water, the sound of the water never stopping. Dong dong. A knock sounded at the entrance. You can vaguely hear someone shouting outside the door. The boy, who was resting his hands on the wash basin, glanced slightly in the direction from which the sound came before ignoring it. After staring at himself in the mirror for a few seconds, the boy suddenly frowned as if he had discovered something. I said. The boy opened his mouth slightly, his expression becoming increasingly serious. A strange atmosphere seemed to permeate the dark space. Am I more handsome now? The moment those words were spoken, the strange atmosphere vanished completely. The atmosphere that had been built up for so long completely collapsed. Luoxia, we'll be late if we don't leave now. Outside the door, the purple-haired girl called out anxiously. Tsukaino's Vinate April, a little angel from the demon realm, crossed out, a demon. He is currently a student at Wushan High School and is in the same class as the demon in the room. That's right, the guy in the room is also a demon. I'm coming. With a casual wave of his hand, Luoxia responded weakly. The darkness in the room vanished without a trace as he moved. As darkness dissipated, bright sunlight streamed through the window. Sparrows perched on branches looked at the room with some confusion, as if wondering why it was completely dark one moment and filled with light the next. I'm talking about Vinny. Opening the door, and seeing the neatly dressed Wynette, Rorschach asked with a hint of helplessness. Is it really necessary to be in such a hurry? Luoxia, what are you saying? It's already late. Vinette said with some dissatisfaction. For Wynette, a good student, this was already quite late. If she hadn't needed to call Luoxia, she would have gone to school by herself long ago. But you're a demon. What demon is this enthusiastic about going to school? Muttering to himself, Luoxia packed his things with dissatisfaction. Backpack, textbooks, student ID, and money. It's really inconvenient not having mobile payment. After thinking for a moment, Luoxia stuffed the wallet behind his back, and when he took his hand out again, the wallet was gone. Don't ask, it's just a four-dimensional chrysanthemum. What? Rorschach's words were like a sharp dagger piercing Vinette's heart. Puff. Clutching her chest, Wynette looked somewhat dejected, not even noticing when Rorschach stood beside her. Speaking of Vinny, on their way to school, Luoxia said to the dejected Vinny beside him. I haven't seen that angel these past couple of days. Rorschach refers to a certain useless angel, Gabrielle. However, Gabrielle is still the same gentle, kind, beautiful, generous, understanding, strict with herself and lenient with others. In short, it means that all the good qualities people talk about can be applied to the other person. She perfectly embodies the beautiful image of an angel in people's imagination. But Rorschach knew that this was just a facade. Once that guy gets into the game, he'll soon realize his true nature and quickly fall into becoming a useless angel. Xiaojia, I haven't seen her much lately. With her delicate fingers resting on her chin, Wynette said with some distress. Gabrielle has been looking very busy these past few days. I wonder what they're doing, and Wynette is a little worried. Seeing Wynette's worried expression, Rorschach couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. Did this child really not reincarnate into the wrong world? She looks like an angel no matter how you look at it. Right. That's what I mean. As they were talking, a couple who looked very sweet walked past them, chatting and laughing. Rorschach's attention was immediately drawn to it. He seemed to be thinking about something. Here's something you need to know. The demons who come to the human world have their daily expenses and living costs covered by the demon realm. However, the demon realm does not treat everyone equally. Each demon has a different allowance for living expenses. At first, we looked at the demons' academic performance in the demon world, and then we looked at their behavior in the human world. The more evil you do, the higher your score, and the more money you can earn. Incidentally, because Rorschach's companion, Vinette, often does good deeds, her living expenses are never very high. In contrast, Rorschach had a lot of living expenses. Much? Luoxia, what are you thinking about? The radar in Wynette's head sounded an alarm, and Wynette suddenly looked up at Luoxian. Her intuition told her that Rorschach was thinking something very bad. I'm wondering when I'll be able to find a girlfriend. Rorschach responded without changing his expression. In fact, what he was thinking was, I'll try breaking up couples later. After all, he's a demon. Demons are meant to do evil. Even putting aside his demonic identity, he was once a member of the FFF group. Vina, could you please make me a dress later? It's possible, but I'll teach you how to do bad things. Huh? But I don't need it. But haven't you run out of living expenses? Thank you for your help. With no money to spare, Wynette finally gave in. There was no way out. If things continued like this, Vinette felt she might become the first demon to starve to death in the human world. Secondly, although Rorschach had a lot of living expenses, he wasn't a truly wicked person in Wynette's mind. So there must be some special method involved. That's what Wynette thought. As they passed the convenience store, Rorschach said to Wynette, Vina, I'm going to buy something. Huh? Did you forget something? No, I'm going to buy sandpaper. Sandpaper. Vinette slowly typed out a question mark. Is there a craft class today? It seems not. I'm going to give my classmates a chance to practice. Luo Xia returned with a calm expression and said. It seems like they really are thinking about the students. Wynette said she couldn't understand it. Luo Xia's way of thinking is always so unpredictable. But I suppose it should be a good thing? Seeing Rorschach's sincere expression, Wynette finally chose to believe him. After all, Luo Xia is a good person. This child is so naive. Seeing Wynette's happy expression, Rorschach felt a pang of guilt. After all, a large portion of his monthly living expenses came from lying to his companions. Vinny is such a wonderful girl. In every sense. Chapter 2, Shall we kick down the door? Good morning. The energetic little devil, Vinette, opened the classroom door and greeted her classmates with boundless enthusiasm. A demon followed behind, muttering to itself, seemingly lost in thought. Good morning, Vinny. Good morning. I'm full of energy today too. It's clear that Wynette is very popular in class. In comparison, the demon behind him was much weaker. Good morning, Miyamura. Luo Xia slapped the somewhat gloomy-looking boy on the back and casually sat down in his seat, stuffing his backpack into the desk drawer. The boy who was photographed adjusted his glasses with a troubled expression. Miyamura Izumi said, somewhat distressed. Luo Xia, I'm glad you came to talk to me, but please don't try so hard next time. After saying this for the fourth time, Izumi Miyamura sighed. This guy won't listen at all. Miyamura Izumi felt that she had gotten used to Rorschach. This new friend is a nice person, but he always seems like he doesn't listen to others. Thinking about Luo Xia's past actions, Miyamura Izumi retracted her assessment that he was a very good person. After thinking about it, I added a few more words. He's not very bright, but he's a very nice person. After all, he was the only person I could call a friend after high school. Miyamura Izumi's evaluation of Rorschach was still relatively high, although a large part of it is because this guy is naturally outgoing. But only people who are naturally outgoing would approach someone like him. Thinking this, Izumi Miyamura lowered her head slightly, looking quite dejected. It's alright, don't worry about the details. People who are too calculating don't get girlfriends. I don't have a girlfriend, and to be honest, Luo Xia, you don't have a girlfriend either. In short, Izumi Miyamura successfully broke through Rorschach's defenses. Ha 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 ha, you're still as pathetic as ever, Rorschach. A wild and arrogant laugh rang out. A red-haired, idiotic demon was mocking Rorschach in an exaggerated and hysterical manner. Kurumi Satania Maquel. A stupid demon who can be bullied by anyone but himself. A stupid demon whose mind is filled with nothing but wanting to become the ruler of hell. He currently considers Rorschach his rival and nemesis. Although Rorschach himself was very unwilling to be regarded as her nemesis. After all, the nemesis of an idiot can only be another idiot. Striking an exaggerated pose, Satania shouted. I am the future lord of hell. Rorschach is nothing compared to me, give up. Before he could finish speaking, the foolish demon Satania was struck by Rorschach's attack. While frantically pounding on Satania's head, Rorschach complained. Are you out of your mind? You think you can be the future ruler of hell? If hell is handed over to you, it's doomed, okay. You're looking down on me. I've been hit on the head, Satania said haltingly. This is the only thing she will never admit defeat on. Luo Xia, Luo Xia. A slight tug came from his cuff, and Rorschach turned to see Wynette, her face full of worry. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Satani, having escaped Rorschach's clutches, clutched her head and jogged back to her seat, muttering something under her breath. If you listen carefully, you can hear that they are all denouncing Rorschach, that despicable guy. What's wrong? Is something the matter, Vinny? Luo Xia asked, somewhat puzzled. Xiaojia didn't come to school today. The bell for class has just rung, but Gabrielle hasn't shown up yet. Even that idiotic demon sat obediently in his seat. The fact that a certain angel who is currently excellent in both character and academics, gentle and kind, has not yet appeared inevitably makes people a little worried. Did you skip class? Looking at Gabrielle's empty seat, Rorschach thoughtfully stroked his chin. Looks like this guy is going to fall into depravity? Well, that appearance radiating holy light really made the demon uncomfortable. Shall we go to her house and kick down her door after school today? Stroking his chin, Rorschach suddenly spoke, looking extremely interested. This guy is definitely not just talking big. That's way too rough. No, this is absolutely not allowed. A few question marks popped up above Wynette's head, and she quickly tried to dissuade Rorschach from his idea. No matter what, Xiaojia is still my good friend. Furthermore, she has a very high regard for Gabrielle, who helped her find her apartment when she first arrived in the human world. That's why Xiaojia has never liked you. Push Rorschach back into his seat, Wynette said, clearly displeased. The two didn't get along at all from the moment they met. However, Gabrielle never said what the reason was, and Rorschach himself never mentioned it either. Since they didn't want to talk about it, Wynette didn't press the matter. They simply assumed that demons and angels were inherently at odds. I don't think that's the reason. His eyes darted around, and Luo Xia looked somewhat guilty. Gabrielle's dislike for him can be traced back to before the two of them came to the human world. I won't go into the specific reasons for now. What's the reason for that? Vinette asked in an annoyed tone. I can't tell you, it's a secret. And Vinny, didn't you want to become a proper demon? Because it involved some dark history, Rorschach decisively.
Hey everyone, Fire Scale Audiobooks here. If there's a novel you'd love to hear more of, you can support us on Patreon or Ko-fi. Depending on your tier, I'll make extra parts just for the stories you're most excited about. Usually I can only upload 4 to 5 parts of each novel, but with your support we can go beyond that. And of course, don't forget to hit subscribe. It helps more than you know.
Began to change the subject. As a demon who doesn't resemble a demon, Vinette has always longed to become a proper demon. But because of her kind nature, she has never been able to do it. Yeah. Upon hearing this topic, Wynette immediately sat up straight, her eyes shining brightly. Even setting aside living expenses, Wynette was more than happy to learn how to become a proper demon. Then you'll spend the next few days learning from me how to become a proper demon. Patting Wynette on the shoulder, Rorschach said earnestly, no matter what world it is, men all have a few common interests. For example, persuading respectable women to go into business, or persuading women who have gone astray to reform themselves. The thought of turning a gentle and lovely little angel into a qualified devil is quite exciting. Of course, Gabrielle is an exception. It is good. Wynette nodded vigorously, looking very happy. After all, no demon wants to be told that it doesn't look like a demon. All right, students, class is about to begin. A bald teacher who looked extremely fierce walked into the classroom and said. The classroom quickly fell silent. Even the most active Satania is the same. Outside the window, a terrifying-looking ghost silently drifted by. Chapter 3, Encountering Ghosts is like having hemorrhoids. Outside the window, a terrifying ghost lingered on the windowsill for a few seconds, as if trying to confirm whether anyone in the classroom could see it. Can you see it? A hoarse murmur arose, and the rotting eyeball that had fallen out of its socket moved slightly. Unfortunately, it seemed that no one in the classroom could see it. Just as it was about to leave, a black-haired boy suddenly looked out the window, seemingly watching it. Can you see me? A ferocious grin spread across his face, revealing a set of uneven teeth. The demon's eyes gleamed with greed, as if it had spotted some delicious food. Looking at the demon in front of him, Rorschach suddenly laughed. Raise your hand and wave it gently, then clench your fist. The next second, the demon exploded like fireworks in the sky. Unfortunately, the fireworks weren't very good, and they don't allow fireworks anymore. The fireworks were set off on the first day of the Lunar New Year, but people came out on the 7th. These days, Luo Xia waved his hand in front of his nose, looking disgusted. It seems like there are a lot of ghosts in this world. Vigna, who was separated from Rorschach by only an aisle, looked out the window with some concern. I originally thought this human world was just an ordinary human world, but I never expected that there would be ghosts. Moreover, according to Rorschach, there seems to be something else. With her lips pursed, Wynette felt that her tasks after school had become even heavier. Let's invite Xiaojia along afterwards. Clenching her tiny pink fists, Wynette resolved to work even harder to do good deeds and purify these evil spirits. Although with the power of a demon, he would simply send these evil spirits away. Yes, and it's very special. Speaking of which, the ghosts in this world are indeed very interesting. It basically follows 3 laws. First, if you can't see a ghost, then the ghost can't harm you. Second, you can see the ghost, but the ghost doesn't know that you can see it, so it can't harm you. Third, if you can see a ghost, the ghost will know that you can see it, and the ghost can then harm you. However, I personally think that one more thing should be added. If a ghost knows you can see it, but you never react to it, the ghost cannot harm you. To be precise, a connection is established between you and a ghost when you communicate with it or react to its behavior. That way, the ghost can't hurt you. Rorschach, Wynette, you can say what you need to say after class. On the podium, the bald teacher exuded a gloomy aura. Looking at the bald teacher with a gloomy face, Luo Xia and Wynette subconsciously felt a little guilty. Okay, I have a feeling that this bald teacher is quite scary. Seeing Rorschach's guilty expression, Satania instinctively wanted to stand up and loudly mock him. However, the moment her hand touched the table, the bald teacher looked over. Is there a problem? No. Satania awkwardly sat back down, the comical smile on her face slowly fading. This teacher is so scary. Soon, it was time for get out of class to end. After the bald teacher left the classroom, all the students breathed a sigh of relief. Although this teacher is a good lecturer, it's still quite scary. He exuded an aura of gangsters. Somewhere on campus at this moment. I can't see. A girl with amber eyes walked expressionlessly down the school corridor. However, at this moment she was panicking and almost cried. Because at that moment, a terrifying demon was circling around her in her field of vision. You can see it, right? This evil spirit looks like a giant spider pieced together from human limbs. He stretched his neck around the girl's body and came to her face. The girl, or rather, Yatsuya Maiko, suppressed her fear and tried her best not to look at the evil spirit. If she shows the slightest sign of anything amiss, this evil spirit will attack her without hesitation. Even if you are terrified inside, you must not show the slightest fear. Stay away from me. Maiko Yatsuya cried out inwardly, feeling somewhat devastated. They entered a long corridor, where only Yatsuya Maiko and a demon were present. The atmosphere of terror was amplified. I want to go home. Just as Yatsuya Maiko was about to lose her temper, a crimson trident thrust out diagonally. Laugh. The sharp trident pierced the demon's head as easily as a hot knife through butter. With a sharp twist of the trident, the demon vanished without a trace after letting out a shrill scream. As she watched the demon vanish, Yatsuya Maiko let out a long sigh of relief. It was only then that she realized she had been unconsciously holding her breath due to extreme nervousness. Haha. Squatting on the ground, Yatsuya Maiko wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes with her fingers, looking somewhat aggrieved. It was not only a pleasant surprise, but also a reminder of the fright I had felt earlier. It's already quite remarkable that a normal girl wouldn't burst into tears immediately after encountering such a situation. Not to mention someone like Yatsuya Maiko who walked for so long without changing her expression. It's you again, Yatsuya-kun. It feels like you're always crying whenever I see you. As the trident in his hand dissipated into a ball of red energy, Rorschach squatted down in front of Yatsuya Maiko and complained. He didn't encounter Yatsuya Maiko many times, but every time he did, the child seemed to be in a ghostly state. I didn't cry. Suddenly raising her head, Maiko Yatsuya said stubbornly. But her flushed cheeks and the glistening tears in her eyes were utterly unconvincing. No matter how stubborn you are, you can't change that. Good, good, Yatsuya-kun is the bravest. Luo Xia replied very perfunctorily. Although he should comfort the girl at this time, Luo Xia said he didn't have the skills in that area. After a while, Maiko Yatsuya finally calmed down. Why do I always encounter this kind of thing? Holding the drink that Rorschach handed her, Yatsuya Maiko asked with a hint of disappointment. If God gave her eyes that can see ghosts, why not give her the ability to exorcise them? And for some reason, ever since she started seeing ghosts, the probability of her encountering them has greatly increased. Those ghosts usually pay the most attention to her among the crowd. No one else has encountered this problem. There's nothing you can do, encountering ghosts is like getting hemorrhoids. Squatting down next to Yatsuya Maiko, Rorschach said slowly and deliberately. Some people never meet anyone in their entire lives, while others meet someone and it's for a lifetime. Could you please use a less disgusting analogy? No. Chapter 4, Toilet paper replaced with sandpaper. Squatting on the ground, Maiko Yatsuya rubbed the corners of her eyes vigorously. Although the demon has been destroyed, the fear left on Yatsuya Maiko has not yet dissipated. Only when she was with this classmate she wasn't very familiar with could Yatsuya Maiko feel a little more at ease and not always be so tense. Because she was with this classmate, Yatsuya Maiko didn't have to worry about being discovered by the demon and getting hurt. There's no need to worry about implicating those around you. Suck. Taking a deep sniff, Yatsuya Maiko calmed down a little. But her face was still as rosy as before. Half of it was the joy of the demon being vanquished, and the other half was the frustration of holding my breath. Seeing that there were still tears in the corners of her eyes, Luo Xia subconsciously reached into his pocket to hand her a piece of paper. However, the rough texture coming from his fingertips made Rorschach stop moving. Damn, I forgot about that. What happened? Noticing Rorschach's unusual behavior, Yatsuya Maiko looked at him with some concern. Could it be because of the ghost from earlier? Thinking of this, Yatsuya Maiko immediately tensed up. That. After hesitating for 2 seconds, Luo Xia still took out the things he bought on his way to school today from his pocket. Do you want it? No need to thank me. Looking at the sandpaper in Luo Xia's hand, Maiko Yatsuya's eyes twitched slightly. However, what on earth is going on in this guy's head? She could understand handing him the tissue. After all, many romantic moments happen like that. But what does passing sandpaper mean? Do you feel that my face is an insult to your eyes? After hesitating for a moment, Yatsuya Maiko asked somewhat uncertainly. Is there anything special about this sandpaper? In Yatsuya Maiko's mind, a master who could exorcise ghosts wouldn't do something meaningless. Is this stack of sandpaper blessed to ward off evil spirits? It's worth noting that Yatsuya Maiko went to great lengths to ward off evil spirits, spending a lot of money, most of her allowance, on exorcism items. No, I bought this on my way to school. I'll give it to you if you want it, Luo Xia said with a reluctant expression. This was prepared for his classmates. Pity. You should keep this for yourself. I don't want it at all. With her lips pursed, Yatsuya Maiko stood up without saying a word. Rorschach's gaze followed Yatsuya Maiko's movements and moved upwards. Calf, knee, thigh, short skirt. The following content is no longer available. Looking away, Rorschach declared himself a devil with principles. A demon with principles wouldn't peek. If you're going to watch something, you should watch it openly and honestly. I'm going back to the classroom. Turning her head, Yatsuya Maiko spoke with her back to Rorschach. For some reason, Luo Xia's actions just now made her inexplicably angry. But before leaving, thank you, Luo Xia. Turning slightly to the side, Yatsuya Maiko gazed at Rorschach with her amber eyes and spoke softly. A gentle breeze blew through the open window behind Yatsuya Maiko, softly ruffling her long hair that cascaded down her back. A few playful strands of hair fluttered in the wind and were combed down by a slender, white finger. At this moment, Maiko Yatsuya was as captivating as an angel bathed in light. Oh, you're welcome. Luo Xia waved his hand dismissively. Angel or something. They're all a bunch of repulsive guys. Thinking of the angels he knew, Luo Xia subconsciously pursed his lips. Seeing Luo Xia start to drift off into thought again, Yatsuya Maiko pouted and turned to leave. When Rorschach came to his senses, he was the only demon left in the corridor, along with the sandpaper in his hand. After putting away the sandpaper, Rorschach prepared to go back to the classroom. There's still some time, I can do other things. With his fingertips gently rubbing the sandpaper in his pocket, Luo Xia muttered to himself thoughtfully. Since we're already here, we might as well finish what we need to do before going back. Thinking of this, Luo Xia turned around and went to the nearest toilet. Nobody here, perfect. After carefully checking and confirming that he was alone in the bathroom, Rorschach began to act. The first operation was completed quickly. It's done. Looking at the replaced sandpaper, Luo Xia clapped his hands in satisfaction. After doing the same thing, Rorschach replaced the toilet paper in several stalls with sandpaper, and left the toilet with a satisfied clap on his hands. Not long after Luo Xia left, a boy clutching his stomach rushed into the restroom in a hurry. After a while, who did this? The cries of grief and indignation carried far. After the shouts came a long silence and the sound of something rubbing together. Luo Xia, where did you go? Back in the classroom, looking at Rosie Wynette's satisfied expression, she asked with some confusion. I'm going to make money. Make money. Vinette was initially puzzled, but then suddenly realized what was going on. As a demon sent to the human world, Rorschach's way of making money is definitely to do bad things that are approved by the demon realm. You went to do something bad. With a slam of her hand on the table, Wynette shouted. It immediately attracted a lot of attention. Feeling the strange looks from her classmates, Wynette gave them an apologetic smile and awkwardly sat back down. However, what? Rorschach, you actually did something bad behind my back. This is really too much. Satania slammed her hand on the table in disbelief, stood up, and asked loudly. The students' attention, which had just dispersed, immediately returned to the classroom. Anger. A large cross appeared on Rorschach's forehead as he grabbed Satania's dog head and slammed it onto the table. Shut up. Let me go. How dare you treat me, the future king of hell, like this? You're overthinking it. This position can only be mine. While trying to separate the two who were fighting, Wynette gave her classmates an apologetic smile. The two boys, engrossed in their playful antics, were unaware that a pair of bright, adoring eyes were watching them from outside the classroom door. So that's how it is, demons vying for the title of King of Hell. Is this the setting? I probably understand. The girl with the ahog on her head seemed to have found a kindred spirit at that moment. In another class, a boy with a face full of weakness and bad luck sat cross-legged on a stool in an extremely strange posture, trying his best to keep his buttocks from touching the stool. What's wrong with you? The students next to him looked at the boy with some curiosity. The boy, who was about to answer, suddenly shut his mouth, as if he had thought of something. Chapter 5, Satania breaks through the gate. What happened to you? Seeing the boy's hesitant and reluctant expression, his deskmate was a little puzzled. It's like she's a completely different person after going to the toilet. Could it be that this guy completed some strange trial in the toilet? No, nothing. After hesitating for a moment, the boy shook his head and said. He remained silent about the things he solved using double-sided sandpaper. Double-sided sandpaper refers to sandpaper with coarse grit on one side and fine grit on the other. In other words, no matter which side you use, you can't escape the fate of suffering. From tonight onwards, those delicate flowers will be gone forever, leaving behind only the steel gate, reborn after being tested and refined. It feels a little strange to say it like this. You're a really strange guy. Scratching his head, his deskmate said with some confusion. This guy seems to be hiding something from me. Haha, maybe a little? The boy sat on the stool in an extremely awkward position, smiling embarrassedly. At that moment, he was thinking, I can't be the only one suffering. It would be truly tragic if he were the only one who encountered something like this. It might even become a laughingstock. After all, once this news spreads, he will become the only unlucky one in everyone's eyes. He doesn't want it. Therefore, he not only had to conceal this matter, but even, we need to lure people over there, to drag more people down with them. A glint of insight flashed through his mind, and the boy suddenly felt enlightened. He knew what he had to do. Let's return our attention to Rorschach's classroom. Tisk, Satania is quite something. TCH, stupid Rorschach. The two, who had finally managed to get there, glared at each other in dissatisfaction. But not long after, the two of them huddled together, whispering and discussing something. Having just rested for a while, Wynette approached the two curiously, trying to hear what they were saying. Gabrielle didn't come to class today. She must have gone out to play behind your back. What? That wretched Gabrielle? How could she go so far? Are you angry? I'm so angry. I was originally planning to kick down Gabrielle's door after school, but I'm giving you that chance now. Aren't you touched? Rorschach? You're a good person. Actually, I don't really want to receive this kind of feedback. The two conspired together, or more accurately, Rorschach's deception. Satania is completely crippled. He secretly made up his mind to go and have a good talk with Gabrielle. Rorschach. A sound at an extremely high decibel level rang out. A few minutes later, the two demons, who had been covering their ears, sat silently in their seats, their faces full of resentment. Despite being lectured by Vignette, Vignette still decided to go and have a serious talk with Gabrielle. He actually went out to play behind her back? Unacceptable? As for why Gabrielle, who always appears to be a model student, would secretly go out to play, Rorschach provided a reasonable answer. Aren't all angels like this? So hypocritical. They talk about love and peace, but they're all more violent than the last. Covering her forehead, Wynette felt utterly helpless. Luo Xia, why do you have such a big problem with Xiaojia? I have no objection. Then why? Rubbing his reddened ears, Luo Xia said matter-of-factly. Isn't it perfectly natural for me, as a demon, to dislike those angels? What you said makes so much sense, I'm speechless. And so, amidst the noise, today's class came to an end. Ring 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 ring. The moment the bell rang to signal the end of get out of class, the two devils slammed their fists on the table and stood up abruptly. Satania. Understand. The two rushed out of the classroom with lightning speed. Even Vinette, who was also a demon, couldn't see it clearly. By the time she realized what was happening, the two demons had already rushed out of the teaching building. I said. She quickly stood up, grabbed her school bag, and hurriedly ran outside. But a petite and cute girl blocked her way. Huh? Who are you? Looking at the little girl blocking her way, Wynette dealt with her while glancing at the two people who were gradually walking away. The two figures disappeared like wild dogs that had broken free of their reins, never to return. They quickly disappeared from Wynette's sight. Somewhat helpless, Wynette could only look down at the little girl in front of her. So, who are you, student? Humph. Hearing Vinette's words, the petite blue-haired girl smiled slightly, covered her eye patch, and said loudly, Listen, I am the messenger of the evil king's true eye. I am now pursuing that invisible boundary line. Strike an extremely Chuyunibyo pose, Rika Takanashi said loudly. The students who hadn't left the classroom were immediately drawn to it. Many people looked enlightened after seeing Rika Takanashi. Ah, it's her. Not surprising then. It's over. With her hands gesturing in the air, Wynette wore an expression that said, I don't understand, but I'm deeply impressed. This child seems to have some problems? While Vignette was entangled, the other two demons had already arrived at the doorstep of the angel Gabrielle's house. Standing at Gabrielle's door, the two looked at each other in silence. Rorschach's inner monologue. What's this guy looking at me for? Is he planning to back out? Satania's inner monologue. What's this guy looking at me for? Is he planning to back out? At this moment, the two were surprisingly in agreement. One concern is that the other party might change their mind and not kick the door down. Another concern is that the other party might change their mind and prevent them from kicking down the door. Rorschach, we agreed that I would come. Satania subtly moved a few steps toward the door and said nervously, as if worried that Rorschach would steal the opportunity. It's all right, you go ahead. Taking 2 steps back, Rorschach handed the stage over to Satania. Please start your performance. Well, taking a deep breath, Satania lowered her center of gravity slightly and assumed a horse stance. He exhaled, then kicked out while shouting, Gabrielle, I've come to play with you. The door was kicked open, and in the next instant, blinding holy light exploded like a bomb. Satania's consciousness was plunged into darkness by the light. Oh dear, that was really scary. Luo Xia, who had somehow ended up standing on the ground, looked up at the holy light from upstairs while wearing sunglasses and sighed. Chapter 6, Welcome to Heaven, Miss Devil. Ugh. Satania opened her eyes somewhat dazed, feeling as if her memory had gone blank. What just happened? I don't know, my mind is completely blank. I can't remember anything. Satania lay sprawled on the ground, staring blankly at the sky with lifeless eyes. Ah, the sunlight is so dazzling. Squinting slightly, Satania seemed to remember something in a daze. But before she could figure it out, a voice interrupted Satania's thoughts. You're awake. A figure with an indistinct face and a holy light emanating from the back of its head suddenly appeared beside Satania's head. A grand, echoing sound resounded. Just like the scenes in movies where gods descend. You are. Satania, whose mind was still not clear, stared blankly at the figure. This sight reminded Satania of the angels in heaven. That's how those angels always cheat and swindle. Satania thought so. Under the influence of a certain despicable demon, Satania developed a great prejudice against the angels of heaven. However, those angels were indeed quite cunning to Satania. Who I am is not important, what matters is. At this point, the figure paused slightly, then spread his arms and continued. Welcome to heaven, you demon. Upon hearing this, Satania's already confused mind was further clouded by a mixture of bewilderment, incomprehension, disbelief, and panic. To a demon, this is like a normal person hearing you're going to hell. What would it be like if a demon fell into heaven? Satania's mind raced, with various inappropriate images flashing through her mind. Why, let me go back. I don't want to go to heaven. Satania, shouting and yelling, had resistance and panic written all over her face. The expression at this moment can be referenced from a certain blue-haired goddess of wisdom throwing a tantrum. Don't look, I'm talking to you, Aqua? Satania? What are you doing? The familiar voice rang out, and Satania, who had been rolling around on the ground like a salted fish that had just come ashore, stopped his floundering. Looking at that familiar figure, Satania asked blankly, Vina, did you go to heaven too? Huh? What paradise? Satani, are you still asleep? With a puzzled look on her face, Wynette, who was carrying the groceries she had just bought, asked. As soon as she arrived, she saw Satania rolling around on the ground, acting crazy, and muttering something under her breath. The scene was truly appalling. From this angle, Wynette can even see Satania's bare panties. Setting the vegetables aside, Wynette stepped forward to help Satani hold down her skirt. Girls shouldn't do that. Huh? What are you talking about, Vinny? With her head tilted, Satania stared blankly at Vinette in front of her. Isn't this paradise? So where is this place? So, what's going on, Luo Xia? Rorschach. Following Vinette's gaze, Satania saw the guy who had welcomed her to heaven calmly unscrew the halo behind his head. Once the aperture was removed, its true appearance was revealed. It was Rorschach wearing sunglasses. He's probably been knocked senseless by Gabrielle. It's all Gabrielle's fault. Stuff the halo radiating holy light and the sunglasses into the back of your butt, Rorschach said indignantly. Anyone who didn't know better would think this guy was really angry. Gabrielle. The name Gabrielle seemed to trigger a switch, and Satania, whose intelligence had regained its dominance, revealed a thoughtful expression. Her past memories gradually surfaced in her mind. From initially discussing kicking down the door with Rorschach, to going to Gabrielle's house to kick down the door after school. After that, I remember. Squinting slightly, Satania tried hard to recall what happened next. In Satania's memory, she kicked open Gabrielle's door, and then an overwhelming holy light filled her vision. After that, she lost consciousness and couldn't remember anything. Then you were thrown out like trash by the enraged Gabrielle, and even kicked twice. From Mr. Luo, an eyewitness who wished to remain anonymous. That damned Gabrielle. Clenching my fists, Satania said angrily. He had already decided to cause trouble for Gabrielle later. Satania is determined to avenge this. Luo Xia, what was that halo just now? While Satania was secretly plotting revenge, Vinette's attention was focused on something else. That was the halo that Rorschach had been holding. That familiar shape and that familiar holy light reminded Vinette of an angelic halo. But she wasn't entirely sure. After all, it's really too incongruous for this thing to appear in the hands of a demon. It was given to me by a kind angel. Luo Xia said in a very serious tone. What angel would send this thing out? Or should we give it to a demon? Vinette was internally ranting, but in the end she didn't say anything. By the way, why didn't Xiaojia come to school today? Without dwelling on it any longer, Wynette looked upstairs with some concern and asked. Gabrielle was very worried about not going to school today. In Vigna's mind, Gabrielle was a perfect figure. Gentle and beautiful, kind and generous, helpful, serious in work, strict with oneself and lenient with others, etc. Almost any compliment you can think of can be used to praise Gabrielle. Skipping class without a reason, or even not coming to school for several days in a row, would have been something that would have been completely impossible for Gabrielle before. I don't know. Gabrielle seems to be in a particularly bad mood today. Satania and I didn't even go inside. It's best to let her calm down on her own for a while in this situation. Regarding this, Rorschach said he didn't know what had happened. All I know is that Gabrielle is in a bad mood, and I advise Wynette to let Gabrielle calm down for a while. Okay. With a sigh, Wynette said with a hint of helplessness. Although I don't know exactly what happened, it probably wasn't anything serious. No matter what, Xiaojia is the #1 in this generation of heaven. The probability of her getting into trouble in the human world is much smaller than that of a demon going to heaven. I'll go see Xiaojia again tomorrow morning. That's what Wynette thought. Chapter 7, Transfer Student Natsume to Kashi. The next morning, a worried-looking Wynette stood at Gabrielle's door. A demon, watching the show, followed behind. Are you sure you don't need my help, Vinny? With a sincere expression, Rorschach asked. Luo Xia, you'd better leave quickly. If you go in, you'll definitely start a fight with Xiaojia. Vinette said to Rorschach behind her in an annoyed tone. Wynette can assure you that Rorschach is here purely to watch the show. If Rorschach were to go in, things would definitely become even more complicated and chaotic. Past events have proven this. Okay, then I'll be going. Luo Xia casually spread his hands. After saying that, he turned and left. According to the requirements of the underworld, demons come to the human world to better observe humanity in order to plan for future development. Therefore, it is necessary to study hard. Rorschach had actually thought that he could get a high rating if he did bad things. What would happen if he went against the demands of the underworld? Is it possible to get a high rating? Luo Xia had thought about this many times, but had never put it into practice. We should wait until he has saved up the money for a while longer before making any decisions. With a sigh, Wynette pushed open the door to Gabrielle's house. Don't ask her why she has a key. The answer is the power of the devil. The room was dimly lit, with only the light from the computer screen. Large and small bags of trash were not sorted at all, they were haphazardly packed into garbage bags and thrown aside. Although it didn't have any strange smell, it did look quite eye-catching. And it doesn't look like an angel's room at all. Please, give me some treatment. Gabrielle, completely unaware of Vinette's presence, remained engrossed in the game. He kept complaining about how unhelpful his teammates were. Seeing Gabrielle's dejected appearance, Wynette suddenly felt a surge of anger. A crimson trident appeared in Wynette's hand, and she plunged it in fiercely. The data cable connected to the laptop was easily cut. Wow! Seeing the pop-up notification on her computer, Gabrielle froze for a second before letting out a wail. What are you doing, Vinny? Turning her head, Gabrielle complained to the demon behind her. For the first time since they met, Gabrielle felt that this guy was such a devil. You are the one who is doing what? With the trident in her hand gone, Wynette looked at Gabrielle with a helpless expression and asked. Seeing Gabrielle's current appearance, Wynette felt as if something inside her had been shattered. That was probably her fond impression of Gabrielle. Shifting our focus to the other side, Luo Xia, after saying goodbye to Wynette, embarked on his journey to school alone. Looks like we'll be witnessing a famous scene from a fallen angel today. Stroking his chin, Rorschach said thoughtfully. As for what famous scene it is, That was naturally the panties of someone who went to school in place of an angel. Hello. Just as Rorschach was contemplating whether to use the panties to threaten a certain fallen angel, a weak-sounding male voice rang out. Turning his head, he saw a gentle-looking boy looking at him somewhat shyly. The boy in front of me had a very handsome face and a head of golden brown hair. Its pupils are brown, somewhat resembling a cat's eyes, which is a very rare type. For some reason, it's easy to make a good impression at first glance. But for some reason, the boy seemed somewhat introverted. Logically speaking, a boy with this kind of temperament should have many good friends around him. The seemingly contradictory qualities of loneliness and gentleness are perfectly blended in this young man. Hello, may I ask? Luo Xia looked at the boy in front of him with some confusion. I have a strange sense of déjà vu about this. My name is Takashi Natsume. Are you a student at Tenbu High School? Natsume Shiki bent down slightly and asked. I'm a transfer student to Tianmu High School today, and I'm a little lost. Takashi Natsume said with some embarrassment. If he weren't truly lost, given Takashi Natsume's personality, he probably wouldn't have rashly approached a stranger to strike up a conversation. Although Takashi Natsume is not the type of person who is bad at communicating with others. However, for some reason, Takashi Natsume was reluctant to get involved with other people and tried to keep his distance from them as much as possible. Over time, Takashi Natsume gradually became less willing to communicate with others. Even when there is occasional interaction, the conversation ends very quickly after just a few words. Oh, okay, I'll take you there. Upon hearing the name Natsume Shiki, Rorschach's long-buried memories were awakened. This name was very famous in Rorschach's time. Rorschach himself also had a great fondness for Takashi Natsume, this gentle young man. Thank you. With a gentle smile on his face, Takashi Natsume politely expressed his gratitude. Takashi Natsume held this attitude towards everyone. Gentle and polite. They seem very easy to get along with, but are actually extremely difficult to approach. Beneath her gentle exterior lies a resolute determination to keep people at arm's length. You can easily strike up a conversation with Takashi Natsume and have a dialogue with him, but it's difficult for you to truly become his friend. There exists an invisible and intangible, yet real, thick barrier between those who can be seen and those who cannot. Gentle and lonely people are always perceptive and sensitive. The two chatted casually on the way. Why did you choose to transfer schools at this time? It has been a while since school started. I've already gotten to know most of my classmates, so normally I wouldn't choose to transfer schools at this point. Because my family moved. Takashi Natsume said somewhat vaguely. The reason is that the Fujiwara couple, who adopted Takashi Natsume, live here. That's it. Rorschach nodded in response. Although Rorschach couldn't quite grasp the plot of Natsume's Book of Friends for the time being, he could sense the perfunctory tone in Natsume Takashi's words. That's true, who would open their heart to a stranger on the first meeting? Such a person is either an idiot or has ulterior motives. Thank you very much, Luo Xia. Standing at the entrance of Tenbu High School, Takashi Natsume once again expressed his gratitude. You're welcome. I'm from Class A in the first year. You can come to me if you need anything, Luo Xia said with a smile. This can be considered a return gift for the touching moments that Takashi Natsume brought me back then. Upon hearing Luo Xia's words, Natsume Takashi's eyes widened in surprise. What a coincidence? I didn't expect you to be in this class, Natsume-san. Standing at the classroom door, Luo Xia said with some surprise, and casually opened the classroom door. What a coincidence? I didn't expect this either. Takashi Natsume responded with a smile. The next second, his eyes widened slightly, as if he had seen something incredibly unbelievable. Chapter 8 My name is Natsume Takashi, nice to meet you. Takashi Natsume, male, 16 years old, an ordinary high school student. Well, it's not actually that ordinary. In fact, Takashi Natsume has been able to see spirits since he was very young. Moreover, I recently received a book of friends from my hometown. In short, it is said that Natsume Takashi's grandmother, Natsume Raiko, gained the recognition of the yokai through force and other means, and then wrote her name in the Book of Friends. If Natsume Raiko needs them, she will summon them through the Book of Friends. However, in reality, most of the yokai were never summoned until Raiko Natsume passed away. Some monsters even began to resent Natsume Raiko because of this. Getting back to the main topic, Takashi Natsume was recently adopted. The Fujiwara couple who adopted him were very kind, and Takashi Natsume was very happy. Afterwards, Takashi Natsume came to the city with the Fujiwara couple. After completing the transfer procedures, Takashi Natsume suddenly felt a sense of relief. It felt like all those unhappy days were finally over. Although Takashi Natsume is a very gentle person, he is also understanding towards those who misunderstand him. But this doesn't mean he doesn't feel any sadness at all. To be honest, Natsume Takashi was quite nervous when he came to school today. Unlike before, he might spend his entire high school years here. What kind of person is my classmate? What kind of person is a teacher? What will this city be like? Are the people around you easy to get along with? He doesn't know any of this. To make matters worse, he got lost. Fortunately, I met a classmate who was very easy to talk to. To his surprise, Takashi Natsume later discovered that this boy named Rorschach was in the same class as him. To be honest, I'm very happy. This happy feeling lasted until Rorschach opened the classroom door. A tidy classroom, bright windows, and a gentle breeze blowing through the curtains at the window. In a daze, it seemed as if holy light shone. Wait a minute. It doesn't seem like a daze, is it really nothing? Natsume Takashi stared in disbelief as the panties, bathed in holy light, slowly descended to the desk in the back corner of the classroom. My heart was filled with confusion and bewilderment. What's going on? Takashi Natsume said he couldn't understand it. What he saw before him was beyond everything he had learned in the past 10 years. Although monsters are a very unscientific concept, but the fact that panties were bathed in holy light is no longer a question of unscientific nature. Forgive Natsume Takashi for being at a loss for words. He really didn't know how to describe it. Luoxia. Looking at Luoxia beside him, Takashi Natsume had a look of utter disbelief on his face. But to his surprise, Rorschach showed no surprise at all, as if he had expected it all along. Could this have been predicted? Oh, this one. Luoxia glanced at the group of boys who were frantically making wishes and worshipping the panties, and casually said, "This is a welcome ceremony for the new students. There's no need to be surprised." In that instant, Takashi Natsume felt a mixture of confusion, bewilderment, and a sense of wanting to escape. This is not the new life he imagined. This is not the new life he wanted. After a long silence, Takashi Natsume let out a long sigh. It was as if they had resigned themselves to their fate. I have a feeling that my high school life is going to be terrible. What exactly is this? Staring blankly at the panties on Gabrielle's desk, Wynette's eyes glazed over. Gabrielle's image in her mind is almost gone. Well, Natsume, you should go find the teacher first. See you later. As a transfer student, Takashi Natsume needs to go to the teacher to register before he can come to the class and meet his classmates. Okay, see you later, Luoxia. With a stiff nod, Takashi Natsume left the classroom that had shattered his beautiful illusions. From that moment on, Takashi Natsume vaguely realized that his future high school life might not be what he had imagined. So what exactly is going on with Gabrielle? After putting his backpack in his seat, Luoxia looked at the stunned Wynette and asked, "If nothing unexpected happens, that angel has fallen. But I should at least ask." Compared to the previous holy angel, Rorschach would much rather face a lazy, cute angel who spends all his time playing video games and staying at home. Xiaojia, she. After hesitating for 2 seconds, Wynette told Rorschach about Gabrielle's situation. Since they all know each other, there's no need to hide it. After giving a brief description of Gabrielle's situation, Wynette let out a long sigh. To be honest, she didn't really want to see Gabrielle like this. But being gentle by nature, she found it difficult to be ruthless enough to make Gabrielle change. Because Gabrielle looks very happy. That's it. Nodding, Luoxia said thoughtfully. Now that the angel has become addicted to the game, the previous plan can begin. Time passed as the two chatted idly. Then the school bell rang, and a bald, sunglasses-wearing teacher who looked quite intimidating walked in. "Everyone, please be quiet. A new student will be transferring to our class today." The bald teacher cleared his throat and said. After he finished speaking, a commotion broke out in the classroom. Transfer students are always a major attraction, no matter when or where. Furthermore, due to numerous film and television works, many people have fond fantasies about the existence of transfer students. "Come in, Natsume-kun." Okay. The classroom door was opened, and Takashi Natsume, dressed in his school uniform, walked in. Picking up a piece of chalk, Natsume Shiki wrote his name on the blackboard, then turned to look at his classmates. After taking a slight breath, he smiled and said, "My name is Takashi Natsume. Nice to meet you." After speaking, he bowed slightly. His rather long hair fell down with his movements. As soon as he finished speaking, enthusiastic applause erupted in the classroom. Although there was a slight mishap at the beginning. But Takashi Natsume doesn't dislike this class. Chapter 9, a genuine demon mixed in with a Chuyunibyo, a Japanese person with a teenage mentality. While Natsume Shiki was introducing himself, the certain useless angel had already fallen into an awkward state of social death. In the dimly lit room, Gabrielle, wrapped in a blanket, tried to clear her mind and stop thinking about what she had done earlier. But the more I try not to think about it, the clearer the memory of that event becomes. After a moment of silence, Gabrielle suddenly let out a wail. I was rolling around in bed, completely frantic. After a period of frantic activity, I calmed down and lay limply on the bed like a dehydrated salted fish. After a brief silence, Gabrielle went berserk again. And so, Gabrielle alternated between a state of madness and a state of slacking off. After a while, Gabrielle calmed down a little. Because I hadn't used the swift step technique for too long, my proficiency had decreased, and when I used it again, I accidentally teleported my panties out. This incident will most likely become a stain on Gabrielle's reputation for the rest of her life. Ding dong. Just as Gabrielle was staring blankly at the ceiling, the sound of a phone message pulled her back to reality. When she picked up her phone, a contact name that really annoyed Gabrielle caught her eye. A demon with a screw loose. Tisk. Upon seeing this note, Gabrielle's delicate face instantly turned displeased. This expression created a stark contrast with Gabrielle's gentle and lovely appearance. It's like a young and beautiful girl whose hobbies include horse racing and pachinko. Back to the topic. Although she was very annoyed, Gabrielle still opened the message sent by Rorschach. A picture came into Gabrielle's view. That was Rorschach's selfie. That's not important. What's important is that the background of this jerk's selfie is her panties on her desktop. What is a surprise? Crack. Several blue veins suddenly appeared on the back of Gabrielle's delicate little hand, and an extremely crooked smile appeared on her face. What is a surprise? The surprise is that I'm going to kill you, you bastard. Gabrielle threw her phone onto the blanket and angrily kicked open her front door, ready to go offline and gank that damned Rorschach. However, as soon as I stepped outside, a cool breeze blew in. Feeling a slight chill, Gabrielle instinctively squeezed her legs together. A long silence followed. Forget it, let's just wait for that jerk to get out of school. A cool breeze blew, extinguishing the flames of anger in Gabrielle's heart. It calmed her down a bit. Forget it, let's spare his life. Gabrielle closed the door and silently crawled into bed. In this world where people are indifferent and materialism is rampant, only the crabapple, only this bed can offer Gabrielle a little warmth. Luoxia, what are you doing? Wynette peered curiously at Rorschach, who was holding his phone, and asked him a question. Although it's not nice to say it like this, Wynette knows that Rorschach doesn't have many friends. Besides her, Satani, and Gabrielle, there seem to be very few other contacts on my phone. I just sent a message to Gabrielle to comfort her, hoping she won't become withdrawn because of this. Luoxia put away his phone and said in a serious tone. Well, it wasn't exactly a proper way to offer comfort, but at least it helped Gabrielle out of her withdrawn state. Although he was in a state of rage. If it weren't for a gust of wind, Gabrielle would probably have already brought her head to meet us. He was holding Rorschach's head. Cough cough, it's really scary to think about. Let's not talk about that now, Vinny. With a subtle glance at the doorway, Rorschach asked Wynette with a complicated expression. What's the deal with that person at the door? At the classroom door, a girl wearing an eye patch was looking at Rorschach and Wynette with sparkling eyes. This familiar hairstyle and a hogue, cowlick, if I remember correctly, this child should be Rika Takanashi, a teenage girl with Chuyunibyo, middle school syndrome. This. Slightly embarrassed, Wynette scratched her cheek and began to explain. Simply put, Rika Takanashi overheard their previous conversation. For example, demons, the demon realm, angels, and so on. So the girl mistook them for fellow sufferers of Chuyunibyo, middle school syndrome, and set her sights on Vigna. This lonely girl longs for companionship. The gentle-natured Wynette couldn't bear to refuse the child whose eyes sparkled with nervousness and longing. On the other hand, he was in a hurry to stop Rorschach from kicking down the door with Satania, and hastily agreed to become Takanashi Rika's playmate. Of course, that's what Wynette said. According to Rika Takanashi, demon of black flames, join me on that thorny path to find the invisible realm. That's probably what it looks like. In short, Rika Takanashi has come to regard Rorschach and the others as her own kind. I didn't agree to that. Luoxia pouted and said with some dissatisfaction. Although Rika Takanashi, with her Chuyunibyo, middle school syndrome, tendencies, is adorable, it feels a bit strange to suddenly be treated like one of her own kind. There's a feeling I can't quite describe. I'm a real devil, not some Chuyunibyo, middle school syndrome, sufferer. Besides, Satania might not even agree. Ha 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 ha, listen up, I am the one and only king of the future demon realm. The absolute ruler? Kuromizawa Satania Makwell. Before Luoxia could finish speaking, a burst of unrestrained laughter came from the doorway. Turning my head, I saw that Satania, that idiot demon, had somehow started talking to Rika Takanashi. He then struck an extremely exaggerated pose and introduced himself with a maniacal laugh. Never mind, forget I said anything. The fist placed on the table clenched and unclenched repeatedly. In the end, it all turned into a powerless sigh. This idiotic demon. Clenching his fists, Rorschach walked behind Satania, silently raised his hand, and then, bang 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 bang. One sharp rap after another landed on Satania's little head, as Rorschach muttered to himself. I've already told you, just give up, that position can only be mine. Cricket Satania should just stay put. Bad boy, bad boy, bad boy, Rorschach. Don't hit me on the head, it will make me stupid. Satania protested as her head was forced to output damage, but to no avail. Oh, that's it. A sworn enemy vying for the throne of the Demon King of Hell. Seeing this, Rika Takanashi felt a sudden burst of inspiration. I'll refine the settings a bit more when I get home tonight. Chapter 10, Attempting to Corrupt Wynette. Hello everyone, my name is Takashi Natsume, and I am currently a first-year student in Class A at Tenbu High School. Due to some special reasons, I have never gotten along very well with the people around me, because I can see monsters. Today is my first day at Tianmu High School. Despite some unexpected events, Takashi Natsume was generally very satisfied with the place. And you even made a friend? I guess we could be considered friends? Takashi Natsume thought to himself with some uncertainty. To be honest, he hasn't made any friends in so long that he's completely forgotten what normal friendship should be like. Raiko's grandmother, who created the Book of Friends, must have felt the same way. Because he didn't know how to make friends with people, he simply made friends with monsters. This can be considered a last resort, right? Thinking this, Takashi Natsume's gaze unconsciously drifted to Rorschach. For some reason, the boy in front of him gave Natsume Takashi a very special feeling. It's like, the other person is trustworthy. Takashi Natsume, who originally didn't intend to make friends, found himself unconsciously trusting the other person. If Rorschach could hear Takashi Natsume's inner thoughts, he would probably offer the following explanation. Because demons need to tempt humans. To seduce humans, we need to make them believe in us and develop a favorable impression of us. So you'll find that those who are good looking and can seduce you are basically succubi or something similar. As for the true gods, they don't care about humans, so they naturally let themselves grow as they please. Except for the last sentence, the rest is mostly the truth. Therefore, compared to angels, demons often evoke more positive feelings. You agree, right, Gabrielle? With his chin resting on one hand, Takashi Natsume gazed out the window. Unlike China, in Japan, an academic year is divided into 3 semesters. The first semester runs from April to July. This is the perfect time to see the cherry blossoms in full bloom. Although it's the end of their spectacular season, they are still incredibly beautiful. A gentle breeze stirred the strands of hair on Natsume Takashi's forehead. Unconsciously, a smile appeared on Takashi Natsume's lips. This scene was captured by many girls in the class, causing a small commotion. The new guy who transferred here today is so handsome. Yes, she has a very special kind of charm. In a corner of the classroom, a girl with her hands tucked into her sleeves teased her companion, saying, "Hori, look, that boy seems really special." Which one? Hori Kyoko, who was thinking about going to the supermarket to shop after school today, looked up at Yoshikawa Yuki with a blank expression. My gaze inadvertently swept over Miyamura Izumi, lingering for a couple of seconds for some reason. Just then, Izumi Miyamura also looked up, and their eyes met in the air. Then it was moved away very naturally. To them now, the other person is just a stranger in the same class. Miyamura, have you taken a liking to that girl? Do you need my help? Luoxia hooked his arm around Miyamura Izumi's neck and raised an eyebrow. His words were full of teasing about Izumi Miyamura. I can't do it, Luoxia. Waving her hands, Miyamura Izumi said somewhat flusteredly. In Miyamura Izumi's view, a dazzling girl like Hori Kyoko had nothing to do with her. The only connection they had was that they were in the same class. We probably won't have much contact in the future. Why not? Be more confident, Miyamura. Show your other side. Slightly tightening his grip, Luoxia spoke in a tone of disappointment and frustration. He knew about another side of Miyamura Izumi. 8 ear piercings and 1 lip piercing. He has black tattoos on his arms and shoulders. Luoxia once suspected that this guy might have a lip piercing or something. Can we not talk about this anymore? Upon hearing Luoxia's words, Miyamura Izumi's lips twitched slightly. If he had to say what he regretted most in his life, it would be that he was recognized by Rorschach when he went shopping in a different outfit. After recognizing her, this bastard took out his phone and started snapping photos indiscriminately, claiming it was to record the most beautiful moments of Miyamura. Under Miyamura Izumi's persistent nagging, Luoxia readily deleted the photos from his phone. At first, Izumi Miyamura was a little confused. Later, Rorschach pulled out a photo album. Look at Miyamura, this is a custom-made photo from the photo studio. The album shows a different side of Miyamura Izumi, from various angles. I must say, he's quite handsome. But for Izumi Miyamura, this was like being publicly executed. Luoxia. During the lunch break, Wynette awkwardly approached Rorschach. He seemed to have something on his mind. What's wrong, Vina? It's the one you mentioned before. Seeing Wynette's hesitant manner, Rorschach suddenly realized something. You're the one who said before that you wanted me to teach you how to do bad things, right? Keep your voice down. With her face flushed, Wynette covered Rorschach's mouth, feeling her conscience being tormented. She wouldn't have come to Luoxia if she hadn't been shocked to discover that her living expenses were running low, and that she would earn even less each month. Then just do what I did. After hearing Wynette's explanation, Rorschach very naturally pulled out a stack of sandpaper from behind his back. For some reason, Wynette felt that the stack of sandpaper looked familiar. It looks like something Rorschach bought on the way. Although it's a replica, it's still an act of extreme evil. This way, Wynette will have her living expenses covered next month. After this job, I'll turn over a new leaf.jpg. This is going too far. Staring in astonishment at the sandpaper in Rorschach's hand, Wynette's finger trembled as she pointed at him. This behavior is absolutely wicked. And where did you even get that sandpaper from? No. She shook her head vigorously, saying that she simply couldn't accept it. This was far too shocking for Wynette, such a kind-hearted child. Then let's try something simpler. Slightly disappointed, Rorschach put away the sandpaper and pulled a can of beer from behind his back, handing it to Wynette. Give. In Japan, minors are prohibited from drinking alcohol, and shop owners who sell alcohol to minors are subject to punishment. The maximum penalty seems to be 50 yen. Rorschach wasn't entirely clear on the specifics. However, it's fine as long as you know what you shouldn't do. This is. Looking at the wine in her hand, Wynette's mind went blank for a moment once again. Chapter 11, So-Called Exorcism Tools. A boy who can see demons. On the rooftop, Yatsuya Maiko looked at Rorschach beside her with some curiosity and asked, while chatting with Luoxia just now, I accidentally learned that a boy who can see monsters had transferred to his class. This piqued Yatsuya Maiko's curiosity. If the other person can see monsters, they should be able to see ghosts too, right? For Yatsuya Maiko, people who can see yokai are like her own kind. She has one by her side now. However, the other party's ability to exorcise ghosts so easily made it difficult for her to regard him as one of her own. Just like Rorschach never wanted to admit that Satania, that fool, was one of his own kind. What a disgrace to the devil? Yes, the other party inherited their power from their grandmother. His grandmother could see monsters and had great power. She defeated a group of monsters with her own fists and even compiled the names of her defeated enemies into a book of friends. The Book of Friends. Yatsuya Maiko listened to Rorschach's explanation with some doubt. She could understand compiling the names of her defeated opponents into a book, but why name it the Book of Friends? Based on Rorschach's ambiguous words, Yatsuya Maiko came to think that Natsume Raiko had a very bad relationship with the yokai. There was a sage named Confucius in the spring and autumn period next door who spread the idea of benevolence and virtue by relying on his own strong strength. Those who didn't obey were beaten up and then obeyed. Similarly, those unfriendly guys become friendly after being beaten up. Luo Xia was spouting nonsense with a straight face. The innocent little head was completely bewildered. Kong Wu, the martial saint. What Confucius, the martial saint, and the idea of spreading benevolence through force? What is this and what? Yes, it is like that. With a wave of her hand, a light screen appeared in front of Yatsuya Maiko. The image shown above is of Hanma Kongjiro, widely circulated among users on Taiba, a Chinese online forum. His eyes were wide open like copper bells, and his beard and mane were as wild as a lion's. His robust body was sculpted with muscles that had been honed through countless hours of training. A fist the size of a sandbag was held in front of him, as if it would be thrown at any moment. Just one glance at it can send chills down your spine and make you tremble. To describe it in 4 words, it would be utterly terrifying. What? The little head is filled with big doubts. Is this the legendary martial saint Confucius? Looking at the muscular figure on the screen, Yatsuya Maiko fell silent. She believed in even the god of war, let alone the martial saint. It's unbelievable that such a person would want to spread benevolence and virtue. Forget it, I won't say anything more. Because of Rorschach, Yatsuya Maiko's impression of Natsume Raiko was also slightly distorted. It's basically like replacing Hanma Kongjiro's face with the face of a girl with a face full of fat. Then add women's clothing. This is even scarier now. In fact, Raiko Natsume was a great beauty when she was young. She was in that stage between naivete and maturity when she was collecting the names of the yokai in the Book of Friends. She possesses both the mischievousness and energy of a young girl and the maturity and rationality of a mature woman. These two elements blend together perfectly, creating the unique Natsume Raiko. Completely hit Rorschach's good zone. To be honest, Luo Xia was a little disappointed that he had arrived late. Gee tut. By the way, can that guy named Natsume Takashi see ghosts too? Quickly banishing the strange images from her mind, Yatsuya Maiko looked at Rorschach with some curiosity and asked. Of course it is possible. Holding his head, Rorschach said nonchalantly. Although those monsters never admit it, in my opinion, monsters and ghosts are actually the same kind of creatures to some extent. Even though there are differences, the essential differences are not that significant. Regardless of what others think, that's how Rorschach understands it. Just like termites and army ants are very different, but they are both called ants. Will he be harassed by ghosts? Yatsuya Maiko rested her chin on her hands and asked with some curiosity. Yes, but for someone who has been harassed by monsters since childhood, ghosts are really nothing special. In addition to the spiritual power within him and some other special reasons, most demons are not willing to get close to Takashi Natsume. Perhaps due to Natsume Raiko's blessings and protection for her descendants who shared similar circumstances, most mindless demons kept their distance from Natsume Takashi. Even some powerful yokai are reluctant to get close to Natsume Takashi. By now, Takashi Natsume should have obtained the Book of Friends and also met that cat teacher who likes to drink. With Nyanko-sensei around, most ghosts and monsters are unable to harm Natsume Takashi. Okay. Nodding, Yatsuya Maiko responded thoughtfully. She wasn't particularly envious of Natsume Takashi's constitution, which made him disliked by demons. In fact, she felt a little sorry for him. She only saw ghosts for a short time before she broke down. It's hard to imagine what kind of life Takashi Natsume, who could see monsters and ghosts since childhood, had lived before. Come to think of it, I've hardly ever seen any monsters. That's normal. Those monsters mostly stay in the wild, and the heavy human presence in the city makes them uncomfortable. Legend has it that monsters can drain the life force of humans. However, the anger generated by a large number of humans gathering together can also affect yokai. The two chatted for a while before getting ready to go back to class. After all, they are students now. By the way, Luo Xia, can I buy exorcism items from you? I'll pay for it. As if she had thought of something, Maiko Yatsuya suddenly spoke. Although she didn't have much pocket money, she could barely afford to buy some exorcism items. Instead of spending money on expensive items that are uncertain to be useful, it's better to find someone who is truly capable. Furthermore, the fact that Rorschach was a classmate of Yatsuya Maiko naturally made them closer. Exorcism tools? That's not something demons excel at. Stroking his chin, Rorschach muttered to himself with some distress. He knew how to attract ghosts, but how to exorcise them. He didn't take this course when he was studying in the demon realm. Yatsuya Maiko looked at Rorschach nervously, completely unaware of the devilish undertone in his words. It's also possible that they noticed it but didn't take it to heart. After all, Rorschach never deliberately tried to hide this from the beginning. Correct. With a slap of his hand, Luo Xia seemed to remember something, and his eyes lit up. In a physical sense. Aha. Yatsuya Maiko looked at Luo Xia expectantly, anticipating what kind of demon-slaying tools he would pull out. How about angel panties that have been bathed in holy light? When I type a question mark, it doesn't mean I have a problem. Rather, I think you have a problem. Chapter 12, Shrine and Nyanko-sensei. After some hesitation, Yatsuya Maiko rejected Rorschach's proposal. Although she was really tempted. After all, according to Rorschach, this thing came from the #1 student of this year's Celestial Angel Academy. Even considering the entire history of the celestial realm, they are an exceptional existence. To be honest, Yatsuya Maiko was smitten. Moreover, after Rorschach's persuasive words, Yatsuya Maiko's resistance to the strange medium of underwear lessened considerably. Pants? What's wrong with that? With his arms crossed, Rorschach asked in confusion. Many powerful exorcism items actually have rather subtle carriers in their contents. Like the famous Shroud of the Dead, which is the Shroud of Burial, and holy water and stuff. It's really just so-so. When the topic of holy water came up, Luo Xia's eyes seemed to wander for some reason. It was as if she had remembered something she didn't want to recall. Looking at it this way, the panties aren't actually that outrageous, are they? What you said makes so much sense that I'm speechless. I'm even a little tempted. After some struggle, Yatsuya Maiko gave up on this very tempting idea. It wasn't because of her strong will. Rather, it was because she sensed a threat from the depths of her being. It was as if something terrible would happen if Rorschach agreed to his proposal. Moreover, Rorschach never revealed where this so-called angel panties, bathed in holy light, came from. Then take into account the other party's identity as a demon. Yatsuya Maiko has reason to suspect that this was stolen goods obtained by Rorschach through improper means. If I were to foolishly agree, the consequences would definitely be dire. A certain despicable demon, it's nothing, I'll just be chased by an enraged angel. Nobody'll die, at most my panties will be ripped off. Well, what a shame. Shrug, Rorschach didn't press the matter. After chatting for a few more minutes, the two returned to their respective classrooms. On the way, he also helped Yatsuya Maiko kill a ghost that crawled out of the toilet. Judging from the unwilling look on the other person's face before death, he probably hadn't eaten enough. Speaking of which, Luo Xia, I've heard of a shrine that's really effective at granting wishes, do you know it? Before parting ways, Yatsuya Maiko seemed to remember something and turned to Rorschach to ask. She had been frantically searching for information about exorcism and spirit removal, hoping to gain some power to protect herself. The shrine that is said to have a high success rate for granting wishes stands out among a sea of dubious information. If she hadn't met Rorschach, Yatsuya Maiko would probably have already tried to go to that shrine by now. A shrine? Never heard of it. Scratching his head, Luo Xia tried hard to recall his memories. Those angels from heaven are out of the question. If they were to come, they wouldn't go to a shrine but to a church. Although there are very few churches here in Japan. It must be a deity from Japan, right? Although Japan is not a large country, it is said to have 8 million gods. Even plants, trees, metals, and stones that have become sentient can claim to be gods. This level of moisture is unusually high. Therefore, the deities enshrined in some shrines in Japan are often nothing more than monsters or yokai, supernatural beings. Forget about blessing you, it would be a good thing if you weren't eaten alive. I'll go take a look when I have time. After saying that, Luo Xia quickly walked back to the classroom. Class was about to start. He didn't want to face the bald teacher's death stare. That feeling was absolutely awful. Goodbye. With a wave, Maiko Yatsuya returned to the classroom with light steps. The time when Yatsuya Maiko was at school was a relatively peaceful period for her. Because there are really very few ghosts in schools. It must be related to Rorschach. Yatsuya Maiko thought so. In fact, the fact that there were few ghosts in the school wasn't just because of Rorschach. Vinette, Satania, Gabrielle, and that scumbag angel from the next class all contributed. At the beginning, thanks to the efforts of Holy Light Gabrielle, the school was once free of ghosts. But recently that guy has fallen into depravity, and a few more ghosts have slowly gathered at the school. Unlike Gabrielle, Rorschach, and Wynette did not actively try to kill the evil spirits. Basically, they kill if they see it, and if they don't see it, they don't see it. Rorschach, where did you go just now? Satania, who had just noticed Rorschach's disappearance, looked at him with some curiosity. I always feel like this guy is busy all the time. I offered some guidance to the lost girl. Luo Xia said in a muffled tone. What kind of ambiguous statement is that? Satania looked at Rorschach with some wariness. Although this girl usually acts like someone who has had a stroke for 10 years, she still has the self-awareness of a girl when it comes to these things. After all, she is Satania, not Aqua. So, who is Aqua? Why did this thought come to my mind? Scratching her head, Satania's little brain was filled with big questions. Time passed slowly, and soon the afternoon classes were over. With his little schoolbag in hand, Luo Xia prepared to go home. He belonged to the going home after school group and had no interest in those messy clubs. These groups are mostly a celebration for a few people who are currently active in the community and a group of people who are just watching from the sidelines. Rorschach stated that he had no interest in this matter. Neither being a popular person nor being a background character is what he wants. His goal is the stars and the sea, cough cough. His goal is to become the lord of the demon realm. I'm talking to Rorschach. As Rorschach stood up from his seat, Wynette prepared to call him back. However, this guy moved very quickly and didn't give Wynette a chance. He ran out immediately. Woo. With puffed-out cheeks, the little devil Vinette looked displeased at Rorschach's retreating figure. Just as she was about to chase after him, a familiar figure blocked her way. Daughter of the Dark Magician. With her ahogue, cowlick, spinning excitedly, Rika Takanashi looked at Vinette with shining eyes. This familiar scene, this familiar girl. Finally, Wynette let out a long sigh. What can I do? Play with this child. When spending time with Rika Takanashi, Wynette always treats her like a child who needs to be taken care of. In fact, this is indeed the case. Luo Xia had only taken a few steps out of the school gate when Natsume Takashi followed him out. Like Rorschach, Takashi Natsume didn't like the atmosphere of the club. He never intended to join the club from the beginning. Natsume. As soon as I stepped out of the school gate, a familiar voice rang out. When Natsume Takashi raised his head, he was shocked to find that his vision was filled with white. With a smack, a bloated calico cat slapped Natsume Takashi across the face. Like a salted fish that has come ashore. I remember, it was called Ban. Looking at the adorable calico cat, Luo Xia said thoughtfully. A high-ranking yokai who is close to being a god should know something about that so-called shrine. Chapter 13, Gabrielle. I've brought you your panties? A boy with a faint smile on his face walked down the street, holding a calico cat in his arms. The last rays of the setting sun cascaded down on the boy's shoulders. The calico cat in his arms yawned lazily, while the boy muttered something to himself. Passers-by who witnessed this scene all smiled knowingly. For some reason, the boy in front of me seemed to possess a peculiar power that could calm people down. By the way, Natsume, are you familiar with that boy at the school gate? Licking its paws, Nyanko-sensei looked up at Takashi Natsume and asked. Before leaving, Rorschach and Takashi Natsume had a few words exchanged. At that time, Nyanko-sensei just watched quietly without saying a word. Ah, Nyanko-sensei, do you mean Rorschach? Takashi Natsume looked at the calico cat in his arms with some confusion, not quite understanding why the other person was mentioned. Could it be that? As if he had thought of something bad, Takashi Natsume immediately tensed up. Although Nyanko-sensei is someone I find very approachable, I also have a special relationship with Nyanko-sensei. But in reality, in Nyanko-sensei's, or rather, in Madara's, eyes, most humans are nothing more than roadside insects. A short life, a weak body. The only things Nyanko-sensei could think of besides the other person having special abilities were that they were being haunted by a yokai. The thought of this possibility made Takashi Natsume feel somewhat anxious. Because he was frequently harassed and attacked by monsters when he was a child, Takashi Natsume was able to better understand how terrible and painful that feeling was. Although the other person was someone I had only known for a day and could hardly be considered a friend. But that's Natsume Takashi. A boy with a bleak childhood but still gentle. Relax, relax. With his chubby little paws gently stroking Natsume Takashi's chest, Madara began to explain. If I'm not mistaken, that boy should be a demon. When talking about this character who appears as a villain in many film and television works, Nyanko-sensei showed no nervousness whatsoever. As an old monster who has lived for countless years, Nyanko-sensei has seen several demons who came to the human world to experience life. How to say? They're easy to fool, crossed out. They're all pretty good devils. It feels a bit strange to describe a demon as pretty good. Huh? A demon? Natsume Takashi's eyes widened involuntarily as he looked at the cat teacher in his arms with disbelief. But things quickly calmed down. For Takashi Natsume, who could see yokai and demons from a young age, the existence of demons in the world was not a particularly novel thing. Takashi Natsume calmly accepted the fact that his classmate was a demon. If there are demons, then are there angels too? Of course, but those angels aren't exactly good people. Adjusting her posture, Nyanko-sensei recalled past memories. For long-lived monsters, reminiscing about the past is a great way to pass the time. Because their lives are so long, they have enough to remember. Angel. Natsume Takashi hugged the cat teacher in his arms slightly, his expression somewhat dazed. When he was young, he prayed to God and angels countless times. But the miracle never happened. Whether it was when I was attacked by a monster or when my parents passed away. Although Takashi Natsume knew that God had not responded to his obligations and duties, he was still somewhat saddened. With a sigh, Takashi Natsume stopped dwelling on the matter. So much time has passed, it's pointless to say anything now. I see. Without asking why, Takashi Natsume knew that Nyanko-sensei wouldn't lie to him about these things. Takashi Natsume didn't have any ill feelings towards angels, but he also didn't have much affection for them. Ultimately, he was just a teenager. It is impossible to completely ignore the suffering one has endured. Meanwhile, a certain demon was standing at the door of Gabrielle's house. As a kind-hearted demon, he naturally rushed to help his classmate after the incident of social death. Okay, I rushed over to comfort him as soon as school was over. Although it's more likely to be mockery than consolation. Gabrielle, Gabrielle. Rorschach knocked on the door, calling Gabrielle's name. But there was no sound from inside the room, as if no one was there. If Rorschach hadn't sensed the atmosphere in the room, he would have truly believed it. In the dimly lit room, Gabrielle, wrapped in a blanket, stirred slightly upon hearing the noise outside the door before returning to stillness. She doesn't want to see anyone right now. I just want to stay quietly by myself and be a lazy bum. Escape this damn world. However, there are some things you can't simply avoid facing. The damned demon outside the door was still shouting, and it seemed to be getting louder and louder. Gabrielle, are you there? It's me, Rorschach. Your good friend. Who are your good friends? Gabrielle muttered to herself. Gabrielle still didn't intend to pay any attention to this guy. He should leave on his own in a while. I left your panties with me, I've brought them to you. Boom. Before he could finish speaking, a dazzling holy light burst forth from the crack in the door, then blew the entire door away. You damned demon. Just accept the divine judgment obediently. An angel with a distorted face emerged from the room, its body enveloped in dark energy. The halo of angels that should have been holy above their heads was now glowing with a scarlet light. This isn't an angel at all, you could tell he's a Tenno warrior crawled out of hell, and I'd believe it. Luo Xia, who had narrowly escaped death, secretly complained. So, are you ready? Gabrielle stared blankly at Rorschach, holy light condensing in her hand. It was as if they could suddenly strike and kill the demon in front of them at any moment. Now it was just time for the other party to say their last words. Wait, I think I can still struggle a bit more. Enough talk, die, heretic. I'll give you money to buy in-game items. Gabrielle's movements suddenly stopped. The surrounding dark energy instantly dissipated. Are you serious? Real deal, that thing is yours. You are truly an angel. Looking at Gabrielle, whose eyes were gleaming with the light of money, Rorschach was speechless for a moment. Although I knew you had fallen into depravity, I didn't expect this guy to have fallen so completely. Of course, Gabrielle was just saying it casually as a joke. How could such a private item be sold like that? At the very least, you'll have to pay more. Chapter 14, Vinette, Shameless. In the end, Gabrielle's panties were humanely destroyed. As if to warn Rorschach, Gabrielle used her maximum output of holy light to turn that thing into ashes. Whoa, that's scary. He said this, but there was no trace of tension on Luo Xia's face. She opened the window, and the ashes on the ground drifted out with the breeze stirred up by Gabrielle's wave. I've scattered your ashes.jpg. So, where's the money? Clapping her hands, Gabrielle looked at Rorschach and asked directly. If it weren't for the need to spend money on in-game purchases, she would have just humanely destroyed this demon. Thinking about it carefully, as an angel, killing a demon who doesn't believe in God can be considered a good deed, right? Thinking this, Gabrielle's gaze toward Rorschach gradually became subtle. Putting aside other demons, Gabrielle wouldn't feel any psychological burden if it were Rorschach. N.A. Rorschach pulled out a few bills from behind his back and handed them to Gabrielle, his eyes constantly glancing at the computer on Gabrielle's desk. Gabrielle's computer is currently on, and the screen is displaying the Gabrielle game. This game? Silently memorizing the game name and Gabrielle's character ID, Luo Xia roughly had an idea in mind. The devil's money isn't so easy to get. Thinking of this, a sweet smile appeared on Luo Xia's face. You know the truth. Gabrielle's expression improved considerably after taking the money from Rorschach. She had previously spent most of her living expenses on in-game purchases, and now she is even having difficulty maintaining the most basic living conditions. Now that we have this demon's help, then, you can continue spending money on in-game purchases? Gabrielle thought with shining eyes. Thinking of the weapon she really wanted in the game, an excited blush crept onto her cheeks. Gabrielle could already picture herself conquering the game with her new weapon. Just thinking about it makes me incredibly excited. Click. You? Both of you. Just then, the kind-hearted little devil Wynette pushed open the door and walked in. With trembling fingers, Wynette looked at the two people in front of her in disbelief. Although Gabrielle had flung the door away in her previous rage, it was quickly repaired. Don't ask, it's just divine magic. What's wrong with me, the #1 academy in the celestial realm, repairing a door? This is not something that can be accomplished easily. As for how Wynette got in, a dignified demon, open a door. Ahem, actually it's because Vinette has a key to Gabrielle's house. After all, the two sides have a pretty good relationship. At this very moment, Wynette entered at a very delicate juncture. In Wynette's eyes, Rorschach handed the money to Gabrielle with a subtle smile on his face, sitting cross-legged on the ground in a rather arrogant posture. His unserious gaze swept back and forth, and it was unclear what he was looking at. Gabrielle, with a slight blush on her face, reluctantly accepted the money from Rorschach, looking as if she wanted to refuse but couldn't. This scene was incredibly impactful for the innocent Wynette. Suddenly, all sorts of strange rankings and images popped into Wynette's head. 2 words occupied the majority of the image. X. The moment those 2 words came out, Wynette's mind went blank. His immense magical power surged wildly, like the waves of a tsunami. Wait, Vinny. Realizing that the other party might have misunderstood something, Gabrielle quickly reached out to stop them. However, it was a little too late. Shameless. A crimson trident appeared in Vinette's hand, wreathed in hellfire and radiating terrifying heat. She lifted him high, and with her eyes tightly closed, Wynette yelled as she slammed him down. Boom. The explosion instantly engulfed Gabrielle's room. The door that had just been repaired was blown away again. Door, damn it. Did you hear me? Okay. At the moment of the explosion, even the evil spirits throughout the city trembled. The evil spirits that were nearby scattered and fled. After all, they've already experienced death once, and no one wants to feel the breath of death again. Last time it could transform into a demon, but if it dies this time, it's truly dead. Okay. At the same moment, the mountain god enshrined in a certain shrine suddenly raised his head and looked in a certain direction. There was a very ominous aura there. This feeling. With his eyes slightly narrowed, the mountain god seemed to be plotting something. After it regained its memories, it became the strongest being in the city. Even some ancient monsters that have lived for a very long time will avoid it. Over time, this mountain god gradually developed an arrogant personality, truly regarding himself as a deity, looking down upon humanity from a high and mighty position. But now, an unexpected situation has arisen. That was a power it had never felt before. Although it was only for a moment, that force did make it feel threatened. With a flickering light in his eyes, the mountain god silently prostrated himself. I don't know what he's thinking about. Two humanoid foxes quietly appeared beside him, raising their heads to look at each other as if awaiting orders. The shrine, which should have been sacred, now had an indescribable eeriness and terror. Shrines with a high success rate for granting wishes don't seem to be as wonderful as one might imagine. After all, you have to fulfill your vow if your wish comes true. A few fruits as offerings are not enough. Humans always try to exchange trivial things for the fulfillment of their desires. But that's not what they thought. I said, Vinny. Yes, I'm here. Don't you have anything you want to say to me? Terribly sorry. Facing Rorschach, whose head was pierced by a trident, Wynette spoke with tears in her eyes. She was indeed too excited and didn't ask about the situation clearly. But the situation at the time was indeed easy to misunderstand. Vinette muttered to herself. My money, my funds. Helplessly collapsing to her knees, Gabrielle stared blankly at the banknotes that had been blown to ashes. She clearly received the funds to spend on in-game purchases, and her good friend clearly came to visit her at home. These two things combined should have brought double the happiness, but why? Why did it turn out like this? Now not only is the money spent on in-game purchases gone, but their own home has also suffered a devastating blow. This is another huge expense. Thinking of this, Gabrielle's eyes gradually changed from empty to desperate. Indeed, this world should just be destroyed already. Chapter 15, Who exactly is the devil? After some effort, I managed to explain the current situation to Wynette. However, Gabrielle is out of the question to spend money on in-game purchases. He was reduced to ashes in Vinette's demonic flames and then scattered by the wind, disappearing into the world. No matter what Gabrielle said, Rorschach refused to pay again, saying that he had already done everything he could. Until, look, as long as you give me money, I'll spend it on in-game purchases. After spending money on in-game purchases, I'll continue to get addicted to the game, playing it day and night. After becoming addicted to games, I stop caring about the outside world, I don't go to school or care about others, and I even argue with other gamers. For angels, this is undoubtedly a fall. And your act of funding me is undoubtedly tempting an angel to fall. This is undoubtedly a heinous crime. He deserves to be punished by heaven. Isn't this the best reward and success for a demon? With her hands on her hips, Gabrielle spoke righteously. It presented itself as a fair trade. He showed no embarrassment whatsoever about what he said. It's hard to imagine these words coming from the mouth of an angel. After listening to Gabrielle's words in silence, Rorschach felt a lot of his heart flutter. Gan, what you said makes sense? What could be more sinful than tempting an angel to fall? If so, then it's tempting two of them? To be honest, Gabrielle's words really touched Rorschach. Without realizing it, Luoxia's hand had unconsciously reached for his wallet. His trembling hand rested on his wallet, a look of inner turmoil on his face. Gabrielle, on the other hand, watched the show with her arms crossed, almost ready to grab a handful of sunflower seeds to eat. Who exactly is the devil? Vinette, who was watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but complain. The scene was just like a demon from hell tempting an ignorant youth into the abyss. That's right. I am talking about you. Gabe Newell, Gaben, is a heinous villain. That man is the one who tempts countless teenagers, young adults, middle-aged people, and the elderly to betray their wallets time and time again. Let your wallet fall into an empty void. What a heinous man. If I were to go to hell, I would definitely become a legend there. They might also be beaten to death on the spot by the poor devils of hell. Who knows? Laughs. His expression shifted constantly, and Luoxia was caught in a long period of inner turmoil. Seeing Rorschach's state, Gabrielle decided to add fuel to the fire. Think about it, if you give me money this month, I'll just go to waste and play video games. This way you'll get more living expenses next month, and you won't lose anything and will even get more money. This is a surefire investment. You get living expenses, and I can spend money on in-game purchases too. This is a win-win situation. Gabrielle's voice kept ringing in Rorschach's ears. In order to better seduce Rorschach, Gabrielle even used some tricks she had learned at the academy. Initially, it was for the purpose of better spreading the faith and attracting more believers. The way this thing is being used here is rather subtle. Seeing this scene, Wynette became even more convinced of her previous idea. These two people have definitely mixed up their roles. No matter how you look at it, Gabrielle is the real demon. In her presence, Luoxia was like an ignorant human teenager. Me. In the end, Rorschach gave in. I was extremely unwilling to give Gabrielle another round of in-game purchases. Of course, in Gabrielle's words, this is a necessary investment. It's all worth it if it means the fall of the #1 student in this year's Angel Academy. That's what the other party said. It's as if she wasn't the #1 student at Angel Academy. Simply outrageous. The scene was so incongruous that it was as if Pleasant Goat was teaching Big Bad Wolf how to make delicious mutton, and even personally made a soup base. It seems that Luoxia is completely under Xiaojia's control. Standing downstairs at Gabrielle's house, Wynette said with some emotion. I never expected that Luoxia, who always seems so cunning, would have this side to him. If Rorschach heard Wynette's inner thoughts, he would definitely retort, compared to those angels, I am far too pure, okay? Not always? After leaving Gabrielle's house, Rorschach no longer looked as dejected as before. He glanced back in the direction of Gabrielle's house, a wicked smile creeping onto his lips. She seems to be in a good mood. Seeing Luo Xia's rapid change of expression, Wynette blinked subconsciously. What's going on here? If Wynette hadn't witnessed what happened with her own eyes, she would have thought that Rorschach had never been tempted. Could it be that your previous appearance was all an act to deceive Xiaojia? As if she had thought of a possibility, Wynette said incredulously. If this is true, it means that the people around her are more cunning and calculating than Wynette imagined. Xiaojia is the same, and so is Luo Xia. Could it be that Satania? In that moment, Wynette thought about many things. Is Satania's usual dazed and silly demeanor a disguise? After all, the other party was a genuine demon, completely different from a demon like himself who dared not do evil. Thinking of the beer she had stuffed in her bag but hadn't dared to open, Wynette couldn't help but feel a little sad. Yes, it's all acting. Faced with Wynette's question, Rorschach remained silent for a few seconds before turning his head and speaking. I think I understand now. Seeing Rorschach's expression, Wynette roughly understood. It seems she really was tempted by Xiaojia. I must say, she truly lives up to her name, Xiaojia. Even the devil can be tempted. That's really scary. Once home, Luo Xia quickly turned on his computer and downloaded the game he had seen on Gabrielle's computer earlier. Even though I'm not sure if the other person only plays this game, I'll just download it anyway. As he watched the progress bar slowly advance, a smile involuntarily crept onto Luo Xia's lips. Damn angels! Just wait for my punishment? While the game was downloading, Luo Xia picked up his phone and gathered some information about the shrine that Yatsuya Maiko had mentioned earlier. Rumors online suggest that this shrine is special and that wishes made there are very effective. Most of the information is like this. However, there are also rumors that many people's wishes disappeared after being fulfilled. Has it disappeared? Resting his chin on his hand, Luo Xia said thoughtfully. The only light in the dimly lit room came from the computer and mobile phone screens. Rorschach's shadow was projected onto the white wall, and in a daze, a long, thin tail seemed to be swaying. That's the tail of a demon. Chapter 16, Gabrielle suffers a cruel online attack. After Rorschach left, Gabrielle turned on her computer while humming a cheerful tune. You ask her why her computer is still there even though her house has been bombed by Wynette. Don't ask, the computer was protected by angelic power. As for why other things weren't protected, Gabrielle can only say that her power is limited. In that crisis situation, she could only protect things of greater value. Clearly, in Gabrielle's mind, nothing else in the room was as valuable as this computer. After all, if there's no bed, you can sleep on the floor, if there's no food, you can eat outside. These are all solvable problems. But without the computer, I can't play on the computer tonight. This was absolutely unacceptable to Gabrielle, who had become a severely addicted internet girl. This is the only thing I absolutely cannot accept. I skillfully opened the game and logged into my account. To the sound of melodious music, Gabrielle entered the familiar game world. Gabrielle's character in the game is a blonde priest. Although it has a very weak attack capability, it's practically non-existent. At first, Gabrielle had a lot of fun, but now she has developed a bit of a dislike for this class with its low damage output. The main reason is that without output, there's no way to smash those idiot dog heads. If it weren't for the fact that she spent a lot of money on this account, Gabrielle would have switched accounts long ago. But it's not a big problem. I just got a lot of money from that demon, which is more than enough to level up a new account. Then slowly develop that account into a main account. Naive Gabrielle White. Looking at the ID above her game character, Gabrielle couldn't help but purse her lips. At first, because I didn't understand the concept of the game at all, I foolishly filled in my own name. Looking back now, I was incredibly stupid. Gabrielle even had the urge to buy a name change card. It doesn't matter, I won't be using this account anymore anyway. With that thought in mind, Gabrielle continued her game journey. But to her surprise, not long after she logged in, a game character blocked her way. An unnamed B-level investigator. Looking at the character, Gabrielle asked with some confusion. Gabrielle doesn't remember ever seeing this guy before. Could it be that I tricked myself before? Thinking of this, Gabrielle felt inexplicably guilty. While she is indeed very addicted to games, her gaming skills are truly questionable. Many people now know about her infamous reputation. This is one of the reasons why Gabrielle wanted to switch to a smaller account. Just as Gabrielle was pondering when she had offended this guy, the special effects on the screen brought her back to her senses. Why, you attacked me from behind. You have no sportsmanship. You can't take a joke. While Gabrielle was lost in thought, the guy opposite her had already launched an attack on Gabrielle's character. The crimson screen indicated the critical situation. Although Gabrielle kept healing herself and tried various serpentine maneuvers, it was all in vain. In the end, Gabrielle's game character was still defeated. An unknown B-rank investigator killed naive Gabrielle White. Gabrielle remained silent as she looked at the content displayed on the screen. Damn bastard. The small hand gripped the mouse tightly, almost crushing it. The expression on his face was terrifying, like a demon crawling out of hell. If a child saw this, they might be scared and cry. After taking a deep breath, Gabrielle chose to revive. After all, the other party might be a victim who was tricked by him once before, so he might as well be killed again if he was killed once. Consider it repayment for the things I did to others before. From now on, we're even. With that thought in mind, Gabrielle controlled her game character and went outside. However, before they had taken more than a few steps, the familiar game characters appeared once again. An unnamed B-level investigator. Gabrielle fell silent upon seeing the ID. What grudge do we have that you're coming to find me again? It was only then that Gabrielle noticed that the game character's entire set of equipment seemed to have been given away as a reward from a certain pay-to-win event. The level can be directly increased after spending money. In other words, is this a new number? Big dog owner? The moment this thought crossed my mind, the game character on the other side started moving again. I was wrong? I was wrong? Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Flustered and dodging attacks, Gabrielle tried to escape her fate of being killed. However, this is of no use. An unknown B-rank investigator killed naive Gabrielle White. Gabrielle fell silent upon seeing the notification. After a moment of silence, Gabrielle once again controlled her game character to go outside. It's still the same familiar place, and the same familiar character. Only the character's ID has changed. We live for Gabrielle. For some reason, Gabrielle felt mocked by this ID. Do you think this will quell my anger? With a cold laugh, she looked at the character Gabrielle on the screen and said in a chilling tone, if you think this will quell my anger, you're being naive. I'll tell you, I am. No, 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 I was wrong, don't kill me. Don't kill me. The clatter of keyboards and the clicking of mice filled the air. A few seconds later, People Live for Gabrielle defeated naive Gabrielle White. Gabrielle fell silent upon seeing the notification. What is this? Destroy it if you can't get it? For a period of time afterward, Gabrielle repeated the same actions. Resurrected, went out, and was killed. Resurrected, went out, and was killed. Resurrected, went out, and was killed. From her initial anxiety and displeasure to her current expressionless face, Gabrielle's anger had reached its limit. After being killed again. Who? Taking a deep breath, Gabrielle clenched her fist. Then, bang bang bang. Table HP -1 Bastard. She pounded on the table frantically, her expression even more terrifying than before. If Wynette were here, she would probably start to wonder who the real devil really is. This guy doesn't look like an angel at all? Dong dong dong. Just as Gabrielle was enraged, there was a knock on her door. Who? With extreme impatience, Gabrielle walked over and opened the door, speaking loudly and harshly. Gabrielle. Outside the door, a girl with short, grass-gray hair was staring blankly at Gabrielle, her eyes seemingly glistening with tears. Pecora, what are you doing here? As if asked about something that made her sad, the girl named Pecora burst into tears. Chapter 17, The Angelic Halo was given away. Upon seeing Gabrielle, Pecora could no longer contain her sorrow and pain, and burst into tears. Gabrielle, Tears welled up in his eyes and gushed out like a burst dam. Pecora cried as if she wanted to vent all the grievances in her heart. Tears quickly soaked her collar. Don't cry, what's wrong, Pecora? Did anyone bully you? The moment Gabrielle saw Pecora cry, all her anger and rage vanished. While frantically comforting Pecora, Gabrielle felt utterly exhausted. Even though she was hurting herself, she still had to comfort others. After a chaotic scene, Picorine, having vented her emotions, finally calmed down a bit. Here's what happened. Looking like an injured little animal, Pecora knelt in Gabrielle's living room and began to explain pitifully. Simply put, she encountered an incredibly powerful and unreasonable demon when she came to the human world. It seemed to be a top-tier demon. Then a series of things happened. In the end, Picorine was brutally beaten to the ground by the supreme demon and a human black sorcerer. The angelic halo, the source of power, was stolen by that demon. Right now, she's just an ordinary person with extraordinary physical abilities. Unable to return to the heavens, without a household registration or identity document, and unable to find a job to support themselves. They were forced to live a life of wandering. Yesterday morning, she launched her attack on that demon for the umpteenth time, trying to reclaim her angelic halo. The outcome was unsurprisingly a failure, and she even received a fact that was hard for her to accept. Your angelic halo. The demon god Chan, with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a snake, clapped her hands and said calmly, I gave it to a friend. Upon hearing this news, Picorine was struck dumb, and all the colors of the angel vanished. All the grievances and sorrows she had experienced in her past life erupted at that moment, and she burst out crying as she ran out the door. It seems like we've gone a bit too far. Watching Pecora disappear at the end of the road, Jashin Chan scratched her head. Pecora, who had been crying all the way, finally calmed down a bit, but the moment she saw Gabrielle, she couldn't help but cry again. That's it. Perhaps the blow of losing her angelic aura was too great, because Picorine now looks somewhat dazed and her eyes are lifeless. She looked like a broken angel. This is absolutely outrageous. After hearing about Pecora's ordeal, Gabrielle said angrily, this is a devastating blow for an angel. Although Gabrielle's source of power is not the angelic halo above her head, she can still understand Pecora's current sadness. That demon called Little Evil God is no good. That so-called friend is no good either. The thought that Pecorine's angelic aura was in the hands of some demon made Gabrielle a little worried. I wonder what disgusting things that demon will do with Pikoran's angelic halo. It's creepy to think about it. Gabrielle suddenly felt incredibly fortunate that she and Pikoran were not the same kind of angels, and that her angelic aura wasn't that important. Even if it's lost, it doesn't seem like a big deal. At that moment, Luo Xia, who was lounging at home like Geu, suddenly sneezed. He seemed to sense that someone was talking about him. It might not even be a person. After rubbing his nose, he stared at the computer screen, somewhat bored. Since the last time Gabrielle was killed, the other party has not been online. It seems that they went offline and went to sleep. This made Rorschach feel somewhat bored and empty, like the saintly time that follows a shiver. Comment full of philosophical wisdom. Did I make Gabrielle so depressed that she became withdrawn? As he spoke, he reached out and adjusted the ring-shaped light fixture on the table that was emitting a soft glow, lowering its brightness by 1 degree. If Pecora were here, she would probably notice that this circular lamp seems to be her angelic halo. It's currently sitting on a demon's desktop. Gabrielle, it's hard to imagine what that demon would do with an angelic halo. Rorschach, as a desk lamp.jpg. Sometimes the difference between imagination and reality is quite large. So what are you going to do now? Gabrielle gently patted Pecola's back and asked. She's clearly the younger one, so why is she now comforting the other person? Gabrielle thought to herself. However, she still comforted the other person. I don't know, and I don't want to go back to the heavenly realm for the time being. Sitting on the ground in a duck-like position, Pecora said in a daze. Although Gabrielle could help her return to the celestial realm, Pecora didn't want to slink back like that. At least he should reclaim his former glory before going back. If she goes back like this, what will those younger generations who admire her think? At this moment, a junior who once admired her is pondering how to deal with this unreliable senior. Maybe we should let her sleep in the hallway outside. Gabrielle thought to herself. Then Pecora, why don't you stay here with me for a while? Although she really wanted to let Pecola sleep in the hallway, Gabrielle softened in the end when she saw Pecola's expression of my life has no meaning anymore. Gabrielle, you're so good to me. Nodding repeatedly, Pecora looked at Gabrielle with a moved expression, feeling as if she were seeing an angel. Oh no, Gabrielle herself is an angel. Wait, Gabrielle, you. It was only at this moment that Pecola noticed that Gabrielle's demeanor was somewhat strange. She is vastly different from Gabrielle in the celestial realm. Don't ask, and don't try to tell the heavens, understand? Gabrielle pinched Pecora's cheek and said in a calm tone. She knew very well that if the heavenly realm found out about her appearance, she would definitely be sent back. She had no desire to return to that boring heavenly realm. Pecora, whose face was being pinched, nodded repeatedly in response. What on earth is going on in this human world? How terrifying, how terrifying! I want to go back to the heavenly realm. Pikoran, inwardly groaning, wished she could escape this place immediately. Unfortunately, she couldn't do it. On the other side, Rorschach, seeing that Gabrielle hadn't logged on, also logged off out of boredom. Forget it, let's kill them tomorrow. Rorschach seemed very patient with this matter. Chapter 18 Vinette discovers the blind spot. The next day, Gabrielle carried her small bag and prepared to go to school. The moment she pushed open the door, the blinding sunlight made Gabrielle squint. Ugh, this sun is so annoying, let it explode. Gabrielle squinted and said in a very displeased tone. If she really had that ability, she might just take action directly. Gabrielle-chan, are you going to school? Pecora, sitting upright in the living room, looked at Gabrielle at the door and asked timidly. His tone and expression were as pitiful as a small animal abandoned by its owner. If someone who likes lolis saw this, they would probably be very excited. Oh, so you should stay home and behave yourself, you know. Gabrielle waved her hand impatiently. He perfectly embodies the image of a scumbag who doesn't want to take responsibility after having sex. Oh no, I mean a scumbag woman. However, strictly speaking, it would be more appropriate to describe Gabrielle as a scumbag angel. Okay. Nodding, Pecora said weakly. She knew she was now living under someone else's roof and had no choice but to submit. In addition, she discovered that Gabrielle was no longer the gentle, kind, beautiful, generous, understanding, sunny, hardworking, and courageous Gabrielle she used to be. Gabrielle is now like a fallen angel. Putting that thought aside, Pecora continued to sit obediently in the living room. Having lost her source of power, she can do nothing now. It would be better to wait until Gabrielle has time to try and reclaim her angelic halo. Thinking about the angelic halo she had lost, Pecora's style seemed to darken a bit. Xiaojia, I've come to find you. Oh, Vinny, you've arrived. Just as Pikoran was feeling down, a slightly unfamiliar voice rang out. Although the voice was unfamiliar, Pecora was very familiar with the aura. That aura? You can't go wrong. It's a devil? Suddenly raising her head, Pikoran's lifeless eyes flashed with a terrifying light. It's the devil. Demon? Accept divine punishment. At this moment, Pecora displayed terrifying physical abilities, leaping from his kneeling position into a pose resembling a rock spreading its wings as he pounced on Vinette. Its movements are as swift and fierce as an eagle hunting its prey. His facial expression gradually crumbled. It's hard to imagine how this beautiful girl could make such a distorted expression. It's like having Amiya's body with an aberrant face. This inevitably brings to mind a group of perverts in a diving club who like to be completely naked. They are also very good at wasting their good looks. You agree, right, Kitahara Iore, Imamura Kahe? Kitahara Iore, who was still a normal person, suddenly sneezed. Ah! As soon as she stood at the door of Gabrielle's house, she saw a strange man rushing towards her, and Wynette was momentarily at a loss. The main reason was that she didn't sense any angelic or demonic aura from the other party, and she was worried that she might accidentally hurt them, so she didn't use her power. Of course, Vignette might have this concern, but that doesn't mean Gabrielle would. Calm down, you idiot. Oh. After a loud bang, Pecora finally calmed down. In a physically calm manner. With a large, smoking bump on her head, Pecora looked at Gabrielle with an incredulous expression. It was as if it were saying, Gabrielle, you betrayed me. Don't look at me like that. Feeling Pecora's incredulous gaze, Gabrielle clicked her tongue and said, Veniko is a good girl, kind-hearted, and even more like an angel than you. After listening to Gabrielle's words, she looked at Vignette, who looked like a frightened little animal. Pecora reluctantly accepted this statement. With Gabrielle as her guarantor, she was still willing to believe that this demon was a good person. Realizing her mistake, Pecora obediently knelt on the floor. Hey Gabrielle, Vignette, you're here too. Just then, Luo Xia, carrying a small school bag, walked over. He was stunned to see Pecora kneeling on the ground. This guy looks kind of familiar. Like that dim-wit angel that Jashin-chan mentioned. Was he a good person too? Feeling Rorschach's surprised gaze, Pecora turned to Gabrielle in a daze and asked. With Wynette's example in mind, Picorine said she wouldn't be so impulsive in the future. At least out of respect for Gabrielle, they won't. No, this guy is a despicable demon. Gabrielle clicked her tongue softly and said, clearly annoyed. Compared to Vignette, Luo Zhen left a very bad impression on her. After all, how could a demon who swindles money from newly arrived angels be a good demon? Die, you demon. Accept divine punishment. Upon hearing Gabrielle's words, Pecora's expression instantly collapsed, and she sprang up from the ground, lunging at Rorschach. If the previous one was an eagle, this one is a giant bat. It was ferocious and terrifying. What the hell is this thing? Gabrielle, do something about your pet. You're the pet? I'm the angel? The angel? The angel. You don't look like an angel at all. After a chaotic scene, the three of them finally set off for school. Gabrielle, you really hurt me. I came to you out of kindness, and you set your dogs on me. If Pecora finds out, you'll be chased and beaten up again. With a slight pout, Gabrielle said casually, you don't deny the existence of pets and dogs. I'm rubbing my aching back, Luo Xia complained. What exactly is going on with Pecora, Xiaojia? Vignette asked, somewhat puzzled. Although Pecora kept saying she was an angel, Vignette didn't sense any angelic power from her. It's just like a human being with superhuman physical abilities. This. Gabrielle briefly explained Pecora's situation, then said with some helplessness. Now that Pecorine's angelic halo has disappeared, we still need to find that demon and ask him about it. What Gabrielle didn't notice was that Wynette was subtly glancing at Rorschach. That angelic halo. If Wynette remembers correctly, Rorschach should have had an angelic halo that he picked up. Rorschach responded with a sincere look. Can you bear to see me get killed? Why did you associate that with being killed? Vignette was speechless. But seeing Luo Xia's pleading look, he ultimately said nothing. After all, Rorschach was his friend, not Pecora. Chapter 19, on scientific dog raising. Although she had promised Rorschach not to reveal that he had an angelic halo, Wynette still demanded that Rorschach return the angelic halo to Picorine as soon as possible. After all, Pecora really looks quite pitiful right now. Rorschach readily agreed. Whether or not they will return it is another matter entirely. If it were before, Rorschach might have impulsively returned it. But now, after seeing Pecora's attitude towards him, Rorschach has decided that he will definitely not return the money anytime soon. Given the opponent's aura of wanting to drag him down with them even if he had no power, Luo Xia couldn't possibly retaliate immediately. Who knows what this guy will do after he regains his powers? They might just storm into your house and try to kill you. Judging from this guy's power, it's highly likely that he was a holy angel who was captured by an evil demon while seeking revenge, leading to a series of indescribable events. It went directly from the angel's revenge to the angel's corruption. Tisk, I can't say any more. The checks are strict lately, so if you say anything more, you're out of luck. That is. Listening to Vignette's low grumbling, Rorschach noticed something very interesting. A boy with a troubled expression stood hesitantly in front of the convenience store that Luo Xia had visited before. After looking around privately, he finally stepped inside. A minute or two later, the boy came out with his hands in his pockets. Don't get me wrong, he didn't steal anything, he just bought some things. To be precise, it's sandpaper. These students nowadays, I don't know why they always have a special fondness for sandpaper. The shop owner at the counter, collecting money, looked at the boy's departing figure with some confusion. A lot of students, mostly boys, have been buying sandpaper from him these past few days. Is it because there's a craft class? That doesn't make sense either. If there were craft classes, there shouldn't only be boys. The boss said he was very puzzled. But it doesn't matter anyway, why not make money if you can? I'm not here to buy alcohol. Oh ho. Watching the boy's departing figure, Luo Xia revealed an interested expression. What was originally just a casual act seems to have led to something unexpected. In short, after the sandpaper in the toilet ran out, the last unlucky guy felt he couldn't be the only one who was so unlucky. So I went out of my way and bought some sandpaper to replenish that bathroom. So even more unlucky people came in. The new unlucky one attracts even more unlucky ones to come here and suffer. Perhaps this is what is meant by the chains of hatred and resentment. Laughs. What are you looking at? As if sensing something, Gabrielle looked at Rorschach beside her with some suspicion. Strictly speaking, Rorschach now holds an extraordinary place in Gabrielle's heart. He was even slightly taller than his good friend Wynette. After all, this is a mobile ATM? Getting this ATM to dispense money requires a bit of wit and careful operation. However, since it was extra income, Gabrielle was already quite satisfied. This is why Gabrielle doesn't know what a simp is. If Gabrielle finds out, who knows what might happen? Nothing. Looking away, Luo Xia pretended that nothing had happened. If this guy found out what he'd done, Rorschach was sure that Gabrielle, that scumbag angel, would definitely use it as a threat. Rorschach said it's best not to overestimate this scoundrel's integrity. Is it? Gabrielle glanced at Luo Zhen with some suspicion, clearly not believing the demon's words. Of course, when have I ever lied to anyone? With his hands on his hips, Luo Xia said confidently. It's as if he really is a very honest person. What you just said was obviously a lie. Gabrielle pouted, indicating that she didn't believe Rorschach's words at all. The last 11 sentences of this guy's were false. She still remembers the day she first met Rorschach. Only 2 sentences in that guy's self-introduction were true. My name is Rorschach. Second, they are demons from the demon realm. After that, everything was a lie. You couldn't even believe the punctuation. For example, things like a cheerful devil or likes cats. Seriously, who would praise themselves like that during a self-introduction? As for liking cats, if it weren't for the fact that this guy spent a period of time reading a book called On Scientific Dog Raising all day long, Gabrielle would have believed it. Rorschach said it was a book he got from another world, and he treasures it very much. Speaking of which, Gabrielle had unintentionally read a few lines of that book. They're raising dogs, but they keep talking about human nature and such. Moreover, Gabrielle disliked the way it was described so much that she stopped reading. She vaguely remembered that the author of that book was Makima. What a strange name. Without giving it much thought, Gabrielle quickly put it out of her mind. Instead of wasting your brain cells on this, you should think about which class to choose for your new game account. The previous large account is no longer usable. Not only was the output low, but I also got targeted by some damn bastard. Gabrielle was furious when she thought of that guy with the ID people live just for Gabrielle. He even considered finding an opportunity to solo kill this perverted bastard offline. For some reason, Gabrielle always had a strange intuition. That damn bastard definitely knows her in real life. Thinking this, Gabrielle looked at Rorschach again. Based on the current situation, this bastard is the most likely suspect. Find an opportunity to test him? With that thought in mind, Gabrielle's expression returned to normal. 3 people walking together on their way to school. The 2 demons and 1 angel chatted and laughed along the way, appearing perfectly harmonious. But apart from Wynette, both of these guys were plotting something bad. Rorschach was thinking of continuing his rampage against the scumbag angels tonight. Gabrielle was thinking of finding an opportunity to test this demon. If it really was him, she would make him pay the price in blood and money, a combination of angels and demons. Not far behind the 3, a bloated calico cat, Nyanko-sensei, looked at the group with some surprise. Is it strange, Nyanko-sensei? Takashi Natsume, having turned his gaze away, asked with some confusion. The friendship between these 3 is truly enviable. Should I say that Gabrielle and Rorschach's acting was pretty good? Natsume Takashi managed to avoid noticing anything amiss. It's really weird. The cat teacher nodded in response. After all, in Nyanko-sensei's mind, those angels weren't exactly serious. With her gaze fixed on Wynette, Nyanko-sensei thought to herself. Gabrielle, who exudes a decadent aura, is naturally mistaken for a demon by Nyanko-sensei. After all, this guy doesn't look like an angel at all. Chapter 20, Cry Louder? Oh no, I forgot my homework. Inside the classroom, Gabrielle was struggling to finish her homework. Yesterday, because of some jerk, Gabrielle didn't do her homework even though Wynette reminded her. Then came the Pekora incident. Gabrielle was so caught up in her anger and resentment that she completely forgot about her homework. It wasn't until I arrived at school and heard my classmates talking that I remembered about homework. Xiaojia. Seeing Gabrielle's troubled expression, Wynette felt utterly helpless. I've already reminded her, but she still forgot. In the past, Vigna would have found it hard to imagine Gabrielle not doing her homework. But now, it doesn't seem strange anymore. Vina, please help me. Gabrielle rubbed her head in distress, then looked at Wynette with a fawning smile. She knew Wynette would definitely eat this. As expected, Wynette eventually relented and helped Gabrielle with her homework. Humph, how pathetic, Gabrielle. A smug voice came from behind, and a certain dim-wit, adorable demon was leaning against the doorframe. He looked at Gabrielle with the air of a victor. Have you finished writing? Finished writing. In response to Gabrielle's question, Satania scoffed and said loudly, of course I didn't do my homework. And to avoid being blamed, I've completely destroyed it. With A on his face, Satania's smile became increasingly unrestrained. Huh? Destroy. Frowning, Gabrielle looked at Vigna with a puzzled expression. What does destroy mean? This includes Wynette as well. I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling about it. That's right. Satania looked very pleased with herself as she tossed her hair. I stuffed my homework into the mouth of a dog I encountered on my way to school, and now that homework has been destroyed. That way, even the teacher won't have a reason to blame me. Ha ha ha, I really am a genius. The current state of Satania can probably be described as an emoji. I'm so awesome, I'm putting my hands on my waist.jpg, tilting her head and looking at Satania. Gabrielle, as if thinking of something, pressed on with a question. Did you come up with this idea yourself? It wasn't that Gabrielle doubted Satania's intelligence. After all, it would be difficult for someone of her intelligence to come up with such a plan. Okay, I just looked down on this stupid demon's intelligence. After all, Satania's intelligence is roughly on par with that of Sadaharu, a diabetic, silver-haired, naturally curly-haired girl. It might be a little worse. Of course, that's for sure. As if a sore spot had been touched, Satania hesitated for a moment before stammering out her reply. Anyone could tell from this appearance that he's lying. That flustered expression practically screamed, I'm lying. It will bewitch this stupid demon. Thinking this, Gabrielle turned her gaze to Rorschach, who was not far away. At this moment, Luo Xia was sitting in his seat with a serious expression, as if the matter here had nothing to do with him. It's confirmed, this is the guy who did this. When Gabrielle saw Luo Zhen's serious expression, she was certain that this guy was behind it. Otherwise, given his personality, he would have come over to join in the fun long ago. Ha 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 ha. Satania was still laughing wildly beside her, but Gabrielle didn't want to pay any attention to him anymore. What she needs to do now is to finish her homework quickly, otherwise the consequences could be dire. The thought of that bald, sunglasses-wearing teacher sent a chill down Gabrielle's spine. The teachers at the Celestial Academy were much kinder than this teacher in the human world. The teacher now gives the impression of someone who, after leading a large group of henchmen to defeat a large number of rival gangs, takes a break to teach a class and relax. It feels like he's about to pull a knife out from behind his back and make that signature tongue-clicking sound that's typical of gang members. It's terrifying to even think about. Finally, Gabrielle managed to finish her homework at the last minute. And Satania. This guy doesn't seem to realize how serious the problem is. When the bald teacher walked into the classroom with a dark expression, the temperature inside seemed to drop by 2 degrees. Hudas, where's your homework? After checking the collected assignments, the teacher asked with a dark expression. She was the only one in the class who didn't hand in her homework. However, the bald teacher still planned to ask Satania what was going on, and if it was a special case, then so be it. I didn't write, teacher. As she stood up from her seat, Satania said with great pride. At this point, she still didn't realize the seriousness of the problem. With a dark expression, the bald teacher seemed to feel even colder. The students near the podium couldn't help but shrink their heads back. At this moment, Satania seemed to realize something. Looking at the bald teacher's face, and feeling the oppressive aura emanating from him, Satania felt a little flustered and quickly began to explain. Listen to my explanation. After the explanation, the teacher's face darkened even more. Hudas, classmate. I am here. You mean, on your way to school, you encountered a dog that attacked you, rummaged through your bag, and tore your homework to shreds. Yes. With her head bowed, Satania spoke in a voice barely audible. Under the bald teacher's imposing presence, Satania felt that every minute and every second was an eternity. A few minutes later, Satania, carrying a bucket of water, stood in the corridor, sobbing. They were punished. Just as Satania was feeling sad, a chibi-style bat with the word Rorschach carved on its forehead flapped its wings and wobbled to Satania's side. Rorschach. Satania looked at the bat in front of her with teary eyes, feeling a surge of emotion. Could it be that Rorschach came to comfort me? Really? Rorschach is a good person. However, the next second. Cry louder? Haven't you eaten? After saying that, the little bat turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared into the air with a bang. Satania stared blankly at the dissipating smoke, momentarily stunned. After regaining his senses, he shouted through gritted teeth. Rorschach? You bastard. Click. Inside the classroom, the bald teacher, who had accidentally snapped a piece of chalk in half with too much force, turned his head as if it were a machine. Hu Taozi. Chapter 21, Rorschach, you've finally met your match. Inside the classroom, Takashi Natsume stared blankly at the little bat that had disappeared into the air. Although they already knew that Rorschach and his companions were demons with extraordinary powers. But I was still quite shocked when I actually saw it. This is different from seeing a monster. In Takashi Natsume's mind, yokai and humans are different. But Rorschach and his friends have human appearances and are classmates with him. This feeling is very subtle. Takashi Natsume didn't know what to say. In a daze, I felt that the others seemed to be quite far away from me. However, the next second. Rorschach? You bastard. Satania's shriek came from outside the classroom, and anyone could hear the resentment in it. The roar from Satania was loud, but even louder was the bald teacher's low growl. Kurumi? Makoto? Ze? Classmate. The punishment has become more severe. From Natsume Takashi's perspective, you can clearly see Satania's expression. I can't cry, I can't bow down to that bastard, but I still can't help but cry. To be honest, Kuromizawa looks pitiful, but Natsume Takashi can't help but feel like laughing. Considering that such behavior was somewhat unethical, Takashi Natsume held back. Of course, just because Takashi Natsume could hold it in doesn't mean that someone else could. Pfft. Luo Xia, whose smile was becoming increasingly comical, finally couldn't help but burst out laughing. As if triggering a chain reaction, laughter echoed throughout the classroom. Among them, one particular scoundrel angel laughed the most heartily, looking completely out of breath. Looking at Gabrielle's beaming smile, Takashi Natsume wasn't surprised. After all, Nyanko-sensei had previously said that this blonde girl was a demon. According to Nyanko-sensei, he could clearly smell the decadent and rotten aura emanating from the other person even from several blocks away. Although he was very curious about the structure of Nyanko-sensei's nose, Takashi Natsume wisely refrained from asking any questions. Otherwise, an angry cat teacher could be quite troublesome. If you don't give it alcohol, it will sit in the corner and sulk all day. Thinking of Nyanko-sensei's sullen face, Takashi Natsume couldn't help but smile slightly. So, the feeling of being far away was just an illusion, wasn't it? A gentle breeze blew in through the window, ruffling the bangs on his forehead. Everything seemed so beautiful. I have a feeling that Natsume-kun. Looking at Takashi Natsume, Wynette blinked. She had just noticed that Luo Xia was staring at a certain place, so she followed Luo Xia's gaze and saw Natsume Takashi smiling absent-mindedly. It's different from our art style, right? Picking up where Wynette left off, Rorschach retorted. We're all from the same world, so why does your style always seem like it's from another world? Just like how Strike Freedom and Exia are both Gundam models, but their art styles are clearly different. It's roughly the difference between real and super robot types. Speaking of which, isn't Exage also a true type? The super type should be like Mazinger Z? A little bit, indeed. Nodding, Wynette said with some confusion. Well, it's nothing, don't worry about it. Luo Xia waved his hand casually. Isn't it normal for Natsume's art style to be different from others? It doesn't matter. More than that, there was something else that concerned Rorschach. By the way, Vinny, have you had your drink? Looking up at the bald teacher, Luo Xia asked in a low voice. He still cares a lot about this. Rorschach stated that he has two goals in life. One option is to become the demon king of the demon realm, replacing Satan, that idle street urchin who spends all day wandering around with Jesus. And trusting such a vast demon realm to someone like this is a dead end. The demon realm is so boring now. If this continues, the demon realm will be doomed sooner or later. Secondly, he corrupted Vinette, the little angel who accidentally reincarnated into the demon realm. He firmly believed that the sins that corrupted Vinette were far greater than those that tempted Gabrielle to fall. What? Gabrielle didn't even need to seduce me before she fell into depravity? That's fine. Tisk, so this guy really is an angel? Rorschach strongly suspects that Satan, that fool, was tricked by Jesus into sending Gabrielle, a promising candidate for becoming a demon, to heaven and then bringing back a little angel named Vinette. But considering the harmonious atmosphere of the demon realm, damn it, could it be that I was born into the wrong family? Could it be that I'm the only one who looks like a demon who's wandered into the wrong place? No way, right? I clearly came to the demon realm. It can't be that Satan, that fool, was tricked by Jesus and handed over the name of heaven to Jesus, right? No way, bro. At this moment, Rorschach fell into deep thought. No. Upon hearing Rorschach's words, Wynette shook her head vigorously. Although underage drinking is not prohibited, Wynette still feels that students drinking is a bad thing. Wynette, who has always been an excellent student, said she was not mentally prepared yet. At least for now, she doesn't have any thoughts on that. It's all right, Vinny. Seeing Wynette's resistance, Rorschach continued speaking in a seductive tone. It won't hurt to try it once in a while. Look, as long as you drink it, your living expenses will increase next month. Things will be much more comfortable then. In addition to providing living expenses, Rorschach also argued from various angles that there is nothing wrong with minors drinking alcohol. Moreover, drinking a little alcohol in moderation can be beneficial to health. Of course, Rorschach didn't know if it was true or not. If it's true, that's great. If it's not true, then consider it as earning living expenses for next month. Luo Xia, engrossed in his conversation, didn't notice that the laughter in the classroom had somehow disappeared. Even Vinette looked at Rorschach's back with a horrified expression. Since Rorschach and Wynette are seated at adjacent desks, Rorschach is now turning around to talk to Wynette. Looking at it this way, drinking isn't such a bad thing after all. Really? That's what you think, Luo Xia. A deep voice came from behind Luo Xia, and the smile on Luo Xia's face froze. Like a rusty machine, Rorschach slowly turned his head. The bald teacher's gloomy face came into Luo Xia's view. 1 minute later. Ha ha ha, Rorschach, you've finally met your match. In the corridor, Rorschach, carrying a bucket of water, stood expressionless beside Satania. Satania was overjoyed to finally have a companion. Shut up, you idiot. Chapter 22, The Devoured Ghost. How pathetic, you fiery demon. During break, Rika Takanashi, with her hands on her hips, stood in front of Satania and said something. People around the area instinctively chose to stay away from Rika Kotori after seeing her. In most people's eyes, Rika Takanashi is a very strange person. He spouts incomprehensible, childish language and his words and actions are generally hard to understand. To be honest, given Rika Takanashi's personality, it's surprising that she wasn't bullied in this crappy place like Japan. All I can say is that the people she met were all pretty good. Rorschach's impression of Japan has never been very good. When he first arrived in the human world, he discovered that Japan, this wretched place, was filled with an incomprehensible amount of negative emotions. Ghosts formed from resentment are everywhere. Needless to say, Tokyo was a different story, but even further afield, the resentment in the Aokigahara forest sent chills down Rorschach's spine. It can only be said that the suicide forest lives up to its name. Let's find some time to have that idiot Satan come over. That's what Rorschach thought. Rika, what brings you here? Satania looked at Rika with some surprise. The two quickly became close friends after meeting. In fact, these two people, both the human and the demon, are extremely lonely. Let's not even talk about Rika Takanashi. She hasn't yet discovered that she has the same Chuyunibyo, middle school syndrome, as me. Apart from Rorschach and his group. But Rorschach and his friends weren't really suffering from Chuyunibyo, middle school syndrome. They were genuine devils and angels. Satania, although she spends all her time with Rorschach Winnet because of her identity, is actually often alone. Although it's not nice to say it like this, in Vinette's heart Gabrielle is clearly of a higher status than Satania. The two usually do activities together. As for Rorschach, that guy likes to wander around everywhere, and nobody knows what he's doing. So Satania is always alone. The evil king's true eye gave me a distant revelation, allowing me to foresee that you will be punished by the dark evil lord. In short, I heard from someone else that Satania was punished by her homeroom teacher. The specifics are unclear. Incidentally, there was only one demon, Satania, in the corridor at that moment. Luo Xia was called away by his homeroom teacher as soon as get out of class ended. He was a minor drinking alcohol and even encouraged good kids in his class to drink. The homeroom teacher felt it was necessary to have a serious talk with Luo Xia. Let's talk about life, let's talk about ideals and such. I don't quite understand what you're saying. Waiting for those dead fish eyes, Satania remarked. Who in their right mind can understand what Rika Takanashi is saying? It's normal not to understand, it would be abnormal to understand. Ugh. Seeing Satania's expression, Rika Takanashi puffed up her cheeks, looking a little unhappy. He was clearly somewhat unhappy that Satania was not cooperating with his performance. The other side. That's Luo Xia. Walking with her friends, Yatsuya Maiko looked at Rorschach in the distance with some surprise. I don't quite understand why Rorschach was called to the office. Rorschach? Who's that? A short-haired girl next to Maiko Yatsuya looked curiously in the direction Maiko Yatsuya was looking. A boy with black hair and red eyes came into her view. As she looked over, Luo Xia, sensing her gaze, also looked in the direction from which it came from. It's Maiko Yatsuya, and her friends. The moment he saw the two of them, related memories surfaced in Luo Xia's mind. The girl's name is Yuri Kawahana, and she is Yatsuya Maiko's best friend. Yatsuya Maiko usually calls her Kohana. Unlike Yatsuya Maiko, Yuri Kawahana does not have the ability to see ghosts or anything like that. However, it possesses very strong life energy, which is why it unconsciously attracts spirits. If a harmful spirit approaches, the body's life energy will be depleted in order to protect itself. However, Yurikawa can quickly replenish her life energy by eating, so she has a very large appetite. To put it in a way that's easy for everyone to understand, martial artists have abundant chi and blood, and the chi and blood they emit can even drive away and kill evil spirits. After the chi and blood are depleted, you can replenish the lost chi and blood by eating. Consequently, one's vital essence will also be coveted by powerful evil spirits. That's what they say, but Yurikawa Hana has never practiced martial arts. They don't even really like exercising. It can only be said that he is gifted. Putting aside her special traits, she is a very kind girl, though a little naive. Making friends with her is a good choice. But who other people befriend is none of my business. Luo Xia pursed his lips, thinking indifferently. Are you even listening to me, Rorschach? With a dark expression, the bald teacher glared at Luo Xia. While he was giving a speech, he was actually daydreaming and staring at other girls. Hey kid, your thinking is a bit dangerous. Yes, I'm listening. Feeling the aura emanating from the bald teacher, Luo Xia said awkwardly. Is this teacher some kind of demon who crawled out of hell? Why does this feel so scary? Standing in the corridor, Maiko Yatsuya looked at Rorschach through the glass in the door and couldn't help but find it a little funny. So even a devil can be afraid of a teacher? If Rorschach heard this, he would definitely say in a righteous and indignant tone. Respecting teachers and valuing their teachings is the first lesson even a devil learns in school. Of course, this is on the premise that the teacher has the corresponding professional ethics. Some unscrupulous teachers are best left alone. After taking a few glances, Yatsuya Maiko was pulled away by Yurikawa Hana and left the place. Their next class is PE, so I need to change my clothes early. The two chatted and laughed as they headed to the locker room, and then, this is terrible. Gently biting her lip, Maiko Yatsuya tried her best to remain calm. Not far behind her, a strangely shaped ghost was lying in the corner. What's wrong, Jianzi? Are you feeling unwell? Yurikawa leaned forward with some concern and asked. The ghost in the corner also looked over. The resentful gaze behind her sent a chill down Yatsuya Maiko's spine, but she still maintained her usual demeanor and said, Yes, I might have caught a chill last night. Really? You should keep warm. Yurikawa said with some concern. Only after the two left did the ghost in the corner withdraw its gaze. Just as it was about to leave the locker room, the shadow beside it began to wriggle. What should have been an invisible and intangible shadow suddenly erupted, slowly engulfing the ghost like a swamp. In the shadows, a pair of scarlet eyes suddenly opened. Huh? What is this? The cat teacher, who was taking a stroll in the school, suddenly perked up her ears and looked in a certain direction. The languid expression vanished without a trace at that moment. Chapter 23, The So-Called Book of Friends. The Book of Friends is a notebook that records the names of many yokai, spirits/monsters. It is being watched by many monsters. Many people may not understand why a yokai would be spying on Natsume Raiko's Book of Friends. Let's say that. For monsters, names are a very important thing. If you possess the name of a monster, you can become its master. For Natsume Raiko, this is a book of friends, but for many yokai, it is an important item that can help them become great yokai. Once you get your hands on this notebook, you can use the many monsters inside to your advantage. Therefore, it is not surprising that they would be spied on. Tisk, this feeling. The cat teacher, who was originally strolling around the campus, looked in a certain direction with an unfriendly expression. It sensed a malevolent demonic power. Back in Hakahara, Nyanko-sensei could go out for drinks and catch up with old friends whenever he wanted. But that kind of life is gone ever since I came to Tokyo. After all, Tokyo and Yahara are different. In front of Yahara, it can be considered Nyanko-sensei's territory, and many powerful yokai will not make things too difficult for Natsume out of respect for Yahara. Tokyo is different. Nyanko-sensei, or rather, Madara the great yokai, doesn't have many familiar friends here. If the monsters here were to target Natsume Takashi, they wouldn't consider Madara. Add to that the arrogance that is unique to Tokyo. The people living here have a peculiar arrogance. They believe that everything outside of Tokyo is the countryside. Even the monsters gradually started to learn from it. They have always looked down on these monsters from the countryside. The monsters in other places were angry about this, but they were also quite helpless. Because these Tokyo monsters are really strong. If we leave Kyoto aside, the monsters in Tokyo are just incredibly powerful. After all, it's a large city with a dense population and a high concentration of negative emotions. Kyoto, on the other hand, is home to many ancient and powerful yokai, whose existence is terrifying. However, perhaps because they lived longer, the great yokai in Kyoto were much easier to get along with than those in Tokyo. After a moment's thought, Nyanko-sensei left his short, muscular legs and ran towards Takashi Natsume. Even from a great distance, it could sense Takashi Natsume's presence. Natsume? Natsume. When Nyanko-sensei found Takashi Natsume was chatting with Rorschach, the devil. Seeing Rorschach made Nyanko-sensei feel much more at ease. That's true, Natsume Takashi isn't alone with himself right now. If a real problem arises, this demon certainly won't stand idly by. Teacher Nyanko is absolutely certain of this. After all, the demons in the demon realm are all stubborn but soft-hearted guys. Thinking about it this way, Nyanko-sensei felt much more at ease, but now is not the time to relax. After all, it didn't know much about this demon. Nyanko-sensei softly called out to Natsume Takashi, using a few subtle tricks. In this way, only Takashi Natsume will hear the sound. Incidentally, as a great yokai cat teacher, he naturally has ways to avoid being seen by humans. Even in its current state, no one can see it if it wants to. Natsume Takashi was startled when he heard Nyanko-sensei's voice, then made an excuse to leave the classroom. Was that voice just now? Was it Madara? Stroking his chin, Rorschach said thoughtfully. Although Nyanko-sensei used some tricks, Rorschach still heard its voice. It's not Nyanko-sensei's fault. If it were one of those demons from the past, they certainly wouldn't be able to detect it. Even Vinette and Satania didn't notice anything amiss here. But Rorschach is no ordinary demon. This guy was universally disliked at the Demon Realm Academy. Even the teachers were reluctant to get close to him. These little tricks are nothing to worry about. Outside the classroom, Takashi Natsume looked at Nyanko-sensei with some curiosity. What's wrong, Nyanko-sensei? Nyanko-sensei briefly explained the current situation and reminded Natsume Takashi to be careful. This isn't Yahara. Tokyo is quite dangerous. A couple of days ago, when it went out for a stroll and passed by a shrine, it sensed a rotting smell. Even it felt a chill run down its spine from the aura emanating from it. It may or may not be very strong, but it's definitely disgusting. Okay, I understand, Nyanko-sensei. Pick up Nyanko-sensei, Takashi Natsume said softly. He has great faith in Nyanko-sensei, just as he had unwavering faith in the Fujiwara couple. Is it coming for me? I don't know, but it's highly likely. That's it. Gently stroking the fur on Nyanko-sensei's back, Takashi Natsume's eyelids drooped slightly, lost in thought. Natsume, what happened? If you reject the human world too much, you might end up in the world of monsters. Takashi Natsume seems to have made new friends and started a new life. But in fact, his new friend is a demon. How is this different from the past? He still avoids close contact with humans, because he knew he would attract many monsters. With a soft chuckle, Takashi Natsume did not reply. Perhaps in his view, this was the best ending. Not far from Takashi Natsume, Rorschach, who had overheard their conversation, rubbed his hair. Has a monster come to the school? Shouldn't we treat them well? Clearly, Rorschach has already made the school his own territory. This should be considered a good thing for the students at the school. After all, the possibility of various supernatural events occurring would be reduced if there were a demon protecting the area. Although this demon seems a bit dim-witted and somewhat immoral. But it should be a good thing, right? With a wave of his hand, several tiny, chibi-style bats, no bigger than a finger, flew out from Rorschach's sleeve. A round body, tiny wings. Looks very cute. Go, find that guy. After waving the little bats away, Rorschach's attention returned to Nyanko-sensei. He was wondering whether he should reveal his true identity to the cat teacher. It doesn't seem necessary? Oh no, class is about to start. Luo Xia glanced at the time and his expression changed. The next class will still be taught by the bald teacher. If he's late, Rorschach's fate might not be so good. Chapter 24. Who is Gabrielle? A monster has infiltrated the school, and Natsume Takashi isn't the only one who knows about it. The same goes for Yatsuya Maiko. Why would she know? Because that monster seems to have its eye on Yurikawa Hana, and it's currently spying on them from not far behind. For monsters, humans who are full of blood and energy but cannot see monsters are the best food. Not only is it delicious, it can also greatly enhance one's abilities. It's practically a panacea. Of course, not all monsters eat humans. For example, Nyanko-sensei, who is always by Natsume Takashi's side, is said to be a great yokai who is incredibly close to being a god. It possesses a degree of divinity. When he unleashed his full power, the golden flames were imbued with divine power. This power is extremely deadly to evil demons. That's why Nyanko-sensei has such a powerful presence. Whether we can win or not is another matter if we really have to fight this guy, but it must have been unpleasant. At this moment, a sinister monster set its sights on Yurikawa Hana. Should we seize the Book of Friends first? Should we eat this human first? Tilting its head, the giant rat monster muttered to itself. Long, flowing hair, like that of a human woman, hung down from her head, obscuring her whitish eyes. Even Sadeko is cuter than this. Compared to Nyanko-sensei's adorable appearance and his transformed form as Madara no Kagami, this giant rat is more like a legendary monster. Terrifying and man-eating. For this powerful rat monster, it doesn't matter what it does first. At least that's how it appears to itself. Muttering to oneself these days is nothing more than a perverse pleasure. This behavior gives it a very strange sense of superiority. It's as if they are superior beings, while humans are nothing more than ants crawling on the ground. This was a truly magical experience for it, having once been a mouse. Woo. Feeling the chill behind her, Yatsuya Maiko felt like she was about to burst into tears. The previous ghosts were slightly better. If you just pretend you didn't see it, it will pass. But this monster isn't something you can just pretend you don't see. Even if you pretend you don't see it, this guy will still take advantage of them. Maybe I can escape this predicament, but what about Zayahua? The anxiety in her heart made Yatsuya Maiko almost unable to control her emotions. However, for their own safety and that of Yurikawa Hana, they tried their best not to reveal any flaws. Decided. After thinking for a long time, the big rat suddenly spoke. Yatsuya Maiko's body also trembled almost imperceptibly. It was as if they were expecting something, or as if they were praying for something. Let's seize the Book of Friends first, and then we can eat this little snack. No rush. A wisp of black energy quietly drifted into Beihakuen Hua's body. Yurikawa Hana, who was talking to Yatsuya Maiko, suddenly shivered. There's a very, very bad feeling about this. It's like having a hungry dog squatting outside while you're using the toilet. No, it feels even more disgusting. It's like being forced to drink a pot of black tea mixed with frog urine while having your nose pinched. Rubbing his shoulders, Beihakuen Hua was about to say something. But quick-witted and agile. No, it was the quick-witted and outspoken Yatsuya Maiko who hurriedly said, Zayahua, shall we go get some cake after school? What? Suddenly interrupted, Yurikawa looked at Yatsuya Maiko with some confusion, not quite understanding why the other was so enthusiastic. And if I remember correctly, Maiko's family situation wasn't very good. I try to avoid eating snacks that cost more than 500 yen. What's going on today? The sun comes out in the west? I'm fine. Scratching his head, Yurikawa said. Although she didn't understand what had happened, she agreed since Jianze had said so. Feeling the lingering chill behind her, Yatsuya Maiko breathed a slight sigh of relief. Then it settled. Aha. Although my wallet will be much smaller afterward, as long as Zayahua is alright, that's all that matters. After chatting with Yurikawa for a few more minutes, Yatsuya Maiko made an excuse and went to the tree alone. Sitting under the shade of a tree on the playground, Yatsuya Maiko looked somewhat worried. Although they have escaped this time, it is clear that the big rat will return. Therefore, we cannot let our guard down. Next, we need to find someone else. Who are you looking for? Me. Just as Yatsuya Maiko was about to go find Rorschach, a familiar voice rang out behind her. Alas. Startled, Yatsuya Maiko instinctively jumped up from the ground. Turning around, I saw Luo Xia's familiar face and his faint, wicked smile. Seeing this face, Yatsuya Maiko finally felt completely relieved. You scared me. Wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes, Yatsuya Maiko said with a hint of reproach. She probably didn't even realize that her tone carried a hint of coquettishness. I was constantly on edge before. Even after the large rat left Yatsuya Maiko, it didn't dare to show any obvious signs. It would be terrible if that big rat hadn't gone far yet. But it was only after seeing Rorschach that Yatsuya Maiko finally relaxed. It's like a taut rubber band suddenly losing its pressure. The emotions that had been building up suddenly exploded. A few tears inevitably welled up in the corners of my eyes. Well, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Luo Xia waved his hand dismissively. While speaking, he kept his eyes fixed on Yurikawa Hana. Noticing Luo Xia's gaze, Yatsuya Maiko opened her mouth with some difficulty. I always feel bad about asking others for help, but this is the only option in this situation. But before Yatsuya Maiko could finish speaking, Rorschach's hand shot out and clenched tightly. The black aura, visible only to the two of them, was grabbed and held in Luo Xia's hand. The black mist struggled as if it were alive, but it could not escape Luo Zhen's grasp. What happened? Holding the black energy, Luo Xia looked at Yatsuya Maiko with curiosity, as if wondering what the other had to say. It's all right now. Shaking her head somewhat stiffly, Maiko Yatsuya said. Before she could even speak, Luo Xia had already resolved the matter. It feels quite subtle. What are you thinking? Turning her head, Yatsuya Maiko was about to thank Rorschach when she noticed that Rorschach was looking down as if he was thinking about something. I'm wondering if Gabrielle will like this gift. Would it be better to tie a pink ribbon on it and give it to her? What? Let's not talk about anything else. Who is Gabrielle? Chapter 25, What a coincidence, Natsume-kun? On the hill behind the school, a large rat, standing upright, peeked its head out from the shadows. Not far in front of it, a boy in a white shirt stood with his back to it, seemingly looking at something. That boy was its target. Takashi Natsume, a human who holds the Book of Friends. The large rat seemed extremely disdainful of the human. In its view, the so-called Book of Friends is a treasure that can command many monsters. This idiot actually treated this as a journal simply for recording friends' names. Give me the Book of Friends. With a ferocious grin spreading across its face, the upright rat muttered to itself. It had already imagined what it would look like to command numerous monsters. It is even confident that it can provoke the Nura clan, whose headquarters are located in Kanto. A sharp, green claw-like hand emerges from the sunlight. In an instant, the giant rat transformed into a jet-black shadow and charged toward Natsume Takashi, who was bathed in sunlight. However, here he comes. Under the sunlight, Takashi Natsume seemed to sense something, and turned slightly to look at the rat monster attacking from behind. The look in his eyes as he gazed at the rat monster was very complex. As if he had figured something out, he became incredibly resolute. Nyanko-sensei, please. The next moment, golden flames erupted. Almost instantly, the open space was transformed into a sea of fire. The calico cat, which had been hiding in the shadows, leaped out and instantly transformed into a giant monster. It was covered in long, flowing white feathers, like the plumage of a bird or the snow on the summit of a snow-capped mountain. The mysterious patterns on the top of his head echo the lines at the corners of his eyes. It gives people a mysterious and noble feeling. Against the backdrop of golden flames, Madara doesn't look like a monster. It's more like a mythical beast that has fallen to earth. What a mess. On the rooftop, a woman in a kimono held a pipe in her hand and took a light puff. Her name is Bing. It is also a great monster. He possesses powerful demonic energy and is proficient in talismans. He dotes on Takashi Natsume. Looking at Natsume Takashi, who had retreated to the corner, Bing felt a little emotional. This gentle child finally made a decision. If Natsume Takashi and Iora were alone, that would be one thing. But now he has someone he cares about. The Fujiwara couple adopted him, and they were like parents to Takashi Natsume. He didn't want either of them to get hurt. Things were fine when I was in Yahara, but now, continuing as before is not an option. Natsume Takashi lowered his eyes slightly as he watched the rat monster struggling in the flames. Now this monster can find him at school and at his home. This is something Takashi Natsume absolutely does not want to see. As the golden flames spread to a certain corner, a strange ring of runes lit up on the ground. The golden flames were blocked as if they had encountered an invisible wall. Exhaling a puff of smoke, Bing felt a mixture of joy and melancholy at Natsume Takashi's transformation. To everyone's delight, Takashi Natsume has finally started to take care of himself in a meaningful way. The sad thing is that the Natsume angel who always had a warm smile is probably gone forever. But thinking of what Natsume Raiko looked like back then, Bing suddenly felt at ease. I suppose Natsume Takashi won't turn out badly. Speaking of recklessness, you're pretty much the same, aren't you? A crisp sound came from behind him, and Bing's body stiffened before he quickly turned around. Two girls came into view. One had long blonde hair, and the other had short black hair. The two have completely different temperaments. Based on the information Ban had given earlier, Bing quickly determined the identities of the two people, angels and demons. After scanning the two men, Bing made this judgment. The blonde guy on the left with the dark look on his face must be a demon. His aura is definitely demonic. The short-haired girl on the right who looks like a good student must be an angel. They perfectly avoided the correct answer. But in a sense, it doesn't seem wrong. It's a monster. With her lips pursed, Wynette glanced at the great monster before her. I haven't sensed that disgusting aura from the other party yet. Therefore, Wynette did not take any action for the time being. As for Gabrielle, this guy looks like he's lost in thought. It was clear that he wasn't listening at all. This guy is probably already thinking about playing games after school tonight. Slightly narrowing his eyes, Bing subtly took 2 steps to the side. From this position, if these two guys in front of her wanted to attack Natsume Takashi, she could react immediately. Gabrielle glanced at Bing, but didn't say anything. If she were really going to make a move, she wouldn't just be standing here like this. Since becoming addicted to the internet, Gabrielle has also learned a lot of knowledge. For example, the villains who talk too much are often defeated by the protagonist in the end, etc. Why would I put myself in the position of the villain? I'm an angel, aren't I? Shouldn't angels be images of light? Gabrielle fell into deep thought. Okay, we don't mean any harm to Natsume. Sensing Bing's unease, Wynette offered words of comfort. Hearing what Wynette said, Bing felt a little relieved. As a powerful demon, it's still possible for me to easily determine whether someone has malicious intent. On the open ground below, she was holding a small pink gift box. Oh, Natsume-kun, what a coincidence. Looking at Natsume Takashi, who had been pushed to the edge of the inferno, Rorschach revealed a slightly wicked smile. Compared to the good girl Wynette, Rorschach at this moment perfectly embodies the image of a wandering demon. Luoxia, classmate. Natsume Takashi, who was holding a cloth bag in his arms, turned around and looked at Rorschach with a complicated tone. A human boy who possesses the Book of Friends and befriends demons stands facing a demon across runes on the ground, holding a gift that brings disaster. A wonderful balance emerges at this moment. Chapter 26, You idiotic demon? The golden sea of fire spread wildly, but stopped before the runes on the ground. No matter how intensely the flames burned, they never crossed the rune. This made Takashi Natsume think about the current living environment of yokai. To this day, monsters are still active in every corner of the world. There might be a little monster lurking in the shadows of your home. However, these monsters all maintain a tacit understanding. They will never voluntarily cross that line and appear in the human world. Because we are now in the human world, the era of monsters has slowly come to an end. Even the most powerful monsters would no longer attempt to challenge the order of the human world. Luoxia, classmate. Turning around, Natsume Shiki looked at Rorschach in front of him with a complicated expression. Behind the boy, a magnificent and powerful demon stretched its body freely in a sea of golden fire. The black rat monster was pressed firmly under its claws like a small stain. And this small stain was gradually eliminated in the sea of fire. To be honest, Takashi Natsume had considered many ways to be honest with Rorschach. But I never expected it to turn out like this, nor did I expect this day to come so soon. Takashi Natsume had a vague feeling. His life will likely change drastically after that. It's as if that peaceful daily life is gone forever. Takashi Natsume didn't know why he had this feeling. I don't know if this feeling is correct. But he knew that if this feeling was real, then he wouldn't hesitate, even if he didn't know if it was right or what direction the future would take. But he will do everything in his power to protect the people and demons he cares about. It seems you've figured something out. Holding a small pink gift box in his hand, Luoxia raised an eyebrow slightly and said. He had just watched as Natsume Takashi's eyes went from initial surprise to astonishment. Over time, I gradually became more determined. The look of surprise slowly faded, replaced by his usual gentle and calm demeanor. But something else seems to have been added. Nodding, Takashi Natsume didn't say anything more. Although he had already thought it through, he still hadn't figured out how to face his classmates. Let's leave it at that for now. At this point, Madara's battle was also coming to an end. Although Madara previously said that this guy's strength was no weaker than his. But when the battle actually started, Madara discovered that this guy was very weak. For yokai, it is rare for a young yokai to defeat an old yokai, but it is also acceptable. However, older monsters have an overwhelming advantage in strength when facing their own kind. Faced with this little monster that may have only lived for about 10 years, Madara declared that he could take on 10 of them. Under the baptism of the somewhat sacred golden flames of the demon, the rat monster was gradually annihilated. Its unwilling roar, like its body, was dissolved and destroyed. The only sound in the air was the roar of the flames. The rat monsters in the sea of fire looked like they were performing a silent film, comical and laughable. They are like puppets being manipulated. No matter how active or lively their performance is. But it can never get rid of the thin thread tied to its body. Finally, after the fire subsided, a round, calico cat appeared in the open space. The rat monster had already disappeared. It's as if it never appeared. Only a pile of ashes on the ground vaguely proves its existence. A gentle breeze blew by, and the ashes dissipated into the air. Watching the ashes dissipate, Nyanko-sensei subconsciously wrinkled her pink nose, as if she were holding her breath. It raised its front paws, ready to ward off the breeze. Most monsters can do this kind of thing. This is especially true for monsters living deep in the mountains and forests. Those monsters are, in a sense, very close to spirits. As Nyanko-sensei raised his front paw, Rorschach, who had been watching the show, raised his hand and waved. A gust of wind swept up the pile of ashes, and it vanished completely, leaving no trace. With its raised front paws frozen in midair, feeling the sand and dust covering its face, the cat teacher slowly clenched its little paws. The look in someone's eyes when they want to kill them is impossible to hide. Just as Nyanko-sensei was contemplating whether to take a moment to slap this wicked devil, Takashi Natsume seemed to read his mind and smiled helplessly before pulling Nyanko-sensei into his arms. Shall we find a place to talk? Seeing that Natsume Takashi had opened his mouth but didn't know how to start, Luoxia took the initiative to speak. Seeing this, Takashi Natsume quickly nodded in agreement. To be honest, he had almost forgotten how to invite humans. They got along very well with the monsters. Behind Rorschach, Gabrielle and Wynette walked over with Bing, who looked wary. He gave the guy a rather unfriendly look as he passed by. For some reason, Mr. Bing felt that this guy was quite dangerous. It wasn't danger in the traditional sense, but something else entirely, which she didn't know how to describe. Are you alright, Natsume? I'm fine, Bing. I'm telling you. While examining Natsume Takashi, Bing kept muttering something to himself. I wasn't entirely at ease with this group of angels and demons. Takashi Natsume just smiled helplessly, but a warm feeling flowed through his heart. I said, "Here, this is your gift." Before Gabrielle could speak, Rorschach quickly shoved the pink gift box into Gabrielle's hand. Looking at the small gift box in her hand, a question mark unconsciously appeared on Gabrielle's forehead. What the hell is this? I shook it, and it felt quite light. Gabrielle looked at Rorschach with some suspicion, wondering what he was up to. Vinette, standing to the side, looked at the two of them with some surprise. For fans, a small gift box tied with a ribbon. Vinette felt like she had stumbled upon some juicy gossip. It feels like it's going to become really interesting. Sorry, Bing was a little worried about me. Having finally escaped Bing's lecturing, Natsume Shiki looked at Rorschach with a slightly apologetic expression. No sooner had he finished speaking than Luo Zhen said in rapid succession. Okay, let's find a quiet place to talk. After saying that, he grabbed Natsume Takashi and Nyanko-sensei and quickly left. Watching Rorschach's departing figure, Gabrielle felt something was amiss. This guy interrupted me from opening my gift time and time again. What's going on here? With a hint of doubt and wariness, Gabrielle opened the small gift box. The next moment, a comical clown doll appeared, accompanied by colorful ribbons. A stream of black mist, mixed with other substances, sprayed towards Gabrielle, although it was destroyed by the light of the angelic halo before it even reached them. But this feeling is very unpleasant. It's like seeing a pile of dog poop and almost stepping on it. The pile of dog poop that Gabrielle encountered was launched out. After a few seconds of silence. You idiotic monster, are you out of your mind? She looks very angry. Chapter 27, tell me, what are your last words? Luo Xia and Natsume Takashi had a one-on-one chat on the rooftop. This feeling was quite novel for Takashi Natsume. Years of deliberately avoiding communication with people have made Takashi Natsume somewhat forget the feeling of chatting quietly with others. Although I often chat with my monster friends, this is the first time I've chatted with my classmates. Well, strictly speaking, Rorschach is a demon, so it's not about communicating with humans. As expected, I'm still not very good at this. At the entrance to the rooftop, Bing and Nyanko-sensei waited listlessly for Natsume Takashi to come out. To be precise, Nyanko-sensei was idly fiddling with the pebbles in the corner, while Bing was highly focused, ready to break through the thin iron door at any moment to rescue Natsume. Relax. Yawn, Nyanko-sensei said, waving his hand. Nyanko-sensei is relatively at ease with Rorschach, this devil. Having seen so many demons, Nyanko-sensei could easily say, what evil intentions could a kind little devil possibly have? Conversely, what good could those mentally ill angels possibly do? The conversation between the two ended quickly. No one except these two people knew what they were saying. After giving Natsume Takashi a few more instructions, Hinoki returned to Yahara. After all, she was a great yokai from Hakahara, and there were some lesser yokai who relied on her for their livelihood. It seems you've thought about this a lot. Walking along the quiet campus path, Takashi Natsume lowered his head slightly. The cat teacher beside me walked gracefully along the smooth iron railing. It's hard to imagine that such a bulky body could have such a sense of balance. Let's leave it at that. Scratching his cheek, Takashi Natsume mumbled something indistinctly. What kind of ambiguous statement is that? Well, after all, I have also grown. Who asked you that? You idiot, Natsume. Nyanko-sensei, you're really something. With a helpless smile, Takashi Natsume gazed absently at the distant scenery. The gradually dimming sun slowly sank towards the horizon, its golden rays shining directly on Takashi Natsume's face. A gentle smile graced his fair face, and a light breeze stirred the strands of hair on Natsume Takashi's forehead. A petal blown from a branch twirled through the air and drifted past Takashi Natsume's cheek. At this moment, Takashi Natsume seemed nothing like a boy living in this turbulent world. He is more like a young man who lives alone in the mountains and forests, spending his days with the spirits of nature, and always wearing a heartwarming smile. At least that's what the girls who saw Takashi Natsume's smile thought at that moment. They're really popular. Feeling the gazes coming from all directions, Nyanko-sensei chuckled teasingly. Takashi Natsume simply smiled and offered no comment. Under the setting sun, the shadows of the human and the demon were stretched long, intertwining in a distant place. It was impossible to tell whether it was the shadow of a demon or the shadow of a human. The boy in the pure white shirt had a somewhat unreal feeling, as if he were about to leave this world and go to another unknown world. While it evokes envy, it also inexplicably stirs a sense of heartache and pity. Meanwhile, in the other classroom, you idiotic demon, have you thought about how you want to die? With a gloomy expression, Gabrielle pressed Rorschach onto the table and said in a sinister tone. She'd really had enough of this idiot. Putting aside the black aura covering her face, what's the meaning of sneaking up behind her and trying to pull away her angelic halo? And if you want it, just say so. Gabrielle could consider renting out the angel halo for a few days, and offer a reasonable price openly. Anyway, this thing is just sitting here doing nothing, and it'll get dusty and need to be cleaned frequently. Why not rent this thing out for a few days? It'll save you the hassle and you can even make money from it. More importantly, Gabrielle suddenly realized that if this guy stole her angelic halo, then she would have a reason to kick down the door of this idiot demon's house and then extort money from him with a clear conscience. Pooh. It involves demanding compensation from the other party for emotional distress and other related expenses. But this idiot? He used what he thought was a very skillful stealth to sneak up behind him. Then, mimicking a move from the movie, he delivered a chop to Gabrielle, putting aside whether this can actually knock someone out. Why did you hit the back of my head so many times? Do you think I'm that idiot Satania, you bastard? AQ. Satania, who was having a great time playing with Rika, suddenly sneezed. After casually rubbing her nose, she continued to accompany Rika, a Chuyunibu, middle school syndrome, student, during a game of Gosho. In reality, only Rika Takanashi is truly a Chuyunibu, a person with delusions of grandeur. Can I apply to die of old age? Luo Xia, who was pinned to the table, was filled with regret. I shouldn't have used any stealth stun techniques. The great assassin King Hassan once said that the best way to assassinate someone is to be ruthless and eliminate all witnesses. That's a perfect assassination. Did he say that? That's not important. What's important is that Rorschach realized it. Demons should be upright and honorable. Such sneaky and underhanded behavior is more suited to angels. It's clear that this guy has a lot of grievances against angels. No, are these your last words? After I scatter your ashes, I will engrave these words on your tombstone. Gabrielle touched the back of her head, which was still throbbing slightly, and her face darkened even more. Putting everything else aside, this guy is really strong. If this were an ordinary person, their head would have been smashed to pieces, right? I hope my last words can be more meaningful. If all else fails, it would be acceptable to increase the workload for future archaeologists. Rorschach raised his hands in protest. A person is either born great or dies gloriously. If you can't leave thought-provoking words on the tombstone, at the very least, we should leave behind information that will leave future generations scratching their heads in confusion. This can be considered a meaningful death. This is how Rorschach understood it. You too. I keep pressing my phone, Wynette said with a hint of helplessness. These two have been causing a lot of trouble lately, and Wynette is exhausted. For some reason, I feel like I'm looking at my own two huskies. Just then, a girl from another class happened to pass by. Then she saw this scene. A blonde girl who looked very intimidating pinned a boy to the table with a frightening expression. The boy struggled hard, but to no avail. Beside the two, a short-haired girl was fiddling with her phone, as if taking pictures. In that instant, words like bullying flashed through the girl's mind. Sorry to bother you. The door was slammed shut, and the girl screamed in terror. I said, run, don't look back. Gabrielle reached out weakly, wanting to explain something. But Rorschach's heart-wrenching screams drowned out all other sounds. Hearing the pitiful screams, the girl ran away in terror. Chapter 28, The Three Good Students of the New Era. After that girl left, another incredible legend was added to the list of stories at Tenbu High School. During this period, two new incredible legends have emerged at Tianmu High School. One is a men's restroom with magical services. It's said that using the restroom there will open the door to a new world. One of the new additions today is that, supposedly, two delinquent girls abduct innocent boys after school and engage in SM activities. Vina, don't stop me, I'm going to kill this bastard right now. Holding a chainsaw she'd somehow acquired, Gabrielle wore a wicked smile. In her mind, Rorschach was already a dead man. Sure enough, this guy is better off as a dead demon. This kind of demon is too dangerous to leave in the human world. Why don't we send a support request to the Celestial Executive Department and ask them to take down this idiot demon? The thought had crossed her mind more than once, but in the end Gabrielle gave up on it. If the people in the execution department saw me like this, I'd probably be the first one to be eliminated. At this moment, in the mysterious execution department of the Celestial Realm. Tun tun tun. That feels good? Again. You bastard, hurry up and play your card. Don't rush me. It was a scene of utter chaos and disorder. This broken heavenly realm is doomed sooner or later. An old man passing by looked at the scenery inside and frowned with displeasure. I need to come up with another reason to trick that idiot Satan into helping me clean up this mess. Let's just say my hemorrhoids are acting up this time. Forget it, that's too disgusting to say. I'll just say I have a headache. Have I already used this excuse once? Forget it, never mind it. If nothing unexpected happens, some fool is going to be fooled. And there's a high chance you'll be completely misled. Returning to the human world, Vignette is desperately trying to stop Gabrielle's mad actions. Calm down, Xiaojia. Calm down. It's not necessarily that Luo Xia spread this news. When it came to this, Wynette herself wasn't very confident. After all, this strange statement clearly came from Rorschach's tone. Doesn't he feel ashamed to forcibly abduct innocent young men? Vina, do you even believe that yourself? Clearly, Wynette wasn't very convinced. It can only be said that Rorschach's credibility in this regard is basically zero. No, it's a negative number. After all, this guy has done too many shady things. Ha ha ha, I've heard that rumor, Gabrielle. Just then, a wise demon walked by. Seeing Gabrielle's unpleasant expression, Satania laughed heartily. As long as Gabrielle is unhappy, Satania is happy. I'm so happy. As for why Satania was able to grasp the essence of this rumor so quickly, that's naturally because there was a master helping them? Who is this expert? It cannot be said. It cannot be said. Looking at Satania's stupid face, Gabrielle's expression turned even uglier. Ah, the corpse is talking. Tilting her head, Gabrielle's gaze towards Satania was utterly empty. If the way she looked at Luo Xia before was like looking at a corpse, the way he looked at Satania was as if she were a pile of human-shaped garbage. A body? Where's the body? Satania looked back, somewhat puzzled. There's clearly nothing here, so why would Gabrielle say there's a corpse? Is this guy seeing things? In the hollow where Satania turned back, Gabrielle silently walked to the opposite side of Satania. He raised the chainsaw high in his hand with a blank expression. A large shadow fell on Satania. Although Vinette behind her wanted to speak up to stop Gabrielle, she couldn't help but shiver when she felt the chill emanating from the other woman. Xiaojia, how scary. In a brief moment of stunned silence, Satania had already turned her head. What corpse are you talking about, Gabrielle? I said you. Go to hell, you idiotic demon. Ah! The piercing screams carried far and wide. A female classmate passing by watched this scene with trembling eyes. Clearly, this scene will become a source of fear for this girl for many years to come. After today, the name of the villainous Gabrielle will resound throughout the entire Tenbu High School. Meanwhile, Luo Xia, who had narrowly escaped death, was looking at the messages on his phone with some confusion. Is a demon coming to teach at Tianwu High School? Do you want me to keep an eye on him? After reading the message on his phone, Luo Xia scratched his head, somewhat puzzled. Why would an adult demon need to take care of himself? And is your concern even legitimate? Based on the content of this information, the demon is most likely a woman. Rorschach said he couldn't understand it. Forget it, we'll know when the time comes. Rorschach put his phone back in his pocket, indicating that he didn't care. Rorschach is a model student of the new era. He never really cared about such things. The most important thing now is, looking at the part-time job advertisement in his hand, Luo Xia couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. I originally just wanted to investigate that shrine as a side project, but I ended up seeing this job posting for part-time workers. Rorschach felt his mischievous urges stirring within him. I have an idea. As a model student of the new era, Rorschach has many famous scenes and lines he wants to try to replicate. Now is a golden opportunity. You ask him why a model student would want to do something like this? I've already said he's a model student of the new era. Delicious food, delicious drinks, and fun activities. Perfect. Carefully slipping the flyer into his pocket, Rorschach had more important things to do now. Online, slaughtering the scum angels. Thinking of the humiliation he suffered in the classroom, Luo Xia vowed to avenge himself. Tonight he will definitely repay the humiliation he suffered tenfold. Learn a knockdown skill first, and he'll rub the scumbag angel to the ground. That part-time job. Just as Luo Xia was pondering how to get revenge tonight, a girl with long blue hair inadvertently saw Luo Xia putting away the advertising flyers earlier. Although the time was short, she still saw words like shrine and part-time job. To be honest, I'm a little tempted. Incidentally, the girl's name is Nozomi Tojo, nicknamed Fat She the Great Demon King. Although I was unaware of this nickname. Chapter 29, The New Math Teacher. People live for Gabrielle. Gabrielle was defeated. 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 One death notification after another popped up on the computer screen. As she looked at the screen in front of her, Gabrielle's expression gradually darkened. Picorine, who was passing by outside, was about to call Gabrielle out for dinner, but when she saw Gabrielle's resentment, which was comparable to that of a 1,000-year-old evil spirit, she couldn't help but shudder and awkwardly retreated. After thinking for a moment, I covered my ears with my fingers. 2 seconds later. Ah! You heartless bastard. I will absolutely kill you, you beast. Bang bang bang. Gabrielle slammed her fists on the table and keyboard, letting out a heart-wrenching roar. That sound was truly heartbreaking. Picorine, standing outside the door, shivered, shrank her shoulders, and silently left. Gabrielle seems really scary. Sometimes they are far more terrifying than those 1,000-year-old evil spirits or even demons from hell. In Pikora's mind, Gabrielle had become an extremely terrifying person. On the other side, Rorschach, having completed his revenge, leaned back comfortably in his chair. I feel comfortable. If Rorschach weren't a non-smoker, he would definitely have lit a cigarette right now. Daily quest, online slaughter of the scum angel. Progress completed, 1/1, square root. With his hands behind his head, Rorschach looked as relaxed as if he had just experienced a great sword fight. It might be more comfortable than a big sword, because the pleasure derived from a large sword is at the physiological level. The pleasure derived from brutally killing scum angels comes from the depths of one's soul. As he got up to pour himself a glass of water, an advertising flyer fell out of Rorschach's pocket. By the way, about this part-time job. Rorschach picked up the flyer, a thoughtful expression on his face. He had originally planned to work there part-time. I've decided, I'll go take a look later. Rorschach placed the flyer on his desk and decided to go there the next night to see if he could become a witch or something. You said he's not a woman, so he can't be a shrine maiden? There's always a way, confidently. The next day, I heard that we're getting a new math teacher today. Really? What about the original Uehara-sensei? It's said that he was beaten to the ground by 3 women for cheating and ended up in the intensive care unit, where he won't be able to leave for the time being. I heard that guy got beaten up because he was flirting with a Yakuza boss's mistress. Stop making baseless accusations. Uehara clearly went to save the world but failed, and he should be dead by now. It's clear that everyone has a lot of complaints about their former math teacher. After all, he got the job through connections. He doesn't have any real talent or skills, he can't even do math problems himself. but he always acts superior, as if he's something special. This section specifically criticizes the author's first-year high school homeroom teacher. Luo Xia, what do you think? Turning her head, Wynette asked in a low voice. She knew about this matter. To be precise, she received the message last night. She was also very curious about the new teacher. The same applies to Satania. However, Satania is currently busy catching up on its work. I forgot about my homework last night without realizing it, and I'm trying to do it now. You asked why Satania didn't copy homework? Satania, what? Copying homework is just too much. What a good child. I sit and watch. I'm serious? Her face stiffened for a moment, then Wynette said irritably. After meeting Rorschach, Wynette was surprised to discover that she could also get angry. Moreover, her patience is always very limited when dealing with Rorschach. Much less than usual. She can be very patient even when facing the corrupt Gabrielle Wynette. But when facing Rorschach, well, I'm not going to say anything more. I don't have any opinion. It's just a new teacher. Luo Xia shifted his position and lay face down on the table, saying nonchalantly. He has never been particularly concerned about such things. What if this teacher is difficult to get along with? Resting her chin on her hand, Wynette said with some distress. It might not matter to others, but it doesn't matter to Rorschach and his companions, who are also demons. This teacher will naturally focus more attention on them. If this teacher is difficult to get along with, then there will be big trouble. Difficult to get along with? Like Satania. Scratching his head, Rorschach indicated that he didn't quite understand what Wynette was worried about. If it were an angel, Rorschach would be extremely nervous right now. After all, none of the angels are good, that's what Rorschach thinks. But what if it's a demon that comes? She glanced at Wynette, then at Satania. You told me that the new teacher would be difficult to get along with? Ha ha ha, let out a loud, booming laugh. How difficult can they be to get along with? Are you asking me not to sleep during class? Rorschach said there was absolutely no pressure involved. Okay then. After hearing what Rorschach said, Wynette realized that she might have been overthinking things. This teacher shouldn't be a difficult person to get along with. The teacher finally arrived amidst everyone's anticipation. Wow. The front door of the classroom was opened, and a woman in sportswear walked in. The simple red and white tracksuit covered her entire body, with only her head and hands exposed. Her long purple hair was tied into a ponytail and placed behind her, and her red-rimmed glasses were neatly worn on her face. She was wearing a pair of ordinary indoor shoes. This outfit isn't exactly plain, but it's a bit outdated. But even so, it cannot conceal this person's amazing charm. Da-da-da. With slender, pale fingers, the new math teacher picked up a piece of chalk and wrote his name on the blackboard. Turning to the students below the podium, he said, My name is Saki Sato, and I'm the new math teacher. Please take good care of me in the future. After speaking, he bowed slightly. As Saki Sato moved, her impressive figure, which even her sportswear couldn't conceal, became even more eye-catching. I've made up my mind. From now on, I'll be a supporter of this teacher. Take me one. As for the previous math teacher, who is that? I don't know him. Chapter 30, Outstanding Graduates of the Demon Realm Academy. Hello everyone, my name is Saki Sato. It is a demon, or more accurately, a nightmare. It's called a nightmare, but I actually think I'm more like a succubus. Logically, nightmare's ability should be to cause nightmares or pull people into dreams. But in fact, my abilities are clearly more like those of a succubus. Saki Sato would also feel very helpless about this matter. She clearly had no such thoughts at all. In fact, she was a rather innocent devil. But her own abilities caused her great distress. They had no choice but to live a life of going out early and returning late, and staying at home in seclusion. If she could, she would also like to wear those pretty clothes and go out with her best friends. But there is no if. The above scenes only appear in her dreams. After the dream ends, things will remain the same. This made Saki Sato very sad. Besides that, there was something else that concerned her greatly. It really is him. Looking at Luo Xia, who was slumped over his desk at the back of the classroom, lost in thought, a bead of cold sweat inadvertently trickled down Saki's forehead. Saki Sato had heard of this Luo Xia before. Rorschach's infamy had already spread far and wide in the demon realm. In the Demon Realm Academy, he was even more despised by everyone and everyone. Everyone keeps their distance. The purpose of the Demon Academy is to teach young demons how to become proper villains. How to prevent a kind demon from being harmed by an unscrupulous angel. Of course, we'll find out the specific results by looking at Wynette and Satania. As things stand, this school is quite a failure. They are mostly kind, simple, and innocent devils. Luo Xia is definitely a unique figure in the Demon Realm Academy. If you include this guy, the Demon Realm Academy's teaching results that year were quite good. Just how to say it. Having done all sorts of bad things is no longer enough to describe this guy. The headmaster of the Demon Realm was so angry with this guy that he wanted to expel him. The reason is that this guy's personality is too awful. Who would read someone else's browsing history aloud in public? But after Rorschach's reasoned, and sometimes sophistical, arguments, the headmaster decided to keep the student. Dean of Students, I'm expelling this guy. He's absolutely awful. Rorschach, I have two very exciting and educational films here. Dean of Students, ahem, a friend of mine wants to know something about this. Rorschach, what about my dropping out of school? Dean of Students, I think we can discuss this. Finally, both sides reached a consensus. Rorschach successfully avoided expulsion by making 2 films as a price. Of course, we also hope that when the head of student affairs excitedly turns on his computer at night and finds SpongeBob SquarePants and Teletubbies playing, his blood pressure won't spike too fast. This is not good for your health. Incidentally, Rorschach has many more films like this in his possession. The male classmates who graduated with Luo Xia back then were basically all over 2 steps. What kind of person would be scammed once and then scammed a second time? Just look at those innocent-looking demons and you'll know. Anonymous classmate, I will never be fooled by you again. Rorschach, last time it was a joke, this time it's for real. Anonymous student, how do I know if you're telling the truth or not? Rorschach, if I'm lying to you, come and beat me up tomorrow. Unknown student, then I'll trust you one more time. When that classmate came to school angrily the next day, he realized with utter despair that he couldn't beat this bastard. In this way, Luo Xia successfully saved up his first pot of gold. Although he quickly paid the fine for assaulting a classmate. But at least you have this experience, right? After graduating from the Demon Realm Academy, Rorschach wrote down his money-making experience in a booklet and sold it, along with his treasured films, to his juniors. As a result, a large number of people started selling in the Night Garden and Crayon Shinchan merchandise that year. Incidentally, the head of the teaching department once suggested that Rorschach go to the Celestial Realm as an exchange student. However, Rorschach rejected him without hesitation. The reason is that he has a deep love for this school. The year Luo Xia graduated, the head of the teaching department reluctantly awarded him the title of Outstanding Graduate. After all, from an objective point of view, this guy does indeed meet the standards of a qualified demon. Then this bastard played the Great Compassion mantra as background music during his speech at the awards ceremony. They almost managed to send the demons from back then to the afterlife. Does Buddhism concern itself with these things? Rorschach became the only person in the history of the Demon Realm Academy to almost be expelled at the graduation ceremony. It is estimated that his legend will circulate in the Demon Realm Academy for many years to come. Ahem, we've gotten a bit off topic. At this moment, our innocent yet devilish teacher, Saki Sato, is looking at Rorschach with concern. She was actually a little afraid of this student. After all, she's just an ordinary little devil, so she's bound to feel nervous when she encounters someone as wicked as her. If Rorschach could hear Saki Sato's inner thoughts, he would most likely pat his chest and assure her that he had reformed and would henceforth be a good demon who would contribute to the world. You could even write a guarantee. Anyway, it doesn't cost any money to just say it casually, the inner thoughts of a certain devil. Ahem, everyone, please take out your books. We're about to begin class. Clearing her throat, Saki Sato took out her carefully prepared lecture notes and lesson preparation notes. She worked very hard to be a good teacher. Great, she seems like a very approachable teacher. Looking at Saki Sato, Wynette breathed a long sigh of relief. Even just by looking at her appearance, Wynette could sense that Saki Sato-sensei was a good devil, just like herself. Satania was thinking. Boring? I want to see rivers of blood. Well, that's a bit of an exaggeration, but that's roughly how it is. This guy thinks this teacher is really boring. As for Gabrielle, who is an angel, maybe I should just skip school and go home this afternoon. I just felt this class was rather boring. Gabrielle, chin in hand and staring blankly out the window, thought to herself. The devil is thinking about studying hard, while the angel is thinking about skipping school. This is really interesting. With a mix of trepidation and excitement, Saki Sato successfully completed her first lesson. No one caused trouble, and no one asked any random questions. That's great. Saki Sato thought to herself. Chapter 31 Saki Sato, this is definitely a threat to me, isn't it? After class, Saki Sato let out a long sigh of relief. So far, my teaching career has gotten off to a good start. Luo Xia, that classmate, doesn't seem to be interested in me. That's great. Thinking about this, Saki Sato felt a sense of relief. It's great that it went unnoticed because it's so ordinary. If that student Luo Xia notices me, my future teaching career will probably be in a lot of trouble. As long as I keep my distance from Luo Xia and avoid too much contact with him, there shouldn't be any problems. Surely Luo Xia wouldn't be so bored as to bother this harmless little devil? Should. With this feeling of relief, Saki Sato returned to her office. Thank you for your hard work, Professor Sato. How was your first class? The teachers in the office all cast kind glances at him. Although it is often said that the workplace culture in Japan is distorted and makes people feel uncomfortable from the bottom of their hearts. But Saki Sato was lucky, she encountered some nice colleagues. That's great. My teaching career looks set to go very smoothly. Sato Saki made herself a cup of tea, a happy smile spreading across her face. However, dong dong. Excuse me? A familiar face appeared before Saki Sato. It was Rorschach, the man Sato Saki had mentioned before. Puff. Ahem, Luo Xia, what's going on? Saki Sato spat out a mouthful of tea and looked at Rorschach with a look of utter disbelief. Why are you here? Although I didn't ask directly, but those words were written all over her face. Didn't Uehara-sensei say anything like that, did Sato-sensei? Tilting his head, Rorschach looked puzzled. Say what? What should I say? Wiping the water stains from the corners of her mouth, Saki Sato suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. This feeling is very bad. Furthermore, Saki Sato also sensed traces of magical energy flowing around her. What did Luo Xia do? Well, it's really nothing. It's just a magic spell that reduces its presence. If we had this kind of magic, wouldn't we be able to play a lot of exciting games without worry? Ahem, I can't say more. I'm the math class representative. What? At that moment, Saki Sato felt as if she had heard something incredibly profound. Luo Xia just said, "Is he the math class representative? Didn't you hear me?" Looking at Sato Saki's blank, idiotic expression, Rorschach repeated himself word for word. "I am the math representative for my class." Boom. Like lightning piercing the night sky. But this light did not bring hope or a sense of security. Instead, it illuminated the monster lurking in the shadows, watching intently. Saki Sato suddenly realized how naive her previous thoughts had been. As long as you don't come into contact with it, it's fine. Isn't this a clear indication that there will be a lot of contact? Thank you, Luo Xia, for your hard work. In her panic, Saki Sato almost blurted out, "Thank you for your hard work." This clearly shows the importance of Luo Xia in her heart. No, you are the one, Mr. Sato. Luo Xia quickly waved his hand and said, "Teaching students like us is the hardest job for you. Sometimes I think, if I were a teacher and had a student like me, that would be terrible. Every time I think about this situation, I feel like I don't want to be a teacher anymore." "Wave your hand," Rorschach said. Heaven have mercy, he was telling the truth. The point of saying all this is to help the teacher not be too nervous, since it's the first day of work and everyone is still getting to know each other. Closing the distance a bit would be good for everyone. However, in Saki Sato's eyes, it was a completely different story. Is he testing me? Saki Sato felt her brain trembling. At this moment, she had already conjured up a conspiracy in her mind. In Sato Saki's eyes, Luo Xia's words at this moment were a test of her. To test my opinion of him, to see if I have any complaints about him. Once Rorschach gives an affirmative answer, he will definitely say, "So you have such a problem with me. Are you trying to die, you bastard?" Alas, no. The thought of this possibility sent chills down Saki Sato's spine. He quickly waved his hand and said, No, that's not true. Luo Xia is very outstanding. That's completely untrue." Looking at Sato Saki, whose face was full of panic and anxiety, Luo Xia slowly typed a question mark. "Do I look scary?" Scratching his head, Luo Xia indicated that he didn't quite understand this strange teacher. "I was clearly a model student." Without paying too much attention, Luo Xia placed his homework on the table and said, "Ms. Sato, this is our class's homework from yesterday." "Okay, huh." Smiling as she accepted the assignment, Saki Sato suddenly noticed something amiss. "Luo Xia, classmate. What's wrong, Sato-sensei? How many people are in our class again?" 35 people? What's wrong, teacher? 35 people. Looking at the assignments in her hand, which clearly only numbered around 20, Sato Saki remained silent for a few seconds before choosing not to say anything. "Forget it, saving my life is the most important thing. This is definitely another test from Rorschach, and I absolutely cannot fall for it." Thinking this, Saki Sato forced a smile and said, "Thank you for your hard work, Luo Xia. Hurry back to the classroom, the next class is about to start. It wouldn't be good if we were late." "Okay." Nodding, Luo Xia prepared to leave the office. But before leaving, he seemed to remember something and turned back to whisper, "Please take good care of me in the days to come, Mr. Sato. As a demon. Goodbye." After saying that, Rorschach dispelled the magic that had reduced his presence and turned to leave. Only a dazed Saki Sato remained. He was definitely threatening me just now. What a perfect misunderstanding. "So, in the next math class, Rorschach, what have you been doing?" "I didn't do anything. But Mr. Sato seems to be very afraid of you," Vinette whispered to Rorschach. But Rorschach said he knew nothing about it. "I was clearly taking care of this new teacher who seemed a bit timid, just as the demon realm had instructed. Perhaps it's out of concern for those who are also demons." After thinking it over, Rorschach concluded, "It seems like there's no problem." Chapter 32, Rorschach, "Actually, I'm a cute girl. My name is Nozomi Tojo, and I am 17 years old. Single, no boyfriend. I live in a nearby residential area." He is currently a second-year high school student at the private Odinakazaka Academy. "In my spare time after class, I also choose to do some part-time jobs. For example, working as a shrine maiden at a shrine. After all, I usually like things like tarot cards. People are definitely more interested in these kinds of mysterious things and places. I stumbled upon a job posting from a new shrine. It seems like the benefits and treatment in all aspects are quite good. Moreover, it is said that wishes made at this shrine are particularly effective, and most of them come true. For various reasons, I decided to apply for a job at that shrine. It doesn't matter if we fail. Anyway, she wasn't short of money doing part-time work, she was more interested in it. Before coming to this shrine, Nozomi Tojo had already prepared herself for the possibility of having competitors. After all, this shrine offers good benefits, so it's normal for other girls to be interested in it. Tojo Nozomi had anticipated this before she arrived. As expected, there were quite a few girls there when we arrived. But what Tojo Nozomi didn't expect was that her rival was a boy. Looking at the handsome young man with black hair, red eyes, and a serious expression in front of him, Tojo Nozomi fell silent. Are you sure you're not in the wrong place but are just putting on an awkward act like you came here? Your gaze seems rather rude, sister. The black-haired, red-eyed boy seemed to sense something and suddenly turned around to look at Tojo Nozomi. Are you that perceptive? Seriously, what's with that, sister? Nozomi Tojo felt like she had a lot to complain about, but she didn't know where to begin. For example, what kind of mentality would a grown man like you have to apply for a part-time job as a shrine maiden? Could it be a hobby of cross-dressing? I don't have that kind of special hobby. Mind reading? Tojo Nozomi was startled and looked at Rorschach with a look of disbelief. How could that be? I would never use mind reading, such a low level, such an unscientific thing. Luo Xia waved his hand dismissively. I have a feeling you just used some really powerful words. Her gaze was somewhat unfocused, and Nozomi Tojo wondered if she had been led astray. I was wondering at first why this guy would apply to be a shrine maiden. Actually, I am a transgender person. With his arms crossed, Luo Xia said confidently. Although I look like a devastatingly handsome guy who has captivated countless girls. But actually, I'm a gentle, lovely, kind, generous, understanding, and sentimental young woman inside. I'm actually quite troubled by this myself. After all, some cute girls always confess their feelings to me, which is really a headache. You're just praising yourself, aren't you? Are you serious about saying that? You even said you can't read minds? Wasn't that perfectly clear? Tojo Nozomi's urge to make sarcastic remarks intensified. But I still don't know how to complain. Is there something off about this guy? What happened? With a tilt of his head, Rorschach gave a puzzled look. Don't I look like one of those effeminate guys on TV? As he said this, Rorschach even made a delicate pinky gesture. That's so incredibly similar to yours. There are too many flaws. Nozomi Tojo is speechless. Her pink little fists clenched and relaxed, and clenched again. In the end, Nozomi Tojo didn't say anything and quietly sat down next to Rorschach. Don't get me wrong, there are no empty seats around. Otherwise, Nozomi Tojo wouldn't have chosen to sit next to this weirdo. Indeed, in Tojo Nozomi's eyes, Rorschach already appeared to be a strange person. That's not entirely wrong. After all, Rorschach never considered himself a normal person. When Rorschach was young, an angel with a black halo told him that hell was full of abnormal people, and if he wanted to become their king, he had to be even more abnormal than them. Young Rorschach memorized this sentence and took it as his motto. By the way, the guy who used Jesus' hair dye to create the angel halo was called Lucifer. Now I'm a member of hell. It is said that because he was too normal, he felt out of place in heaven. In a fit of rage, he stormed into Jesus' room, stole all of Jesus' hair growth serum and hair dye, and rushed into hell. Jesus? You stop right there. Ahem, we've gotten a bit off topic. Returning our focus to the shrine, Tojo Nozomi is trying to strike up a conversation with Rorschach. This student. Call me sister. Tojo Nozomi's expression depicts a subway, an elderly person, and a mobile phone. What's wrong with your brain? In response, Luo Xia stated that he is a person with professional ethics and integrity. Since I'm now playing the role of a mentally challenged transgender person, I must play it well. If Gabrielle were here, she might say, isn't your so-called bad brain just your true self? Probably so. This, sister. After struggling for a while, Tojo Nozomi spoke through gritted teeth. She wouldn't want to say that if she could. But looking at Luo Xia's serious face, she hesitated again. Could it be that this seemingly mentally challenged person is actually a mentally challenged transgender individual? So what exactly is a transgender person? Why assume someone is mentally challenged? Nozomi Tojo said she didn't want to talk. She was absolutely certain that this guy could read minds. I can't read minds. Your thoughts are written all over your face, meow. Why add this strange verbal tick? To prove that I really am a cute girl at heart, dizzy. Why was it changed again? Is it possible to switch between these verbal ticks at will? Don't worry about these details, MMQ. If you think too much, you'll get captured and toyed with by some old purple woman, Aru. Nozomi Tojo, who had been silently repeating herself to herself the whole time, decided to give up thinking about it. Should I not have come to this place? Otherwise, I wouldn't have encountered this strange person. Rorschach is a good example of how some people are just plain annoying to encounter. His existence is meant to make you realize just how bizarre this world can be. In silence, the Shrine Maiden interview finally began. Let's get started already. I really don't want to stay with this weirdo anymore. Letting out a long breath, Nozomi Tojo felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, it was just a chance encounter. We won't see each other again. Probably so. Chapter 33, Your Head is Big. My name is Nozomi Tojo, and I am 17 years old. My current relationship status is single. I have no boyfriend and no male friends. These are not important. The important thing is that I just successfully passed the interview for a part-time job at a shrine. If nothing unexpected happens, I'll be working part-time as a shrine maiden at this shrine for the next period of time. She was very satisfied with the excellent benefits and treatment she received at the shrine. At the same time, I also met a pretty handsome guy. Logically speaking, my life should have a wonderful development, just like in some romance comics or light novels. A youthful love story filled with pink and rosy vibes. There is sweetness, there is bitterness, there is joy, there is sorrow. Logically speaking, that should be correct. But in fact, please take good care of me from now on, sister. Looking at the beautiful girl dressed as a shrine maiden in front of her, Nozomi Tojo felt despair. Why are you here too? Although meeting a handsome guy is a happy thing, but she really didn't want to run into this dimwit guy. It should have been double the happiness, but why? Why did it turn out like this? How rude. Seemingly sensing something, Rorschach, dressed in a shrine maiden outfit, put his hands on his hips and said with dissatisfaction, his cheeks puffing out slightly as if he were angry. Seeing Luo Xia's outfit, Tojo Nozomi felt even more desperate. Her long, smooth black hair cascaded down her back, like the finest silk. Her long eyelashes trembled with the other person's movements. Her big eyes seemed to speak volumes. Her fair and tender skin was as smooth and lustrous as a pearl from the seabed. Every move she makes exudes cuteness. But he is a man. The brain is shaking. To be honest, at one point, Nozomi Tojo suddenly felt that she had lost completely as a girl. Nozomi Tojo once thought that everyone is human, so how beautiful can someone be? Those beauties depicted in comics and novels, like the ones who could eclipse the moon and shame the flowers, simply don't exist, okay? But today, Nozomi Tojo realized that she was wrong. What's wrong with this guy? Do you mean hair? Picking up a strand of black hair with his fingertips, Luo Xia said calmly. Actually, I once studied ninjutsu and landscape photography under Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. It's not unusual for someone to know a little bit about hair growing techniques, is it? Do you think I've never read comics? Moreover, that move is clearly called the disorderly lion's hair technique. What's so special about the technique of growing hair to the side? These are not important. Forget it, I'm tired, let's destroy it. Nozomi Tojo said she was used to this jerk's brazen eavesdropping on her thoughts. Is it really possible to get used to this kind of thing? Nozomi Tojo felt like something was wrong with her. Sigh.jpg. Everyone else's stories are about youthful romance. How come it turns into a comedy anime when it comes to me? Anyone who could write a plot like this must be out of their mind. The kind that starts with 10 years of cerebral thrombosis. Please, just die already. Well, don't worry about the details. It's hard not to care, okay? How can a guy like you apply for a part-time job as a shrine maiden? Rorschach could understand Tojo Nozomi's anger. After all, she's completely outmatched in terms of looks, laughs. Well, we should always be more magnanimous towards losers. It's probably because I'm good-looking. Luo Xia shrugged, a helpless expression on his face. That expression seemed to say, I didn't want to either, but I can't help it, I'm just too charming. What is this and what? Don't you feel even the slightest bit ashamed? With a blank expression, Tojo Nozomi just wanted to escape this place as soon as possible. Am I dreaming? I was definitely dreaming. I'll be counting on you starting tomorrow. A small figure dressed in white hunting attire, with a fox mask covering her face, emerged from behind the door. He placed his hands on his abdomen, bowed slightly, and spoke to Nozomi Tojo and Rorschach. Okay. Tojo Nozomi quickly bowed in response. I don't know if it was just my imagination, but for a moment just now, Nozomi Tojo seemed to see those hands beneath the long sleeves of her robe. Something's strange. It doesn't look like a normal human hand. The fingers are slender, but the knuckles are large and noticeable. The sharp nails seem to gleam with a cold light. On the eerily pale skin, fine cracks could be faintly seen. She instinctively tried to look up to get a better look, but a large hand pressed down on Tojo Nozomi's head. With the force of that hand, Tojo Nozomi's head was pressed down hard. The bow itself was a bit more pronounced. Now, forget about fingers, Nozomi Tojo could only see her own feet and the floor. Please give me more advice. Luo Xia, who was standing to the side, also bowed and said something. The hand pressing on Tojo Nozomi's head was his. The figure wearing the fox mask gave Rorschach a strange look before turning and returning to the room. It's a bit strange, but it doesn't matter. As long as she continues to work part-time here, it doesn't matter what secrets she has. You? Looking up, Nozomi Tojo glanced at Rorschach with some confusion. Although I was initially annoyed, I thought about what I had just seen. Nozomi Tojo seemed to have thought of something. Ignoring Tojo Nozomi, Rorschach's hand clenched loosely in the air, as if sensing something. Gudong. Looking at Luo Xia with some nervousness, Tojo Nozomi couldn't help but feel nervous as well. What exactly is going on? From the very beginning, this matter seemed to have an unusual air about it. Really? After shaking hands, Rorschach looked at Nozomi Tojo seriously. Startled by Luo Xia's gaze, Tojo Nozomi's body involuntarily stiffened. You? Her pupils trembled violently. Tojo Nozomi was terrified of hearing some terrible news from the other person. After pausing for 2 seconds, Rorschach said, Your head is a size larger than normal, to be precise, your skull. In that instant, Tojo Nozomi felt a mixture of confusion, bewilderment, anger, and even a hint of murderous intent. Who would be so rude to a girl? I'm going to change my clothes. With a flick of her sleeve, Tojo Nozomi turned and left with a cold face. Sure enough, I shouldn't have had any expectations of this dimwit guy. How indifferent. Scratching the back of his head, Luo Xia said nonchalantly. Chapter 34, Colleagues should help each other. Unbelievable? How could someone like you exist? On the street at dusk, Tojo Nozomi walked ahead angrily, looking like she was in a very bad mood. Luo Xia, expressionless, followed silently behind. I don't know if it's just my imagination, but Rorschach's nose seems a little red. Sister, that's not right of you. We're colleagues after all. I told you not to call me that? And no matter what, you can't go into the women's locker room. Tojo Nozomi gritted her teeth and growled in a low voice. About 10 minutes ago, the beautiful girl with long flowing hair, Luo Xia, naturally wanted to follow Tojo Nozomi into the dressing room to change clothes. But Tojo slammed the door shut outside. The redness on the tip of his nose was from being hit by the door. Rorschach protested this. Feeling that he had been treated unfairly, Rorschach then had a heated argument with Nozomi Tojo through a door. Even after Tojo Nozomi changed her clothes and came out of the dressing room, the two still hadn't reached a conclusion. After all, Rorschach's argument is that you are looking down on me, a transgender person? But Tojo Nozomi was thinking, what right does a guy like you have to go into the women's changing room? Who cares what's really going on inside your heart? This is very unfriendly to girls. Seriously, what's going on in the head of the person who passed the bill that allows transgender people to enter restrooms and changing rooms of the gender they identify with? Paste? Nozomi Tojo said she couldn't understand it. Sometimes I don't know if it's because the times are progressing too fast, or if I'm too rigid and can't keep up with the times. Or perhaps both. There's nothing I can do about it. Our shrine only has one changing room. With his hands on his hips, Luo Xia said confidently. Perhaps the shrine was never intended to recruit a man as a shrine maiden when it was built. As for why Rorschach's application was accepted, only God knows. You've already gotten into character so quickly. Nozomi Tojo's eye twitched, indicating that she didn't really want to deal with this guy. They've already considered themselves part of the shrine so quickly. After a while, will they start acting like the masters of the shrine and take over? Forget it, I'm tired, let's destroy it. Nozomi Tojo said she had absolutely no interest in this dimwit guy in front of her. I didn't want to waste any more words on this guy. Nozomi Tojo felt she had been speechless more times today than in the entire previous year. By the way, give me the flyer that Fox gave me before I left. I'll distribute it for you. As if he had thought of something, Luo Xia spoke to Tojo Nozomi in front of him. Fox. Turning her head, Nozomi Tojo looked at Rorschach behind her with some confusion. Who is this Fox referring to? Are there any people named Foxes at the shrine? It's that guy wearing the mask. Isn't that a bit too rude? Once Rorschach explained it, Tojo Nozomi understood. The fox in question refers to the lady wearing the fox mask, right? Speaking of which, that person wore a fox mask the entire time without ever taking it off. Earlier, when the two were leaving the shrine, a masked woman handed each of them a stack of advertising leaflets. They said they would ask them to send it out later. Don't force it, just let things take their course. Nozomi Tojo accepted the offer without much thought at the time. The shrine where she worked had done something similar before. A shrine even let her manage their social media account for a while. At the time, her cute appearance helped her gain a lot of followers for that shrine's account. Unfortunately, that shrine was later closed down for some reason. This is for you. After thinking for a moment, Nozomi Tojo took out a stack of flyers from her backpack and handed them to Rorschach. Although Rorschach's behavior had been very unreliable before, for some reason Tojo Nozomi felt that he was someone she could trust. At least she's more reliable than the lady wearing the fox mask. Speaking of foxes, thinking back to the fleeting glimpse she had seen earlier, Nozomi Tojo inexplicably felt that the nickname was quite fitting. Although this form of address feels somewhat impolite. Okay. After taking the flyer from Nozomi Tojo, Rorschach glanced at it but didn't put it away. Instead, he held it in his hand. It seems like they're planning to send it out later. I'll leave everything to you after that. With a slight bow, Nozomi Tojo addressed Rorschach. Regardless, Rorschach did help him. That way, I can go home earlier later. It's okay, sisters. We should help each other out in the future. After all, we're already colleagues. With a wave of his hand, Rorschach said this. The slight goodwill that Tojo Nozomi had just felt vanished at this moment. Sure enough, this guy is mentally unstable. I'd better stay away from this guy from now on. Thinking this, Tojo Nozomi subtly moved her feet, trying to get away from this guy. Rorschach, noticing this, shrugged indifferently, not caring at all. Normal. After all, if a male demon like him loses to a woman in terms of masculinity, he will also want to stay away from her. After all, there's a female demon who can surpass him in masculinity. The image of Yujiro Hanma with a skunk face appeared in Rorschach's mind. A lovely face and a strong body. It's comparable to Neza from 100,000 Cold Jokes. Of course, putting everything else aside, that Neza is quite cute. If you only look at their faces. But this skunk. Alas. Scary. After Nozomi Tojo left, Rorschach took out his advertising flyer from his bag. Luo Xia held the two advertising flyers in his hands. Then, boom. Black flames erupted from Rorschach's palm, instantly burning the stack of flyers to ashes. A wisp of dark energy emerged from the ashes, but was immediately caught in Rorschach's hand. Looking at the wisp of smoke in his hand, Luo Xia thought for a moment, then pulled out an angel halo from behind his back. After quickly tying the wisp of black energy into a tight knot on the angel's halo, Luo Xia nodded with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Picorine, who was studying the maid's code, suddenly shivered. I have a feeling that something very ominous has gotten on me. Shaking her head to clear her mind, Pekora focused her attention once again on the maid's code in her hand. Gabrielle said that if you want to catch it, you have to give something in return. Picorine is not only a weakling now, but she's also broke. I can only repay my debts with my body. That's what Gabrielle said. It feels really awful. This guy is more terrifying than a demon in some ways. Chapter 35, Where did you come from, you delinquent? Hey, Miyamura. Leaning against the wall, Luoxia looked sadly at the items in his hands. What's wrong, Luoxia? Izumi Miyamura, wearing thick glasses, said expressionlessly. She doesn't seem to be in a very good mood. Don't you think that humans actually harbor a kind of inherent flaw deep within their nature? With his eyelids slightly lowered, Luoxia spoke in a deep voice. No one knew what he was thinking at that moment. What do you mean? Upon hearing Luoxia's statement, Miyamura Izumi subconsciously frowned. The exploration of the human inner world has never ceased since ancient times. Normally, discussions on these topics should be serious, but forgive Izumi Miyamura for being unable to be serious right now. As for why, we'll talk about that later. Let's not talk about greed and jealousy. What I want to say is that humans don't know how to cherish things. Raising his head, Luoxia said calmly. At that moment, he truly seemed to possess the air of a great philosopher. Without giving Miyamura Izumi a chance to ask further questions, Luoxia spoke at a measured pace. Humans have never known how to cherish what they already have. You only feel regret after you've lost it. You only realize someone has left when you reach out your hand but can't touch them. These words sound philosophical and resonate with the situation of many people today, especially young couples. However, Izumi Miyamura was not affected in the slightest. Because, could you please give me the paper quickly? My legs are going numb. Sitting on the toilet, Izumi Miyamura said expressionlessly. I just asked you to bring me some paper. I didn't expect you to give me a long lecture. Besides, who would understand all that you're saying? Go tell that kind of thing to those young couples? What are you talking to me, a lonely person? Oh, here you go. Luoxia handed the toilet paper to Miyamura Izumi through the gap, and he didn't seem very happy. It's rare for us to have a philosophical discussion. Can't you cooperate with me a little? They really don't know how to read the room. In response, Izumi Miyamura said she didn't care. To be honest, Rorschach was one of my few friends. He could even be considered one of only 2 friends. But often Izumi Miyamura felt that Rorschach's brain was a bit, no, not just a bit. That's extremely sick. What kind of brain does this guy have? Sometimes I feel that Luoxia's thought process is a bit different from that of normal people. With a sigh, Izumi Miyamura indicated that she didn't want to say anything more. No matter what you say, it always feels strange in the context of a toilet. Only delinquent teenagers and gourmets can speak freely in the toilet. Oh well, after all, he's one of my only 2 friends. In the end, Izumi Miyamura still didn't say anything. Friendship is one aspect. On the other hand, he believed that Luoxia would definitely do something childish like blocking the door to prevent him from coming out. As long as he expresses dissatisfaction or something else. Sigh.jpg. So, Miyamura, you should hurry up and find a girlfriend. I think Hori Kyoko in my class is pretty good. With his finger pointing in the air, Luoxia kept urging Miyamura Izumi to go find his girlfriend. Perhaps this is a common trait among boys nowadays. When I'm in a relationship, I'm always extremely cautious, constantly testing the waters. But when watching others date, they always act like gossipy onlookers, enjoying the drama. I wish my best buddy could just go up there, face to face, and unleash his ultimate skill. But when it was my turn, well, I'm not going to say anything more. This is not the boy's fault. I don't know when it started, but dating has become a very strange thing. Being devoted and attentive can be seen as being a sycophant, or even as something to brag about. If you don't put in the effort or try to please others, you'll be called a fishing king, a person who enjoys a life of casual sex. But quite a few girls still try to associate themselves with real players, which seems rather interesting. She got hurt and then said there were no good men. They even turned their backs on those who were truly dedicated. It's very interesting. Huh? Hori-san? I haven't had much contact with her. Wave your hand, Izumi Miyamura replied. Didn't she talk to you once? But it only happened that one time. In fact, for now, the only interaction between Izumi Miyamura and Kyoko Hori is this. Neither of them could even remember what the other looked like. When you see it, you'll know, oh, it's this person. But when I turn around and think about it, I wonder what this person looks like. It only happened once, but... After a pause, Rorschach said calmly. For someone like you who doesn't have many friends, doesn't usually interact with others, and is practically invisible in class, shouldn't a girl talking to you be like a ray of light shining into a dark world, turning you into her little fanboy? Are you looking for a beating? With veins bulging on his forehead, Miyamura Izumi asked with a forced smile. Don't let his artsy look fool you. He's actually a pretty good fighter. His muscles are actually quite good. He's developing very healthily. Jay's face. So, what kind of image do I really have in your heart? A gloomy shut-in, always thinking about destroying the world. Could you please just die? The emotions that had just calmed down surged up again. At this moment, Izumi Miyamura was wondering if she had been too hasty in becoming friends with Rorschach. Oh, it was Rorschach who, being so friendly, posted this himself? That's fine. But thinking about it, it's still quite troublesome. Ah, it's Professor Sato. Just as Miyamura Izumi was contemplating whether to stay away from Rorschach, a figure in sportswear came into their view. Raising his hand, Luoxia greeted him with a hint of surprise. Luo Xia didn't know why, but he seemed to rarely see Sato Saki-sensei. It was as if she was deliberately avoiding him. It must have been just my imagination. Why would anyone avoid a good kid like me? Alas. When her name was called, Sato Saki visibly trembled, then stiffly turned around and forced a smile, saying, "Ah, it's Luo Xia." Even Izumi Miyamura could see the stiffness in the other person's smile. After exchanging a few words, Sato Saki hurriedly left, as if she had something urgent to attend to. "Did something happen between you and Mr. Sato?" Miyamura Izumi couldn't help but ask. What he really wanted to ask was why Mr. Sato was so afraid of him. "I do not know." Stroking his chin, Rorschach also looked very puzzled. "If I had to say, someone asked me to keep an eye on this guy. Are you some kind of delinquent?" Chapter 36, Wake Up? Stop Dreaming? What would it be like if an ordinary high school were to gather angels, demons, monsters, girls with the ability to see ghosts, and boys who befriended monsters? In most people's minds, this school would likely become quite turbulent. Angels and demons engage in open and covert struggles behind the scenes, treating humans as their pawns and toys. The monster was secretly watching, hoping to gain some advantage. The boy who befriended the monsters observed quietly, filled with intense hatred for both angels and demons. The girl with the ability to see ghosts was secretly plotting something, and no one knew what she was thinking or what she was planning. In fact, Rorschach? You bastard, where did you hide my homework, you bastard? Gabrielle grabbed Rorschach by the collar and said with a gloomy expression. Coupled with her tongue-twisting manner, which she seemed to have learned from somewhere, the angel looked just like a petty thug often seen in TV dramas. As for why it's on TV, a kind-hearted and beautiful girl inexplicably became a delinquent. Although she was ruthless and cold-hearted towards others while living in the mud, she showed a gentle and kind side after meeting you, and even fell in love with you at first sight and insisted on marrying you. What are you thinking, you bastard? How could such a good thing possibly happen to you? Wake up, kid, you're not the gentle protagonist. You are the average-looking, average-ability, nice person-like classmate of the gentle protagonist, who is good at socializing but has no boyfriend. The kind of dialogue that doesn't exceed 3 lines. Therefore, the most valuable quality in a person is self-awareness. The ultimate goal of our lives is not to be the protagonist, nor to have a harem. Our mission is to make money and marry someone we love who also loves us. There's no need to accomplish anything earth-shattering, nor to make selfless contributions that move the world. Be worthy of those who truly care about you, take good care of those you care about, and don't let them worry about you. That's enough. That's a bit of a tangent. Let's get back to the classroom, where Luo Xia, whose collar had been grabbed, said unhappily. How am I supposed to know where you put your homework? As expected, you bastard hid my homework. Looking at Rorschach's slightly displeased face, Gabrielle said with certainty. If this were any other time, you would have jumped up by now. You're acting like this because you're guilty. How do you know me so well? It's a happy thing to have a beautiful girl care about you, but changing the target to Gabrielle makes it inexplicably frustrating. It's like having a dog with a food bowl sitting outside the toilet door when you're using it. Are you thinking about something really bad? Mind reading? I can't read minds. Your thoughts are written all over your face. And you say you can't read minds? Doesn't this scene seem strangely familiar? It seems like this happened a few days ago when I went for an interview with Feishi. Oh ho, I didn't realize a stupid devil like you could actually be popular with women. Raising an eyebrow, Gabrielle said with some surprise. In her eyes, Luo Xia was the kind of bastard who had no luck with women and would stay single forever. Mind your own business, you useless angel. Rorschach thought to himself. I can't care about your messy private life. Now you have 2 choices, either give me my homework, or give me your role. At first, Gabrielle just wanted this guy to hand in his homework. But considering this bastard's nature, Gabrielle had reason to suspect that the guy had already destroyed his homework. Then he added another sentence. In my school bag. With a slight pout, Rorschach responded. At first, he did intend to take Gabrielle's homework to Satania's mortal enemy for destruction. But something came up that delayed things. As for what it is. O demon of crimson flames? Guided by fate, we have met once again. Rika Takanashi, wearing an eye patch, blocked Rorschach's path and shouted. It's just something we bumped into at school, why make it sound so mysterious? Satania might like this style, but Rorschach said he was really unimpressed. It's not that I don't like it, but because there are still many passers-by watching. If you were in a secluded place, Rorschach might have cooperated. However, if Rika Takanashi hadn't interrupted, Gabrielle's homework might have been destroyed. Rorschach and Gabrielle are always so energetic. With his chin resting on one hand, Takashi Natsume wore a gentle smile. He always seems to look like this, always with that smiling face no matter what happens. They're just 2 noisy brats. The cat sensei, who was lying on Natsume Takashi's desk, let out a long yawn. It has never really cared about such things. If it weren't for protecting Takashi Natsume, it would probably be drinking somewhere else right now, instead of staying in this place. Thinking this, Nyanko sensei opened his eyes and looked at Rorschach, who was arguing, frantically debating, with Gabrielle. This demon always carries some strange things with it. Alcohol and such are also normal. Let's see if we can get some alcohol from this guy when Natsume isn't paying attention. Although they haven't known each other for long, Rorschach and Nyanko sensei have already established a basic friendship. One reason is that both of them are immortal beings, and the other is their friendship built on drinking. Vinette, who was tidying up her homework, sighed deeply and didn't want to say anything. I'm starting to act more and more like a mother hen lately. Satania is working hard to catch up on his homework. He ran into his nemesis after school yesterday and fought for a long time before managing to escape. I completely forgot about homework and such. In another classroom, Maiko Yatsuya, looking completely content, was slumped limply on the table. School is great. This is a sentiment that Yatsuya Maiko has expressed countless times. Since Rorschach and his friends arrived, it's not fair to say there are absolutely no evil spirits in the school. But it's much safer than outside. This was the most relaxed time for Maiko Yatsuya at school. Even if you accidentally reveal a flaw, you'll still have Luo Xia and the others. However, he still hasn't received a reply to the matter he asked Luo Xia for. Thinking of this, Yatsuya Maiko's little face puffed up, making her look like a pufferfish. I'll still have to ask about it later. Yatsuya Maiko thought so. Chapter 37, Men should do something masculine. Lunch break. Xiaojia, do you want to eat at the school cafeteria? Standing at the table, Wynette made this suggestion. As a little devil with almost maxed out housekeeping skills, Wynette usually prepares her own lunch every morning. It's not particularly nutritious or delicious, but it's still a decent bento box. No way, would you willingly squeeze into a crowd? Are you a masochist? After getting up from the table, Gabrielle let out a long yawn and said, she had absolutely no interest in such things. That damn bastard didn't log on yesterday, which was rare, so she had a good time playing all night. If Pekara hadn't pulled her out of bed this morning, Gabrielle would have slept until noon and then called her homeroom teacher to say she had a cold. Anyway, the homeroom teacher wouldn't delve too deeply into these matters. Why don't you give it a try, since it's only once in a while? Vinette said with some excitement. This was a rather novel experience for her. I'm also planning to invite Rorschach and Satania to go together later. Use that idiot demon as a human shield to clear the way? Good idea. Seemingly having thought of something, Gabrielle gave a thumbs up in agreement. It's quite natural that Rorschach is placed in a very delicate position. This. Why do you want me to be your shield? Before Wynette could even explain, Rorschach, standing to the side, spoke up, clearly annoyed. There's nothing I can do. I can't think of any other use for an idiot demon like you besides this. With her hands outstretched, Gabrielle wore an expression that said, I really wanted to find out what you were good for, but unfortunately I failed. He looks incredibly irritating. I don't want to be told that by a useless angel like you. Rorschach's eye twitched, and he turned to look at Wynette beside him, saying, Vina, could you please tell this useless angel what my good points are? What? Vinette looked at Rorschach with a blank expression. Why am I being dragged into this again? Let me see. Seeing Luo Xia's expectant expression, Wynette fell into deep thought. Luo Xia is a very nice person, and... Frowning, Wynette thought for a long time but still couldn't figure out what Rorschach's strengths were. Does it count if you have money? But all this money was obtained through doing bad things. It doesn't seem like something to brag about. At least that's how Wynette sees it. Therefore, Wynette couldn't come up with a second advantage even after a long time. As for what Wynette said about the person being good, it's good to just listen to this kind of words. When someone compliments you on being a nice person and appearing generous and easygoing, what he really meant was that you're not particularly outstanding, and your looks are just average. It's very sad. See, everyone agrees on your opinion. Gabrielle spread her hands and mocked. Gabrielle showed just as much interest in making things difficult for Rorschach as she did in the game. It's probably because Rorschach usually likes to annoy Gabrielle, right? These two are a prime example of mutual harm. TCH, that's still much better than you useless angel. Rolling his eyes, Rorschach declared that he was, after all, a qualified demon. She's much better than Gabrielle, that incompetent angel. But as a fallen angel, I am undoubtedly qualified. Gabrielle said calmly, without the slightest emotional fluctuation in her words. Neither angry nor agitated. There are always reasons why angels fall from grace. It's either proactive or reactive. Therefore, when they fall into depravity, their emotions are either very agitated or very angry. But Gabrielle was different, she remained calm. Are you going to fall into depravity? Raising an eyebrow, Rorschach looked at Gabrielle with some surprise. From every perspective, Rorschach did not want Gabrielle to fall into depravity. After all, this guy is a stable source of income for me. Although Rorschach would immediately receive a large sum of money after this guy's downfall, he still understands the principle of slow and steady wins the race. No, but we're always ready. Gabrielle, leaning back in her chair, said calmly. Remembering her dark angelic aura, Gabrielle decided that it wouldn't be so bad to just fall into depravity. Then we won't have to go to school or do homework. I have plenty of time to play games every day. But she is not ready yet, even though there will be many benefits. It's like knowing that studying now will get you good grades, or exercising will get you good health. But you still choose to lie in bed and play on your phone. And after seeing this, I felt a surge of emotion and felt that I had to do something. So I rolled over and found a more comfortable position to lie in. And as is customary, it will be switched back after a few minutes. I won't remove the camera, it's already been beautified. Gabrielle has this idea now. She's gotten used to her current life and has no intention of changing it for the time being. There's no rush anyway. Alright. Shrugging, Rorschach picked up his lunchbox and prepared to leave. Hey, Luo Xia, aren't you going to the school cafeteria? Seeing Luo Xia's actions, Wynette quickly asked. She was actually looking forward to having dinner with her friends. But it seems that Rorschach doesn't have that idea. I've already prepared a bento box. Maybe next time. Wasting food isn't a good habit. Rorschach raised the bento box in his hand and responded. Okay, wasting food is really bad. Seeing this, Wynette had no choice but to abandon her own ideas. Although I really wish Rorschach could come along, wasting food is indeed a terrible thing. Gabrielle, who was lying on the table, had a slightly unfocused gaze. She seemed a little guilty, as if something on her mind had been revealed. And, after a pause, Rorschach continued. Men should do masculine things, like men. Standing tall, Rorschach's voice was firm and resolute. After these words were spoken, the classroom seemed to fall silent for a few seconds. Everyone looked at Luo Xia with different expressions, and then, it is good. Well said. As expected of you, Rorschach. They accomplished what we couldn't do with ease. Clap 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 clap. A group of boys who were on good terms with Luo Xia clapped enthusiastically. The group huddled together, revealing lewd smiles. So you're very brave. You're kidding. I'm super brave. Okay, let me see. The atmosphere gradually became tense. Are all boys like this? Scratching her head, Gabrielle looked at Vigna with some confusion. I don't really know about this kind of thing either. Wynette also said she couldn't understand it. I can only say that this is how we guys are usually. Chapter 38, Something Seems Wrong. In Japan, many people choose to eat at the school cafeteria or buy food at a convenience store during their lunch break. Of course, many people also choose to bring their own lunch. Satania usually finds a secluded spot to quietly eat her food. It's usually something like rice balls. After all, Satania is the type of person who doesn't have many friends. Although she is a demon just like Rorschach and the others. But for various reasons, she is alone most of the time. But the situation improved a few days ago. Oh, my dearest friend. She flung open the door, and Rika Takanashi, wearing an eye patch, stretched out her hand, striking an extremely embarrassing pose, and loudly proclaimed. The dark feast of the demon realm has begun. The prey from the abyss has appeared. Simply put, it's lunchtime, and I brought a bento box today. Probably that's it. Although it was unclear what these ambiguous words actually meant, the people around her miraculously understood the meaning of Rika Takanashi. It's probably because it's lunch break time now. That's natural. Satania jumped up from her seat and shouted, completely shaking off her listless demeanor from earlier in class. Just like you after class. Satania patted her chest forcefully and mimicked Rika Takanashi's tone, saying, let me be the future ruler of the demon realm. Let Kurumi Satania handle this. All I can say is, they truly are two Chuyunibyo, delusional teenagers. They speak in such similar ways that there is no pressure in communicating with them. Although the only truly Chuyunibyo, middle school syndrome, person is Rika Takanashi. Although Satania, who possesses power, may not seem very bright, she is not exactly a Chuyunibyo, a person with delusions of grandeur. Just like the same words spoken by two different people can sound completely different. The handsome guy said that drinking hot water was a way of showing concern. For an average person to say they want to drink hot water is just being a clueless straight man. This world is really realistic. The two left the classroom arm in arm, intending to find a good place to eat. These two were talking about a bunch of nonsensical things a couple of days ago, like the flow of magic and the direction of the ley lines. It actually does look somewhat like it. But in reality, the two of them were just casually strolling around. Finally, we found a quiet spot with few people and sat down to eat. After all, both of them are contradictory. You're saying they're socially anxious? They can always say all sorts of embarrassing and cringeworthy things without caring what others think. You think they're so tough? However, both of them were somewhat reserved and not very open when communicating with strangers. The simple-minded Satania even became an outsider in the class. It's great that these two have become friends now. On the other hand, Luo Xia chose to have dinner with the boys. Just like he said, men should do masculine things, like men. Luo Xia, aren't the things you said before likely to be misunderstood? On the rooftop, Natsume Takashi, holding a bento box, wore an awkward yet polite smile. Honestly, after you said those things, you dragged me to the rooftop for dinner. It's really easy for people to misunderstand, okay? Although Takashi Natsume has not had any close relationships or romantic feelings with any women in the past 10 years of his life, but he felt that his orientation was quite normal. They also had no intention of trying out new worlds. This was still a bit too exciting for him. This is something. Holding the lunchbox, Luo Xia said nonchalantly. After swallowing the food in his mouth, he said with a sigh, Natsume, you need to know. The reason you still like women is because you haven't met a man who makes your heart flutter. And in the end, you'll find that you don't actually like a particular gender. You just like good-looking people. After a 2-second silence, Takashi Natsume quietly moved to the side. For some reason, Luo Xia suddenly seemed dangerous to him. It's not a threat to my life. Rather, it is a threat in some more important aspects. Should I say he truly lives up to his reputation as a demon? A bunch of fallacies. With its 2 little paws stacked in front of it, the cat teacher yawned and said. It neither agreed nor disagreed with Rorschach's words. Many long-lived species undergo changes in many aspects after living for a considerable period of time. Human concepts no longer apply to them, because humans are a short-lived species. It's perfectly normal to try something different every now and then. The most typical example is undoubtedly Zeus from ancient Greek mythology. This guy isn't just indifferent to gender, he doesn't even really care about species. They don't even care that much about their own gender. We should try more things in life. Some say that over 90% of the problems in Greek mythology stem from Zeus's inability to control his trousers. It doesn't necessarily have to be pants, sometimes it can be a skirt. Ahem, we've gotten a bit off topic. Returning our attention to the rooftop, Nyanko-sensei is now pestering Rorschach for a drink. I want wine. Lying on the ground, Nyanko-sensei shouted in his unique voice. It perfectly leveraged its advantage as a cat, cuteness. Rorschach, who has a slight tendency to be a cat lover, almost couldn't resist. But Rorschach isn't the only one here. Oh. After punching Nyanko-sensei on the head, Takashi Natsume said with a hint of helplessness. Don't just think about drinking all day long, Nyanko-sensei. Even though Natsume Takashi had been turning a blind eye to the fact that he secretly drank alcohol before leaving home that morning, he was still drinking. So now it's time to drink again? Humph, you idiot Natsume. I'm a monster? My body is filled with fine wine. The cat teacher, who was being lifted up by the scruff of her neck, flailed her 4 little paws wildly in the air. They look very cute. The only drawback is that, being a calico pig, it's still a bit too thin. By the way, Nyanko-sensei, is there any news about the shrine I asked you to investigate before? As if he had thought of something, Luo-xia looked at Nyanko-sensei and asked. I learned this nickname from Takashi Natsume, and since Nyanko-sensei himself didn't seem to mind, I've been calling him that ever since. A little bit, what's wrong? You seem to care a lot. After discussing serious topics, Takashi Natsume voluntarily put Nyanko-sensei down. Despite their playful banter, Natsume Takashi never lets Nyanko-sensei lose face in this regard. It's nothing. After thinking for a moment, Luo-xia calmly said, I am currently a part-time shrine maiden at that shrine. What? Tilting their heads, Takashi Natsume and Nyanko-sensei looked at Rorschach with blank expressions. I think I just heard something really strange. Chapter 39, The Stolen Pineapple Bun. It's nothing. I am a part-time shrine maiden at that shrine. After swallowing the food in his mouth, Rorschach said calmly. Quiet. As if they had heard some very important news, Takashi Natsume and Nyanko-sensei both fell silent for a moment. Both the human and the cat tilted their heads and looked at Rorschach. This indicates a lack of understanding. I probably drank too much. A few seconds later, the cat teacher rubbed her ears with her pink little paws. Honestly, those pink little paws of cats are the white moonlight in the hearts of countless cat owners. Okay, I shouldn't have drunk so much this morning. I'm still not sober. The cat teacher stated that what she heard was all false and did not exist. The idea that she works part-time as a shrine maiden is definitely a misconception. That's why everyone says not to drink secretly. Natsume Takashi tapped Nyanko-sensei's head and said irritably. He was clearly very surprised by what Rorschach was saying. Shrine maidens and such. After glancing at Luo-xia, who was clearly a boy, Takashi Natsume suddenly wondered if the yokai at that shrine had some misunderstanding about humans. For example, being unable to distinguish gender. Otherwise, there's no way to explain this. I'm a monster, you know. The cat-like teacher, who was squatting in Natsume Takashi's lap as a small table and had a lunchbox on his back, said with dissatisfaction. In fact, it was not the same thing that shocked Takashi Natsume. Takashi Natsume was surprised that Rorschach, a boy, could become a shrine maiden. What shocked Nyanko-sensei was, what kind of Ushima shrine is this? Having this demon as your shrine maiden? You think it's too boring to have your own shrine? If it were any other Nyanko-sensei, he probably wouldn't have reacted this strongly. After all, those demons were all diligent, gentle, and kind good kids. But this guy in front of me, a qualified demon. It was more demonic than any demon that Nyanko-sensei had ever seen. Why did I say it's like that? The cat teacher fell into deep thought. There's something strange about it that I can't quite put my finger on. So, what exactly is going on over there? Seeing the cat teacher deep in thought, Rorschach asked again. Actually, he had a general idea of what to expect after visiting once before. I just contacted the cat teacher to confirm something. If the cat spirit there recognizes us, it doesn't seem right to just kill him like that. At least give them a heads up before killing them. That's what Rorschach thought. Strictly speaking, that guy is somewhere between a monster and a demon. The monsters don't really like this guy. I don't have much information on my end either. After yawning, the cat teacher settled into a more comfortable position. 2 cute little paws are placed under its head. They look so relaxed and comfortable. Okay, I understand. If that's the case, then there's not much of a problem. As for the ghosts, who cares about them? You bastard! Stop right there. A furious voice came from behind, and it sounded somewhat familiar. Luo-xia tilted his head, as if he had thought of something. Stop. Oh. Suddenly, the door leading to the rooftop was kicked open. A white dog with an unopened pineapple bun in its mouth rushed out. Its flowing fur, agile posture, and sharp eyes. He looked just like a victorious general returning home. Raising his hand, a black robe flew out from Rorschach's sleeve and bound the puppy tightly. Woo. Even so, the puppy still refused to let go of its mouth. Clearly, they have a special attachment to this pineapple bun. You rascal, you have nowhere to run now. Panting, Satania stood at the entrance to the rooftop, a broad smile on her face. This is the guy who stole my pineapple bun time and time again? Nowadays? She finally caught her? Satania? Did you catch that guy? A few seconds later, Rika Takanashi, who was also panting, caught up. Obviously, these two, a human and a demon, are being walked around by an ordinary pet dog. If it weren't for Rorschach, the dog might have managed to escape. Watching the dog, Rika Takanashi bend over and pant, silently put away the rope binding the puppy and instead picked it up by the scruff of its neck. The previously restless puppy immediately quieted down. Grasp fate by the scruff of the neck. JPG. Ah, it's Rorschach. At this moment, Satania finally noticed Rorschach, who was carrying his lifelong rival. I hadn't noticed it at all before. Were you robbed by a dog? Tilting his head, Rorschach looked at Satania with some confusion. Although I knew long ago that Satania was an idiot, but he really didn't expect that this guy would even bully a dog. You're a demon, after all. There's a reason for that. Feeling Rossia's suspicious gaze, Satania said somewhat guiltily. She didn't want to admit that every time she was about to eat a pineapple bun, this guy would steal it from her. You might even get bullied by a dog. That would be incredibly embarrassing if word got out. In fact, she has already embarrassed herself enough. A demon had its food stolen by an ordinary dog, or something like that. This demon realm is doomed sooner or later. Rorschach sighed countless times. And once again, he decided to become the king of the demon realm and kick out Satan, that idiot who never does anything productive. Then you can go and love Jesus in peace. What reason? This is to demonstrate the magnanimity of the future demon king. I won't stoop to the level of these lowly minions. Puff out your chest, Satania said loudly. She looked very proud, and Rika Takanashi beside her also cast an approving glance at Satania. He truly is my dearest friend. It's nothing but a pale beast, nothing to fear. Oh ho, the future king of the demon world. Rorschach nodded, indicating his understanding. He glanced down at the puppy in his hand, and the puppy looked at Rorschach in return. The two, one human and one dog, exchanged glances and easily understood each other's thoughts. Then, go away. With a sudden burst of strength, Rorschach threw the dog towards Satania. Woo 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 woo. The puppy in midair adjusted its position and couldn't help but let out an excited howl while holding a pineapple bun in its mouth. Hey hey hey, wait, wait, wait. The next moment, the puppy's limbs made intimate contact with Satania's forehead. With a burst of strength from its limbs, the puppy used Satania's head as a springboard to leap into the air. It then landed smoothly. It's a pity it didn't go out of bounds, otherwise it would have been 14.7 points. The puppy turned around, gave Satania a wicked smile, and then walked away with a flourish. Damn it! Satania, lying on the ground, couldn't help but roar. Unfortunately, the puppy had already gone far away, along with her pineapple bun. Chapter 40. My ambition is to revive the glory of the demon realm. Have you all thought about what you want to do in the future? Many people would probably answer no. In today's society, it's enough to live well in the present. Why think so far ahead? Instead of thinking about the future, think about what to do now. For example, what to eat in the morning, what to eat for lunch, what's for dinner. Especially for some high school students, they basically don't think that far ahead. After all, the decision on university choices will not be made until after the college entrance examination. What we need to do now is to work hard to improve our grades, so that it will be easier to fill out college applications in the future and we will have more options. Don't end up like Go, whose college entrance exam score is stuck in an awkward position. It seems like you could reach it if you try to push upwards, but the risk is too high. I'm reluctant to take a step back and hold on. The author struggled with this for a long time, and didn't even have a proper lunch that day, although I made up for it that night. Volunteer survey form. Looking at the long-haired girl in front of him, Luo Xia fell into deep thought. What was that thing again? Did I send this thing? Oh no, I have so much stuff lately that I can't seem to find where I've put it. Yes, Luo Xia, did you fill it out? Tilting her head, Takeda Makiko, the class monitor, asked. As of now, only Rorschach and Gabrielle haven't handed it in yet. Instead of Gabrielle, who was uninterested in such matters and knew she hadn't filled in the form, the class president decided to ask Rorschach first. After all, compared to Gabrielle, who always had a dark face and had some bad rumors, the class president preferred to be around Rorschach. Surprisingly, Rorschach's reputation was much better than Gabrielle's in the class. Of course, this is based on the premise that his despicable acts have not been exposed. As for why Gabrielle's reputation is so bad, you'd have to ask that good student who was bullied in the classroom by a delinquent blonde girl after school because of his kind nature. When Gabrielle heard this rumor, she rushed to Rorschach's house with a kitchen knife. Then, in front of Rorschach, he tore apart several of his collectible figurines into pieces. If Wynette hadn't arrived in time, the two of them would probably have had a war between angels and demons. However, their relationship deteriorated rapidly once again afterward. Seriously, given how far things have come, is there still room for them to get worse? Every morning on her way to school, Gabrielle would try to stab Rorschach in the head with the kitchen knife in her hand. Rorschach was also thinking about when he could stuff Gabrielle into an iron shovel, fill it with cement, and contribute to the rise in sea level in Tokyo Bay. Caught between the two, Wynette felt that if things continued like this, she would soon be prematurely gray. No, it's a young girl with white hair. Not yet, Please wait a moment. After rummaging through his bag for a long time, Luo Xia finally found the volunteer survey form folded in half in a book. Upon opening it, there was indeed no writing. A blank space. It wasn't filled in. The squad leader, hands on his hips, said with a hint of helplessness. One of them is the class monitor, and the other is the math class representative. We don't communicate much on a regular basis, but we have a pretty good relationship. We'd call each other friends. It's not my fault, it's all Gabrielle's fault, that idiot. What does this have to do with Tianzhen? 2 days ago, that bastard broke into my house with a knife and tore my wife to pieces. The class monitor slowly typed out a question mark. I think I just heard some really exciting news. Luo Xia, you mean? After carefully taking a few steps, the class monitor, his face covered in cold sweat, asked tremblingly. Although I was shocked that Luo Xia had a wife, that's not the point. Shouldn't we call the police now? What is this? My classmate is actually a psychopathic killer? Still, torn apart by 5 horses. And why are you so calm? Aren't you even a little bit sad? Yes. With a sigh, Rorschach continued. And they cut down 5 in a row, that's really going too far. The pieces were scattered everywhere, and it took me a while to put them back together. He pursed his lips, still harboring resentment towards Gabrielle. He had gone through a lot of trouble to buy that. I almost missed out on buying it because it was a limited edition. Rorschach would never buy second-hand figurines. After all, you don't know what the previous owner of this figure did to it. It's terrifying to even think about. What? 5? The class monitor said that his mind was a little slow to process what was happening. Could it be that Luo Xia was juggling several relationships at the same time, and then Tianzhen came knocking on his door? But something seems off. At this point, the squad leader gradually realized the problem. I feel like there's something I can't quite put my finger on. Luckily I had a spare, otherwise it would have been troublesome. If I may ask, Luo Xia, who is the wife you're referring to? The class monitor asked hesitantly. She seemed to have guessed something. It's Rem. Luo Zhen said calmly. That's right, his wife is Rem. And it's not just Rem, but also Asuna, Violet, Isla, Izumi Sajiri, Kusaka Reina, Hakure Ryuma, Kazumi Yuaka, Hoto Koko, Nikari Erina, Artoria, Hideyoshi, Yadagami Toa, and many more. They're all his wives. Don't ask, the answer is that all good-looking ones are good-looking. That's just how we deadbeat couch potatoes are. After a few seconds of silence, the class monitor let out a long sigh. I don't know why, but I really want to punch this guy. I suddenly understand why Tianzhen harbors such malice towards Luo Xia. Please fill out the volunteer survey form and hand it to me quickly, Luo Xia. The class monitor waved his hand and prepared to leave. After all, it's just a survey, so it doesn't matter if you fill it out randomly. It's said that a few outrageous proposals emerge every year, which becomes quite a topic of conversation among teachers. Very well, then I will write down the responsibility of restoring the glory of the demon realm. This is too outrageous. The class monitor slammed his hand on the table and shouted. Although this table isn't very useful, isn't it a bit too casual of you to do this? This will definitely be rejected, right? Then let's choose another one. That's more like it. The class monitor rubbed his temples and said with a hint of helplessness. Today I suddenly realized that Luo Xia doesn't seem as reliable as he usually appears. I'm going to kick out that Satan guy who just wanders around and become the king of the demon world myself. Isn't this still just as outrageous? It's confirmed, this guy isn't unreliable. It's highly unreliable. Chapter 41. What? It's not a confession. In the end, despite the class monitor's intervention, Luo Xia was unable to write down his grand ambitions on the volunteer survey form. To be honest, Rorschach himself felt quite sorry for him. He thinks this is a great wish, and he is working hard to achieve it. That's why I said it wouldn't work. With his hands on his hips, the class monitor sighed helplessly. The impression that Luo Xia had always had that he was a somewhat eccentric but generally decent person completely crumbled. It has become a very unreliable image. Then I don't know what to write. With his arms crossed, Luo Xia said with some dissatisfaction. He hadn't even considered this kind of thing himself. While he is indeed very happy in the human world, his wish is to restore the glory of the demon realm? Refurbishing. After thinking about the situation in the demon realm, Luo Xia suddenly felt that the word refurbishing was not quite appropriate. After all, the demon realm has had a rather shameful image for a long time. Tisk, forget it. Then let me begin to forge the supreme glory of the demon realm. The first thing I did was delete the game account of the idiot angel. Rorschach secretly resolved to find an opportunity to sneak into Gabrielle's house and steal her computer. This matter needs careful consideration, otherwise it might lead to the death of a demon. Or maybe we should just try to fool that idiot Satania. Indeed, everyone has their own reason for existing. Even an idiot is the same. Satania's reputation in Rossia's eyes has subtly improved. Is that a good thing? Luo Xia. Seeing Luo Xia muttering something with his head down, the class monitor called out hesitantly. But Rorschach seemed completely absorbed in his own world. It seems I didn't hear the class monitor's voice. Luo Xia. After calling out once more, the class monitor cautiously approached Luo Xia. Then she heard. Should we still encourage her to poison him? Wait a minute. After a period of chaos, the two finally quieted down. Rorschach now has a large red mark on his forehead. That's really hard to understand. Huffing and puffing, the squad leader crossed his arms and said discontentedly. Luo Xia, your thinking is extremely dangerous. Oh, we're all classmates, you can't do this. Are you even listening to me? This is exactly like you when you're playing games and trying to brush off your partner. Oh, you don't have a boyfriend/girlfriend. That's fine. HHHH. What? I don't have any either. That's fine. Sad. I'm thinking about how to fill out the volunteer survey form. Pointing to the volunteer investigators on the table, Luo Xia said matter-of-factly. If this guy's eyes hadn't been constantly darting around, the class monitor might have believed him. Have you decided how to fill it out? No, I knew it. His fist clenched and then relaxed instantly. All the class monitor wanted to do now was get Luo Xia to fill out the form and leave. I feel inexplicably tired. How about I borrow yours to copy? Rorschach suddenly said. I myself am fine, but what? My choice is Qinghai Women's University. The air fell silent. In the end, Rorschach casually filled out an application for Aizu University and that was it. Meanwhile, Gabrielle also filled out her volunteer survey form under Wynet's guidance. Various misunderstandings also occurred during this period. Of course, this misunderstanding refers to the class monitor. Luo Xia, classmate. It's Maiko. With her lips pursed, Maiko Yatsuya stood in front of Rorschach. She had previously asked Rorschach to help her find some exorcising amulets or similar items. Rorschach readily agreed at the time, but there has been no further news since. Yatsuya Maiko also wanted to come and ask Luo Xia for advice, but she didn't know how to bring it up. After all, he was asking Luo Xia for a favor. Wouldn't it be impolite to come directly to him? Ultimately, she didn't owe anyone anything, she was just an ordinary girl. Maiko Yatsuya doesn't think she's particularly attractive, nor does she believe Rorschach would go out of his way to please her because of her looks. That's far too unrealistic. Besides, she was asking someone for a favor, and she wasn't even getting paid. If she adopted a self-righteous attitude, even Yatsuya Maiko herself would feel disgusted. It's that. Although she had finally mustered the courage to approach Luo Xia, Yatsuya Maiko didn't know how to start the conversation. Tilting his head to look at Maiko Yatsuya, Rorschach seemed to understand something. Terribly sorry. With a heavy expression, Luo Xia patted Yatsuya Maiko's shoulders with both hands. Blinking, Maiko Yatsuya felt a slight unease in her heart. Is it really that troublesome? Did I cause trouble for Luo Xia? His first instinct was to apologize, but the next second Rorschach said. Although you are very cute, and you are my type, you have a good figure and a great personality. But I cannot accept your confession. Because I hope my other half is at least prettier than me. Are you out of your mind? Honestly, this guy definitely has something wrong with his head. Yatsuya Maiko is now very certain. What? It's not a confession. After explaining, Luo Xia said with a regretful expression. I'm so sorry I didn't have the chance to confess to you sooner. With a slightly embarrassed but polite smile on her face, Yatsuya Maiko read aloud. After being interrupted by Rorschach, the tension in my heart dissipated considerably. They weren't as reserved as they had been at the beginning. Well, I've looked for quite a few of the exorcism tools you mentioned, but none of them seem to be very effective. Rorschach rubbed his hair and noticed that Maiko Yatsuya had relaxed. Although he had considered asking the Angel of Despair for help, Rorschach felt that Gabrielle is a Chinese word that means decadent, dispirited, or might not be able to make a suitable amulet. So forget it. That's right. Yatsuya Maiko said somewhat disappointedly. She had tried exorcism items herself, but they either had no effect or were almost ineffective. This result is acceptable. Well, let's just use this for now. He pulled out a halo from somewhere, hung it around Yatsuya Maiko's neck, and said, Maiko Yatsuya looks like she has a toilet seat hanging around her neck right now. This is. Feeling the warmth on her neck, Yatsuya Maiko asked with some confusion. It always felt like something very valuable. It's nothing important, I have another one over there. Although it was temporarily placed on Gabrielle's head. Looking at Yatsuya Maiko's current appearance, Rorschach removed the halo. After fiddling with it for a while, the original halo turned into the size of a bracelet. Give. Today's portion.jpg. Chapter 42, A Relationship That Cannot Be Spoken Of. She raised her hand, and a halo radiating a warm glow enveloped Yatsuya Maiko's wrist. It looks just like a regular glowing bracelet. What's so ordinary about it? Looking at the bracelet on her wrist, which was obviously unusual, Yatsuya Maiko couldn't help but complain. Won't it be easy for someone to steal this if I wear it on my wrist? It's not that Yatsuya Maiko has paranoia, it's just that this bracelet looks too good. Putting everything else aside, just the faint glow is enough to tell that this is a good thing. 2. Scratching his head, Rorschach fiddled with the aura a few more times, successfully reducing its brightness to almost invisible, practically non-existent. Only by observing it closely at very close range can one barely detect the light it emits. It's done. Clap his hands, Rorschach was clearly pleased with his work. Although it was just a trial, he was surprised to find that he could actually control the halo. Rorschach himself was a little surprised. Thank you. Feeling the warmth emanating from her wrist, Maiko Yatsuya expressed her sincere gratitude. It is still unclear how effective this item is at exorcising demons. But Yatsuya Maiko believed that Rorschach would not deceive or play tricks on her in this matter. Looking into Yatsuya Maiko's clear eyes, Luo Xia suddenly felt a little embarrassed. You really trust me that much? I'm a devil, you know. Then did you lie to me? No, that's fine. With her eyes crinkling with laughter, Yatsuya Maiko suddenly realized that Rorschach seemed quite easy to understand. Luo Xia pursed his lips and didn't offer any further explanation. Although I do occasionally do things that cheat people, I never lie. Well, a white lie can't really be considered a lie. This is encouragement? This is how Rorschach understood it. Speaking of which, Luo Xia, what you said before. Seemingly having thought of something, Yatsuya Maiko looked at Rorschach with some confusion and asked. There was one sentence that Luo Xia had said that really bothered her. His other half has to be prettier than him, etc. I have a feeling that something very serious has been revealed. Just call me Rorschach. Waving his hand, Rorschach said, What you mean? It's like you said you can't accept that your partner isn't as pretty as you. Ah, that. Stroking his chin, Rorschach thought for a moment and then said, You don't need to know this for now. Yatsuya Maiko voiced her dissatisfaction, but Rorschach remained completely unmoved. Hey, woman. Give up, you can't beat me in terms of beauty. Although it sounds very wrong to say it like that, Rorschach is very confident in his appearance when he wears a shrine maiden outfit. After all, as a demon, a good-looking appearance can save a lot of trouble if you want to bewitch humans. In the end, Yatsuya Maiko still couldn't get any accurate information from Rorschach. Although it was frustrating, the school bell had already rung. As an ordinary student, Yatsuya Maiko still had to go to class. Of course, the same goes for Rorschach. Yatsuya Maiko pulled down her sleeve at her wrist, using the cuff to cover the halo around her wrist. Strictly speaking, this was lent to her by Rorschach, and she was supposed to return it later. Therefore, Yatsuya Maiko didn't really want others to notice her. After all, it's a small group of girls. If no one is interested, that's fine, but if someone is interested, then it's really troublesome. Meanwhile, Luo Xia returned to his class. On the podium, a familiar figure was already preparing to start class. Report. Standing at the classroom door, Luo Xia shouted with a strong voice. I didn't feel late at all. Ah, it's Luo Xia. Sato Saki paused in her actions, then gave Luo Xia an awkward smile. She really doesn't want to see this person. Saki Sato has been making great efforts to avoid contact with Rorschach on a regular basis. If she weren't worried that changing class representatives would be seen as a provocation and lead to her being fired, she would have already chosen a new class representative. But for the sake of your own life, you should just bear with it. Luo Xia was also very helpless about this. In the other party's mind, his image seemed to be a bit, very distorted. If he could, Rorschach really wanted to grab Saki Sato by the collar and ask, Do you have a problem with me being a good student? Come in, class has already started. Nodding, Saki Sato let Luo Xia in without even asking why he was late. This is Sato Saki's current attitude towards Rorschach. Ignore, ignore, and ignore. If you encounter a situation where communication is absolutely necessary, try to say as little as possible. Moreover, in order to avoid giving the other party any objections, Sato Saki had to carefully consider her wording. Life is really hard. Saki Sato suddenly regrets coming to the human world. Although I'm very happy here, I can't feel happy at all when I'm with Luo Xia. Saki Sato felt so tired. It's really tiring. Mr. Sato, aren't you going to ask me why I'm late? Scratching his head, Luo Xia asked in a low voice. Oh, is something wrong, Luo Xia? Saki Sato asked the question in a very cooperative manner. In fact, she hadn't expected Rorschach to give any reasonable answer. Any answer that isn't about rescuing an innocent girl is fine. Actually, I was just summoned to the M87 Nebula. You can go back to your seat now. Okay, thank you, Sato-sensei. With cheerful steps, Rorschach returned to his seat. Everyone in the class looked at him with the eyes of a warrior. In Japan, a society with a rigid hierarchical system, any act of subversion against superiors is magnified. Rorschach's actions would either be considered extremely wrong or extremely brave. However, Rorschach himself was not aware of this. He was just offering a simple greeting. He was much more arrogant when he was studying at the Demon Realm Academy. The previous director resigned voluntarily because that beast Luo Xia read his browsing history aloud in public. It is said that no one has seen this director since then. I said, Rorschach. After returning to his seat, Izumi Miyamura, who was next to Luo Xia, asked in a low voice, What exactly is your relationship with Professor Sato? Many people in the class were guessing that Luo Xia and Sato Saki must have known each other for a long time. The way these two usually interact is clearly not like that of a normal teacher and student. Are they relatives? Or something else? What's your relationship? After thinking for a moment, Luo Xia said righteously, It's a relationship that can't be discussed. It seems like we've discovered something. Chapter 43 Rorschach, I'll pay more. Home economics is a course that frequently appears in various school-themed anime. This is a great opportunity for the gentle protagonist and his classmates to deepen their relationship. Not only can they cooperate with each other, but they can also learn from each other step by step. Unfortunately, this is not a simple school romance anime. Culinary practice. Mackerel miso soup. Tofu miso soup. These are all classic dishes. Alright, let's get started cooking. Vinette, who was washing her hands carefully by the pool, turned to Gabrielle and Satania and said. As expected, the group was assigned to the same group. Gabrielle, whose face was full of annoyance, and Satania, who stood with her arms crossed, full of confidence. She's still the same as usual, but it seems like one person is missing. Where is Luo Xia? Looking at the empty seat that used to belong to Rorschach, a question mark popped into Vinette's head. Where did it go? Class has already started. Where did Luo Xia go? Vinette thought with some worry. I don't know. That guy rented my angel halo for 500 yen a while ago, and then I haven't seen him since. Scratching her head, Gabrielle said nonchalantly. To be honest, after renting out the angel halo, I always feel a bit empty inside. After all, I've worn it for so many years. Let's charge more next time. They said they had feelings for each other. Gabrielle thought to herself. Your angelic halo is crying. With a slight twitch at the corner of her eye, Wynette felt like she had a lump in her throat. So you weren't joking when you said you were going to rent out the angel halo to Rorschach to make money from microtransactions? And isn't 500 yen a bit too cheap? And Satania, your outfit. Looking at Satania dressed as a chef, Vinette didn't know what to say. Just smile. After some playful fighting, the group finally prepared to start fighting. Aren't we waiting for Luo Xia? It's alright, that idiot shouldn't die out there. With her sleeves rolled up, Gabrielle spoke calmly. Although that's what she said, for some reason, Vinette always felt that Gabrielle meant something like, it would be great if this guy died out there. What grudge do you two have against each other? Vinette still can't figure it out. It can only be categorized as like-sex repulsion. After their fall from grace, Xiaojia and Luo Xia share many similarities in personality. What image do I have in your heart? Rorschach, who had appeared behind Gabrielle at some point, said quietly. He was clearly very dissatisfied with Gabrielle's statement. How come you walk so quietly? Yes? It'll scare you to death. Startled, Gabrielle and Satania shouted at each other. Nonsense, I didn't even walk here. Luo Xia pursed his lips, thinking to himself, but didn't say it aloud. Vina, I've prepared all the necessary ingredients. Holding up the insulated box covered in mysterious runes, Rorschach said with a proud expression. His face seemed to say, come praise me. What have you prepared? Looking at the insulated box in Rorschach's hand, which faintly radiated a holy light, several big question marks popped up on Vinette's forehead. What exactly do you prepare for a simple miso soup? Humph. Before Vinette could speak, Satania suddenly let out a low laugh. The attention of the group was immediately drawn to it. After striking a strange pose, Satania, wearing a chef's hat, said, I never expected that we would have the same idea. That's right. High-end chefs should focus on the quality of ingredients. With a wave of her hand, a purple-skinned fish that resembled an lanternfish but had a strange appearance appeared in Vinette's hand. Clearly, this guy shares the same idea as Rorschach. These are the fish I caught from the Demon Realm Lake this morning. Come on, Rorschach. Let me see what you've prepared. Satania slammed the purple-skinned fish onto the cutting board and shouted with a wave of her hand. His eyes seemed to be burning with raging fire. Hey, it's just an ordinary fish in the Demon Realm's lake. As if infected by Satania's fighting spirit, Rorschach also grinned. However, since you actually thought the same way as me, I'll temporarily acknowledge you as my opponent. He slammed the insulated box heavily on the table, making a loud noise. It's as if they're deliberately trying to compete with Satania. A strange competitive mentality has increased. Hey students over there, please keep quiet. The teacher's voice drifted over softly. Although she wore a smile, one could vaguely sense the teacher's suppressed anger through her voice. It's just a home economics class, can't you just shut up for a second? Okay. Asterisk 2. Two demons from hell succumbed to the tyranny of a middle-aged human teacher. They exchanged a glance, and invisible lightning crackled between them. With a snort, the two turned their heads away, refusing to look at each other. Could you please bring out the ingredients quickly, Luo Xia? With a sigh, Wynette felt she didn't want to say anything right now. It's amazing that such a small home economics class group has two such outstanding individuals like you two. Really are. This group is finished. All right. With force, the seal on the insulated box was peeled off, and an aura of holy light immediately emanated from it. Satania, who had curiously approached, was so overwhelmed by the blinding holy light that tears streamed down her face. Ah, my eyes, my eyes. After the holy light faded, a bottle of water with a faint glow appeared in the insulated box. The surrounding area was also filled with various plants that looked sacred. Luo Xia, what's this? Vinette felt as if her brain had gone blank for a few seconds. Let's not even talk about why you brought these things. How did you, a demon, manage to get all this? Hey, your halo. Rorschach pulled Gabrielle's angel halo from behind his back and handed it to Gabrielle, who looked at him with disgust. What are you doing with my angelic halo? Where did you just pull that out from? Just as Gabrielle received her angel halo and was about to put it on, she suddenly realized something very serious. Where did this guy just pull that out from? He glanced subtly behind Luo Xia, as if he were plotting something. He's probably contemplating whether or not to kill that idiot Rorschach. Do not mind the details. Luo Xia waved his hand dismissively. How could I not care? I told you not to worry about it. I told you it's impossible for me not to care, you bastard. Add another 500 yen. Make a deal. Chapter 44, The Art of Provocation. After a dirty deal, Gabrielle accepted the 1,000 yen that Rorschach handed her with satisfaction. After handing 1,000 yen to Gabrielle, Rorschach took out his phone and sent a text message to the demons responsible for distributing living expenses. This morning I sneaked into heaven and stole a bottle of holy water. With my performance record, I should be able to get an extra 100,000 yen in living expenses next month, right? After some haggling, Luo Xia successfully increased his living expenses by 7 yen next month. Rorschach was very unhappy about this. I risked my life to steal something from the heavenly realm? Only 70,000 yen? Unhappy. Let's find a chance to steal a few more times. It's not the first time anyway, so it'll be a breeze. It's just that Gabrielle didn't know about this, otherwise the rent would have to be increased by a zero. So, where did you get all of these? Scratching her hair, Gabrielle asked, somewhat puzzled. Although there is indeed a lot of holy water in the heavens, how did a demon know where it was? For some reason, Gabrielle had a feeling that this guy was a repeat offender. Gabrielle wasn't the only one with this question. This kid looks like a repeat offender. Looking at the screen before him, Jesus silently took off the reading glasses he had stolen from Satan. Judging from the young demon's actions and route, this should not be his first time coming to the heavenly realm to steal things. Tisk, my little angel has really become more and more relaxed lately. Although Rorschach's whereabouts had been discovered, Jesus had no intention of pursuing the matter further. To be precise, he did not intend to pursue the matter with Rorschach. What good stuff could you possibly get from a mere young demon? Jesus secretly saved the video, deciding to use it to blackmail Satan the next time they drank together. It's decided, tonight it's tonight. Go contact that damned Satan right now. Thinking this, Jesus revealed a wicked smile. That smile bears a striking resemblance to Rorschach's. It just goes to show that the saying if the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam will be crooked too is quite true. Let's turn our attention back to the home economics class. These were given to me by kind angels. With his hands on his hips, Luo Xia spoke with an air of self-righteousness. In reality, only he himself knows the truth. But it's clearly not some normal method. Logically speaking, even with an angelic aura, it would be extremely difficult to sneak into the heavens. But Rorschach managed to sneak in. This was something Gabrielle couldn't understand no matter what. Alright, Xiaojia, where are the wakame seaweed and tofu you prepared? Vinette clapped her hands, trying to attract the attention of the group. As things stand, we can't count on these people anymore. Let's take a look at the ingredients Xiaojia prepared. What is this? Looking at the ingredients in front of Gabrielle, Wynette asked expressionlessly. Something seems to be wrong. Carrots, potatoes, and onions. With her hands on her hips, Gabrielle responded in this way. He had such a self-righteous expression. The ingredients I brought were all wrong. So why these? That's a long story. It all started when I went to the supermarket last night. Then keep your story short. Simply put, I want to eat curry. In that instant, Wynette's eyes died. I had a feeling this group was doomed. Now that Vignette is confirmed, this group is definitely doomed. The three of them were all unreliable, leaving only me seriously considering the assignment for the home economics class. Okay, menu change. Now it's miso soup with some unknown fish and holy water curry miso soup. Get ready to start. Covering her forehead, Wynette felt utterly exhausted. She doesn't want to think about anything right now, she just wants to go back and get some sleep. What Wynette didn't notice was that Gabrielle's gaze gradually became subtle. I looked at the ingredients that Rorschach and Satania had brought. The lake in the demon realm is filled with strange fish, holy water from the heavens, and plants bathed in holy light. Let's take another look at the ingredients I brought. Ordinary potatoes, ordinary carrots, and ordinary purple-skinned bobby. Pooh, purple-skinned garlic. Gabrielle suddenly felt a little unwilling. I just feel really resentful. A strange competitive spirit has increased. JPG. Just as Gabrielle was thinking about whether she should find an opportunity to get some strange ingredients, Wynette had already begun to try to process this strange fish. Let's start with this fish. Pressing the fish down on the cutting board, Wynette aimed her kitchen knife at the fish whose eyes gleamed with an eerie light. The place to make the cut. After staring at the fish for a while, Wynette finally couldn't bring herself to eat it. With a sigh, he put the knife down. Luo Xiao, I'm begging you? No problem. Taking the kitchen knife from Wynette, Rorschach patted his chest and said. However, this was met with strong opposition from Satania. Why? I clearly brought this fish. Satania slammed his hand on the table and shouted. They were clearly very dissatisfied. Stop arguing, I'll just use the ingredients I brought to help you. Waving his hand impatiently, Luo Xia said. Upon hearing this, Satania calmed down a bit. That's more like it. Satania fell silent as she looked at the holy water and plants bathed in holy light that Rorschach had brought. Is this thing really okay? Satania felt that this thing might not be suitable for her to handle. Hey Satania, you can't possibly be incapable of handling these things, can you? Aren't you going to become the future ruler of the demon realm? Are you afraid of even a little bit of food? Just as Satania was thinking of finding an excuse, Rorschach's voice sounded softly in Satania's ear. It looks like a vengeful spirit from a horror movie. How could this be? I am the future ruler of the demon realm. Just a little bit of ingredients? Isn't that a piece of cake? Ha 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 ha. Despite being provoked by Rorschach, Satania reluctantly accepted the task. Although she herself didn't know how to deal with these things. Luo Xia really understands Satania. Wynette, who was watching this scene silently from behind, sighed. It seems like Luo Xia is naturally at a disadvantage when facing Satania. Speaking of Xiaojia. Turning her head, Vignette was about to say something to Gabrielle, but when she turned around, she found that Gabrielle was gone. For some reason, Wynette had a bad feeling. I have a feeling this guy is going to do something stupid. Chapter 45 Vinette's triple kill? Let's not even talk about Gabrielle, who's disappeared to who knows where. At Vinette's request, Rorschach began to skillfully process the fish that Satania had caught from the demon lake. Rorschach, holding a kitchen knife, exuded an inexplicable confidence. Luo Xia seems to be very skilled at this. Seeing Luo Xia's skillful technique, Wynette said with some surprise. She really didn't expect that Luo Xia was actually quite good at cooking. That's really surprising. It seemed pretty unreliable. Almost. Upon hearing Vinette's words, Rorschach paused slightly in his work of preparing the fish, then said somewhat awkwardly. It seems she was thinking about something she didn't want to face. It seems like this isn't your first time handling this fish. Touching her chin, Wynette said with some suspicion. Judging from Rorschach's method, this was definitely not the first time he had handled this fish. They seemed very skilled at both scaling and cutting. This technique can't be mastered without killing dozens of fish. Wynette was very certain. Well, after carefully considering his words, Rorschach said, "There's a lake behind the Demon Realm Academy, and there are quite a lot of these kinds of fish in it. When I'm bored, I go fishing in the back." When you say you're bored, you're probably referring to class time, right? Recalling Luo Xia's frequent truancy at the Demon Realm Academy, Vinette stared with dead fish eyes and said, "Today she finally knows what Luo Xia was doing when he skipped class." How to say? Not too surprising, quite in line with Luo Xia's personality. Well, none of this matters. The topic shifted somewhat awkwardly, and Rorschach looked at Satania and said, "Now it's your turn, Satania." A faint voice rang out, and Satania, who was watching the show, froze. Then, in an extremely defiant manner, he said, "Just some mere ingredients. Lady Satania will show you how to prepare them." After confidently making his bold statement, Satania looked at the ingredients on the table and fell into deep thought. What should we do with this? He tentatively reached out and poured some holy water into the bowl, then threw a plant that looked like a green vegetable into the holy water. Satania once again fell into a daze. Clearly, they don't know what they should be doing. The expression of a mentally challenged child who has suffered a stroke for 20 years. If there were a voiceover, it would probably sound like, "Abba abba abba." "Never mind, I'll do it. Satania, you help me process the food that Xiaojia brought." With a sigh, Vinette stood next to Satania and said, "It seems that only Wynette in the entire group is seriously completing her home economics assignment." But Satania was very excited by Vinette's kindness. "Damn it! As the future ruler of the demon realm, how can I be stopped by mere ingredients? Just some simple ingredients. Watch me prepare them." Then came a bunch of things I couldn't understand. Such statements as the demon's handling of ingredients is not considered difficult and the demon king cannot be defeated by holy water are unfounded. The air is filled with joy. To be precise, Rorschach was laughing like a blonde vampire who had just received his beloved steamroller. The smile gradually became more unrestrained. JPG. Oh. However, Wynette could no longer tolerate it. With a smile, he punched Satania on the head, and a huge bump immediately swelled up. With a roll of his eyes, Satania collapsed. Vinette's anger level is 50%. Looking at Satania lying on the ground, Vinette sighed wearily. Turning around, I was about to say something to Luo Xia, since he seemed quite serious about it. Boom. Luo Xia, having somehow acquired a pile of wood and erected a makeshift barbecue grill, placed the prepared fish on the fire to roast. At the same time, some seasonings were being sprinkled on the fish. "What are you doing?" "Oh no, this is bad, I accidentally gave it to." A bead of cold sweat dripped down Rorschach's forehead as he tried to explain. He really didn't do it on purpose, it's just that he had done similar things too many times back in the Demon Realm Academy, so he accidentally set up a barbecue grill on the spot. However, Wynette wasn't going to listen to any of that right now. All she knew was that this guy had started causing trouble. Oh, Rorschach, who had been struck on the head, fell down next to Satania in the same position. Vinette's anger level is 80%. This time, Wynette didn't even bother to glance at Rorschach, rushing off to salvage the fish. Looking at the steaming fish, Wynette's anger was about to reach its peak. "Vina, I brought back some new ingredients." Gabrielle burst in with the cheerful steps of a husky, holding up a swan with 6 pairs of wings and shouting loudly. Vinette's anger is 100%. Oh. Before she could figure out what was going on, Gabrielle rolled her eyes and collapsed next to Rorschach. The 6-winged swan, which Gabrielle had grabbed by the neck, fluttered its wings and landed on Gabrielle's head, calling out arrogantly. The entire group, except for Wynette, was wiped out. The killer, Wynette. Haha. Still furious, Wynette looked at the 3 people lying on the ground, then at the chaotic table. A sudden sense of despair welled up inside me. Next time, I'll definitely go to a different group. A few minutes later, the 3 men with large bumps on their heads sat obediently in their seats, watching Vinette prepare the ingredients. After stopping to rest, Wynette looked at the 3 obedient-looking people and said in an annoyed tone, "Don't just stand there, come and help too. I feel that with them around, I can." Gabrielle raised her hand, as if she wanted to say something. However, before he could finish speaking, he was met with a death stare from Wynette. "Stop talking nonsense and get to work." "Okay, there's something really interesting about this." Vinette showed no discomfort whatsoever while handling the ingredients and holy water that Rorschach had brought. Even Gabrielle seemed a little disgusted when she saw the holy water. Indeed, Wynette is truly an angel. What about these two? Gabrielle, who was preparing ingredients, and Raphael, the white-haired angel who was having PE class outside, suddenly sneezed. Rubbing her nose, Raphael muttered to herself. What kind of culinary disaster is Satania making right now? I'm really looking forward to it. As she said this, her gaze shifted to the little white dog in front of her. At least let it go in and scout it out. The white-haired angel said this as he looked at his lackey. Chapter 46. Even dogs wouldn't eat this stuff. At the back of the home economics classroom, Luo Xia and the others looked at the results laid out in front of them with serious expressions. The purple fish fillet, with a slightly burnt aroma, is garnished with a few bright green plants. The soup was made with 6-winged swans and holy water, and contained not only the celestial ingredients brought by Rorschach, but also some ordinary ingredients that Gabrielle bought last night. Perhaps due to the special nature of the ingredients, this soup, which seemed to be some kind of strange concoction, was radiating a holy light. Putting aside how ugly it is, it's actually kind of good looking. And the other fish fillet, zitsize. Even though it had been served for a while, it was still sizzling. Don't get me wrong, that's not the sound of hot oil. It was the sound of holy light from the heavens touching the fish in the lake of the demon realm. Wisps of black smoke rose gently from the purple fish rafts. I said, are we really going to eat this? Gabrielle's eye twitched, and she looked at Vinette with some uncertainty. This stuff doesn't look like it's meant for normal people, does it? Although none of the people here are normal humans. Of course, wasting food is unacceptable. Upon hearing Gabrielle's words, Wynette instinctively straightened her back and replied. But when I saw the food laid out in front of me, I suddenly felt less confident. Is this thing really edible? Wynette expressed doubt about this. To be honest, this was the first time in her life that Wynette doubted her own cooking skills. You idiot demon over there, didn't you say you used to eat this kind of fish all the time? Turning her head, Gabrielle looked at Rorschach beside her. This idiot demon seems to eat this kind of fish all the time. I personally think it's alright. Scratching his head, Rorschach said this. He himself thought it was pretty good, but he didn't know why no one else ate it. On one occasion, when he used this fish as bait to hunt down a bear that the principal of the Demon Realm Academy had released into the back mountain, the bear walked away with obvious disgust. I have absolutely no desire to try it. So what exactly made you think of hunting down the principal's pet? Anyway, let's try it first. Clap your hands, and Wynette forced a smile. Although I felt uneasy, since Luo Xia said it tasted alright, I decided to give it a try. Encouraged by Vinette, Satani, and Gabrielle reluctantly picked up their chopsticks. After taking a bite, Gabrielle and Wynette fell silent. This is what you meant by not bad. Gabrielle put down her chopsticks and looked at Rorschach with a complicated expression. How can you say this tastes pretty good? I think it's alright. Rorschach returned a questioning look. Personally, I think it wasn't particularly delicious, but it was still within an acceptable range. Could it be that angels and demons have different tastes? Yes, this tastes pretty good. Satania, on the other side, also expressed his confusion. The taste is actually pretty good. Thinking this, Satania stuffed fish into her mouth one piece at a time with her chopsticks. It's obvious that they really like the flavor. Hey, Satania. What happened? Here, take mine. Mine too. Really? Thank you. Satania received the fish fillets from Gabrielle and Wynette, a happy smile spreading across her face. This child's happiness is simple. Having food and drink, and having people to play with, can make me happy for a long time. Wong wong. Just as Satania was grinning foolishly, a pure white dog slipped in through the back door. He glanced around the classroom and his eyes lit up when he saw Satania. After calling out twice, it headed straight for Satania. It still remembered its mission, to steal food from the seemingly dim-wit human in front of it. A strange smell wafted into Xiugo's nose. Their previously cheerful steps suddenly faltered. This smell is very unpleasant for a dog with a sensitive sense of smell. I glanced at Satania, who was happily eating, and then at the fish fillet on the table that seemed to be emitting a dark aura. The dog repairman was in a state of chaos. Am I the one who's acting strangely, or is this human being the one who's acting strangely? Why is she able to eat this so happily? After hesitating for 2 seconds, the dog jumped onto the table. It's you? How dare you show your face in front of me? The moment Satania saw the dog being repaired, she stood up angrily. Clearly, he harbored a great deal of resentment towards the dog being repaired in front of him. However, Xiugo completely ignored Satania's thoughts and, in a very human-like manner, frowned and tentatively asked about the fish fillets placed on the table. An indescribable smell wafted into its nose. It's not that it smells bad, it's just an indescribable smell. Some of them look like canned herring, while others look like Wang's Hai stinky tofu. Anyway, it has nothing to do with delicious food. With its front paws on its nose, Xiugo looked pained. It turned around and kept scratching at the table with its hind paws. It's like burying poop. The dog gave Satania a pitying look, then shook its head and left through the back door of the classroom. Before leaving, he politely closed the door. You could almost hear the sigh of the dog being repaired. Why would a perfectly normal child like this thing? Satania finally couldn't hold back any longer after watching Xiu leave in silence. I'm going to kill this guy. Seeing this, Wynette quickly stood up and stopped Satania, hugging her from behind. Calm down, Satania. Xiaojia and Luoxia, you guys come and help too. Turning her head, Wynette called out to the other two. Surprisingly, Satania is quite strong. Vinette actually had trouble holding her back. But what comes into view is, how do you think dog meat should be cooked to taste good? I suggest you don't do that. The online living Buddha will be stressed. You worthless angel, you actually know this word. Learned it from you. That's all right then, as expected of me. You are so shameless. Thank you for the compliment. An angel and a demon huddled together, whispering and discussing how to deal with a cute human world repair dog. Although this dog repairman's identity is not ordinary. Not only is he a lackey of some angel, but he's also the nemesis of some demon. Finally, the home economics class ended with everyone feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Hey, Vinny, what's wrong, Xiaojia? Next time, let's just follow the recipe normally, or find two people with normal sense of taste to cook together. Agreed. It seems two demons are about to be cruelly abandoned. It's really sad. Laughs. Chapter 47. Time to get to work, sisters. Those who are responsible for various rituals and handle matters related to the operation of a shrine are collectively referred to as shrine officials. The highest ranking person in a shrine is called the Kyuji, which is equivalent to the abbot of a temple. Below the palace master, from highest to lowest rank, there are positions such as assistant palace master, Nii, and assistant Nii. The ranks of clergy are divided into 5 levels from highest to lowest: pure rank, bright rank, right rank, powerful right rank, and straight rank. The level is also related to the position. The most formal way to become a priest is to study at a priest training institution designated by the shrine headquarters and graduate successfully. This is the Shinto department established by Kokugakuin University in Tokyo and Kagakuin University in Ise. Shrines that are not affiliated with the main shrine office may have their own training systems or qualification certification methods. Unlike the complex system of clergy, priestesses do not need any qualifications for clergy. Especially in modern times, most shrine maidens are temporary workers. So, that's why you work part-time as a shrine maiden. Staring blankly at Rorschach with dead fish eyes, Nozomi Tojo looked at him speechlessly. All those seemingly reasonable things I said before were just an excuse for me to work as a part-time shrine maiden or to wear women's clothing, right? There's nothing I can do. I don't have the patience to take any priesthood exams. With his hands on his back, Luo Xia said confidently. In fact, for Rorschach, becoming a priest was not a difficult thing to do. After all, this guy never intended to pass the exam through legitimate means. Whether it's hypnosis or mind reading, it can help him pass the exam with ease. What? You're saying that according to the rules, you can't use magic casually? Who cares? And besides, isn't breaking the rules also doing something wrong? According to the rules of the demon realm, you can get paid for doing bad things. Therefore, Rorschach can get money by using magic at will. This is how it should be. But, if you're not following the rules, then I can understand why I'm not paying you according to the rules. That's what Satan said. When Rorschach received this reply, he was completely stunned. Is this something that Satan, that idiot, could say? Are you sure it wasn't Jesus who took the phone? Rorschach expressed his doubts. In fact, there isn't much difference. In a certain izakaya. Perfect. Jesus put down Satan's phone and a pleased smile appeared on his face. Then he turned to the boss and shouted, "Boss, I'm leaving now. This drunk guy will pay the bill." After saying that, he swaggered out of the izakaya, leaving behind a drunken Satan, a demon. It's so embarrassing to get drunk. Returning to the present, listening to Luo Xia's sophistry, Tojo Nozomi subconsciously clenched her fists. You're absolutely right. To be honest, Nozomi Tojo has never seen a boy like this before. Normally, she is surrounded by, she goes to an all-girls school. That's fine. Are all teenage boys like this? Tojo Nozomi had some doubts. A very subtle misunderstanding has arisen. Never mind, I'll go change my clothes first. After saying that, Nozomi Tojo went straight to the locker room. With a bang, the locker room door slammed shut, shutting Luo Xia, who was following behind, out as well. I said, where should I go to change my clothes? Don't ask me about this. Inside the locker room, Tojo Nozomi shouted in shame and indignation. How on earth do you manage to put on women's clothing so casually? When Nozomi Tojo, dressed in a shrine maiden outfit, came out of the dressing room, a long-haired girl in a shrine maiden outfit appeared in her line of sight. She turned slightly, and her black hair, which was draped behind her, also rose up. A strand of black hair playfully brushed past Nozomi Tojo's cheek. Her long eyelashes trembled. The red pupils didn't look scary at all, instead, they were like fine gemstones with a touch of warmth. She let out a long yawn, and a layer of mist clouded her eyes. They look even cuter and more charming. But, you're clearly a man. Grabbing Rorschach's shoulder, Tojo Nozomi shook him wildly. She's clearly the girl herself. But it created a sense of frustration in a very subtle way. Why are you, a guy, so cute? If you were Hideyoshi, that would be one thing, but you're clearly not? That's prejudice, sister. Luo Xia, who was being shaken, said indistinctly. Perhaps to better portray the identity of a priestess, Rorschach is now using a girl's voice. I must say, it actually sounds pretty good. Don't call me that. Okay, sister. I told you not to call me that. If you don't go up there soon, you might be considered absent without leave, sister. In the end, Nozomi Tojo still couldn't change the way Rorschach was called. He followed behind Luo Xia with his head down and his face ashen. In a dark corridor behind the two, a petite figure wearing a fox mask silently watched them. The pupils beneath the mask flickered with an uncertain light. That person is very strange. You have a strange smell. Another petite figure wearing a fox mask emerged from the darkness. Should we continue to monitor this? Let's keep an eye on it. The sound gradually faded away, and the two figures disappeared into the darkness. This shrine is clearly not a normal shrine. Hey, Nozomi Tojo, with her head down, suddenly bumped into Rorschach's back. Looking up with some confusion, Nozomi Tojo asked Rorschach. What are you looking at? It's nothing, sister. Look away, Rorschach said. It's time to get to work, sis. I told you not to call me that. Okay, sister. Forget it, I give up. Tojo Nozomi thought with a hint of despair. Upon arriving at the main hall of the shrine, Tojo Nozomi looked at the statues of gods enshrined there with some curiosity. It was a strangely shaped statue. Ancient Shinto believed that gods were originally invisible and existed within all things. Therefore, they regarded natural objects such as rocks, giant trees, mountains, or waterfalls as objects through which gods resided, calling them god bodies or spirit bodies. After the shrine was built, people used items such as mirrors and goe, official coins, as sacred objects to enshrine in the main hall. Although Shinto was influenced by Buddhism during the Heian and Kamakura periods, there was a time when Shinto statues were made. However, this custom no longer exists after the separation of gods and Buddhas. So what exactly is this statue? It's probably some kind of quirk. Roll up your sleeves, Luo Xia said calmly. Slightly puzzled, Tojo Nozomi scratched her head and stopped paying attention to the statue. It's just a part-time job anyway, I can always find another one. Chapter 48. Someone this cute must be a girl? Hi, miss, can I add you online? Nozomi Tojo had heard this phrase many times in her life. Although saying this sounds a bit arrogant. Objectively speaking, Nozomi Tojo is indeed a great beauty. This applies to both her face and her figure.